It gave her a chance to calm down from James's last glance her way, which had been so heated and full of promises of what he would do to her as soon as they returned to his cabin, that anyone else who looked at her would have thought she'd had too much sun that morning. She flushed so with pleasure. Morning, noon, night. Their lovemaking followed no schedule. When he wanted her, he let her know in no uncertain terms. And no matter the time of day, she was most willing to comply. Georgina Anderson, you have become a shameless hussy. She merely grinned to her conscience. I know, and I'm enjoying every minute of it.
Thank you.
She was.
Oh.
How she was. And how she loved to just watch him like this. And experience her nausea to the fullest, knowing that he'd soon cure it in his special way. He'd discarded his jacket. The wind was brisk but warm as they neared Caribbean waters, and it played with his pirate shirt, as she'd come to think of those full-sleeved, laced-up-the-front tunics he liked to sport, and made him look so wickedly handsome in combination with his single gold earring, tight breeches, and knee-high boots. The wind loved him, caressed those powerful limbs of his, as she wanted to do. Was she supposed to be calming down? In self-defense. Just so she wouldn't be tempted to drag him off to their cabin as he'd done so many times to her in recent days. Georgina turned seaward and saw the ship in the distance at the precise moment that the warning came down from the crow's nest. Well, there was nothing unusual in that. They'd passed several other vessels at sea. They'd also had another trailing them, as this one was, though they'd lost sight of that ship after a brief storm. But this one was different, according to the next information shouted down by the lookout.
Pirates.
Georgina stood very still, gripping the rail, hoping the lad above would call down that he'd made a mistake. Her brothers had all had encounters with pirates in one way or another over the many years they'd been sailing the seas. But she did not want to make it a unanimous family custom. And dear Lord, James carried no cargo, just ballast. Nothing could get bloodthirsty pirates angrier than to discover their prize had an empty hold. Obliging,
ain't they?
To give us a little diversion, she heard Connie remark behind her to James. Do you want to play with them first? Or come about and wait? Waiting would only confuse them. Don't you think? James replied. Confusion has its advantages. Quite so. Georgina turned around slowly. It wasn't just the words that shocked her, but the calm nonchalance in their tones. They both had spyglasses trained on the approaching vessel, but to listen to them, neither seemed the least bit concerned. That was taking English imperturbability a bit too blasted far. Didn't they realize the danger? James happened to lower his spyglass then and glance at her. And in that second before he schooled his features upon noticing her upset, she saw that he wasn't nonchalant at all. The man had looked eager, delighted even, that a pirate ship was bearing down on them. And she realized that it had to be the challenge that inspired him, an opportunity to pit his seamanship skills against an adversary, regardless that that adversary might be out to murder him if he lost, rather than wish him better luck next time. Actually, Connie, he said, without taking his eyes from Georgina, I think we'll just take a leaf from young Eden's book and thumb our noses at them as we sail away. Sail away? Without firing a single shot, the first mate sounded incredulous. Georgina didn't glance his way to see if he looked at
2.
Her eyes were caught by bright green ones that wouldn't let go. And need I remind you, Connie added, that you almost killed that young pup Eden for thumbing his nose at you? James merely shrugged, still with his eyes holding Georgina's, and his words going right to her center. Nonetheless, I'm not in a mood to play with them. Connie finally followed his gaze, then snorted. You could think of the rest of us. We don't have our own personal diversions aboard. You know. He sounded so disgruntled that James laughed. But it didn't stop him from grabbing Georgina's hand and heading for the stairs. Just lose them, Connie. And try to do it without me. Will you? James didn't wait for an answer. He was off the quarterdeck and moving briskly down the next set of stairs before Georgina could draw breath to question his intentions. But she should have known what they were. He pulled her inside his cabin and was kissing her even as the door slammed shut behind them. He'd found an outlet for the blood-rushing excitement that had briefly flared when he'd contemplated battle. And he found this outlet just as pleasurable and went after it just as ruthlessly as he would have waged the battle. The battle? For God's sake. There were pirates in their wake. How could he possibly think of making love now? James. She pulled her lips away from him. But he didn't stop kissing her. He'd just changed locations. Her neck. And then lower. You would have challenged pirates, she said accusingly, even as her heavy vest dropped to the floor behind her. Do you know how foolhardy that is?
No.
Wait. Not my shirt. Her shirt was gone. So were her bindings. So swiftly. She'd never seen him this impassioned, impatient. James, this is serious. I beg to differ. Love, he said as he lifted her so his mouth had direct access to her breasts while he bore her backward to the bed. That is a nuisance. This is serious. His mouth closed over one breast to leave her in no doubt as to what this was, nor did his mouth leave her as he stripped off the rest of her clothes, and his own. He had a wonderful mouth. God, did he have a wonderful mouth. No one could say James Mallory wasn't a magnificent lover who knew exactly what he was about. Well, not everyone could know that, but she was in a position to know at the moment, a very nice position to know. But, James, she tried one more time. Weakly though, to remind him about the pirates. His tongue was dipping into her navel when he said, between laves. Not another bloody word. George, unless they're love words. What kind of love words? I like what you're doing.
James.
More.
James.
Lower. James. She gasped as he did move lower. And he added, that will do.
2. Ah. Love.
You're already hot and wet for me, aren't you?
Are.
Those your love words. She could barely speak. The pleasure was so intense. Do they make you want me inside you? Yes. Then they'll do. He caught his breath as he entered her. Swiftly. Deeply. His hands cupping her derriere. Bringing her up to take all of him. For now. Fortunately, the pirates were left far behind, but Georgina couldn't have cared less anymore. Chapter 26. Your carriage just arrived. James, Connie announced from the open doorway. There's no hurry. With that congestion out there, I'd just as soon wait until the wagons loading that American vessel in the next berth clear off the quay. Come join me for a drink. Old man. They docked several hours ago. Georgina had packed James's trunks that morning, but he hadn't told her yet that she would be staying at his plantation. He wanted to surprise her with the grandeur of his island home, and then tonight, over a candlelit dinner of Jamaican delicacies, he was going to ask her to be his mistress. Connie crossed the room to stand next to the desk, looking out windows that showed a clear view of the American ship and the activity going on as it prepared to set sail. She looks familiar. Don't she? Perhaps one of the Hawks prizes? Connie grinned. I wouldn't be surprised. Then it's just as well she's about to leave.
Why? Connie asked.
The maiden and never sailed under her own name. And since when wouldn't you welcome a little diversion? Such as being accused of piracy when there's no proof to back it up? You passed up the opportunity for a little sport at sea. With reason, James reminded him. He wasn't about to put his little Georgie at risk for a mere few hours of stimulating adventure. And, actually, I'd rather not be bothered just now. Either. Connie turned as he accepted his drink. You are looking rather complacent. Any reason in particular? You're looking at a man about to commit himself.
Connie.
I've decided to keep George around for a while. And don't look so bloody surprised. Well, I bloody well am surprised. And with reason. The last woman you sailed with. What was her name? James frowned at the question. Estelle or Stella? What difference does it make? You decided to keep her around for a while.
2.
You even allowed her to decorate this cabin with these atrociously mismatched pieces. I rather like this furniture now that I've grown accustomed to it. You're deliberately missing the point. You were well pleased with the wench, generous with her to a fault, but less than a week at sea with her. You turned the ship around to dump her back where you'd found her. Such close confinement with her had driven you crazy. I'd say I was safe in assuming that after all these weeks of being cooped up with a brat, you couldn't wait to get away from her now that we've docked. So George is a much more charming companion. Charming? That's saucy-mouthed. Watch it.
Connie.
This is my soon-to-be mistress we are discussing. Conrad's brows shot up. You're going to go that far in committing yourself? Whatever for. Now that's a stupid question, James replied irritably. What the devil do you think for? I've grown fond of the little Yank. She might not show her sweet self to you, but George has been decidedly agreeable to me ever since we did away with pretenses. Correct me if I'm wrong, but aren't you the man who swore off keeping mistresses? Something about their always getting marriage-minded, despite their protests to the contrary? You have faithfully stayed clear of commitments for a good number of years, Hawk, and I might add, without ever once lacking for female companionship when you wanted it. Damned less expensive, too. James waved that reasoning aside. So I'm due for a change.
Besides,
George isn't the least bit interested in marriage. I set her straight on the subject. And she hasn't said another word about it. All women are interested in marriage. You've said so yourself. Damnation. Connie, if you're trying to talk me out of keeping her, you bloody well can't. I've given it a good deal of thought this last week. And I'm simply not ready to see the last of her yet. And what does she think about it? She'll be delighted. Of course. The wench is quite fond of me as well. Glad to hear it, Connie replied dryly. So, what's she doing over on yonder ship? James turned around so fast, he nearly tipped his chair over. It took him a few seconds to scan the deck of the American ship before he saw what Conrad had seen. Georgina, with the Scot standing behind her. She appeared to be talking to one of the ship's officers, possibly even her captain. James had the feeling she was acquainted with the chap, especially when the man gripped her arms and began to shake her, then, in the next moment, pulled her close to embrace her. James shot to his feet, seeing that. His chair did tip over this time. He was heading for the door, swearing under his breath, when Connie remarked, "If you intend to fetch her back, I intend to break that chap's face." Then I'll collect George. James hadn't stopped to reply. Was already out the door. So Connie had to shout after him. You'll find it a bit difficult doing either. Old man. The ship's already cast off. The devil she has, was heard from out in the hall. And then as James appeared back in the doorway to stare out the windows at the slowly departing vessel. Bloody hell. Look on the bright side. Hawk, Connie said without the least bit of sympathy. You would only have had a few weeks more with her. Until we returned to England. Even if you had considered taking her back with you. From what you've told me of her aversion to the motherland, she'd never have agreed. Blister it. Connie. The wench has deserted me. And without a by your leave. Don't talk to me about problems I might have faced. When this one's knocked me on my arse. He ignored Conrad's derisive short. He stared at the now empty berth next to the maiden and still couldn't believe Georgie was gone. Just that morning she'd awakened him with her sweet lips on his, her little hands holding his face, and what he thought of as her take-me smile, the one she bestowed on him only when they were abed, the one that never failed to stir primitive urges he'd never even known he possessed.
Gone? No.
By God, he said aloud. Then pinned Conrad with a resolute look that made the redhead groan. How many of the crew have gone ashore? For God's sake. James. You can't mean to. I bloody well do mean to, James cut in. The anger that was starting to rise reflected clearly in his tone. Get them back while I find out what I can about that ship. I mean to be on her tail within the hour. Georgina defied her brother Drew's order to get herself to his cabin as soon as his back was turned. He'd already promised her a walloping that would have her standing the whole voyage home. Whether that was just his anger talking, or he really meant to take his belt to her, she found she didn't much care at the moment. Oh, he was indeed mad, furiously so. She'd merely surprised Drew at first when he turned around and found her standing there grinning at him. And then he'd been alarmed, assuming only some grave catastrophe could have brought her to Jamaica looking for him. When she'd assured him no one had died, his relief turned to irritation. He'd shaken her then for scaring him, but just as quickly hugged her because he really was relieved not to be hearing bad news. And, of course, the fact that she was his only sister and well-loved had a little to do with it. It was when she'd casually dropped the news that she'd just returned from England that the shouting began. And this was one of her more mellow brothers, the most even-tempered next to Thomas. Unlike Warren, who had an explosive temper that no one cared to get on the wrong side of, or Boyd and Clinton, who were too serious by half sometimes, Drew was the devil-may-care rogue in the family who had women chasing after him by the hordes. So, he out of all of them should have understood why she had thought it necessary to chase after Malcolm. Instead, he'd been so angry, she'd almost seen some color in his black eyes. If she got a walloping from him, she could just imagine what she'd get from Clinton or Warren, her oldest brothers, when they found out. But she didn't much care at the moment. She hadn't realized when she'd become so excited upon seeing Drew's ship and had rushed right over to her that the Triton was making ready to depart, had in fact cast off her lines while Drew was still ranting and raving. She stood at the rail now, the sparkling Caribbean waters separating her from the maiden and more, frantically searching the deck of the other ship for a last sight of James. When she did finally see him appear on deck, his golden hair whipping about in the breeze, those wide shoulders that couldn't be mistaken for any other man's, she could barely breathe for the lump that rose in her throat. She prayed he would look her way. She was too far away already to shout and hope to have him hear her, but she could at least wave. But he didn't look out to sea. She watched him leave his ship, move off briskly down the wharf, and then disappear into the crowd. Oh God, he didn't even know she was gone. He probably assumed she was somewhere on the Maiden and assumed she'd be there when he returned. After all, her belongings were still there, and among them the cherished ring her father had given her. She had known there would be no time to collect them. Not that she cared about them at the moment. What was tearing her up inside was that she'd had no opportunity to say goodbye to James, to tell him. What? That she'd fallen in love with him. She almost laughed. It was funny, it really was. Love thine enemy, but not literally. A hated Englishman, a despised, arrogant aristocrat, and he still got under her skin, still worked his way right into her heart. So stupid to let that happen, but so much worse if she'd actually told him. She'd asked him one night while his arms were around her and his heart beat steadily under her ear if he were married. Good God. No, he'd exclaimed in horror. You won't see me ever making that fool's mistake. And why not? She'd wanted to know. Because all women become faithless jades as soon as they get that ring on their finger. No offense.
Love.
But it's bloody well true. His comment had reminded her so much of her brother Warren's attitude about women that she mistakenly drew her own conclusion. I'm sorry. I should have realized there had to have been a woman you loved at some point in your life who betrayed you. But you shouldn't blame all women for the unfaithfulness of just one. My brother Warren does exactly that, but it's wrong. I hate to disappoint you, George, but there was never a great love in my life. I was speaking of the many women whose unfaithfulness I know of from first-hand experience, since I happen to be the one they were unfaithful with. Marriage is for idiots who don't know any better. But she'd already had a feeling his answer would be something in that vein to begin with. In that he was still so much like her brother Warren, it was uncanny. But at least Warren had an excuse for swearing he'd never marry, for the abominable way he now treated women, using them without ever letting them get close to him. He'd been hurt really badly once by a woman he'd intended to marry. But James had no such excuse. He'd said so himself. He was simply what he'd told her he was, a reprehensible rake. He wasn't even ashamed of it. Come now, lass. The lads nae really going to beat ye, Max said, having come up beside her. Ye've nae reason to be crying. But best ye get yourself below like he said. Give Drew a chance to calm down afore he sees ye again, and has to hear the worst of it. She glanced sideways as she swiped at her cheeks. Worst of it? That we had to work fair our passage.
Oh.
That, she sniffed, thankful to have something else to think about. And that Mac assumed she was merely upset over Drew's anger. She added with a sigh.
No.
I don't suppose his knowing that we'll go over very well just now. Is there any reason we have to tell him? Ye'd lie to your own brother? He's threatened to beat me. Mac, she reminded him with a measure of disgust. And this is Drew. Drew. For God's sake. I'd just as soon not find out his reaction if he learns I've slept in the same cabin with an Englishman for the last month. I see what you mean. SAE maybe a little I wouldna hurt. Or just the omission that we were robbed of our money. You've still the others to be facing yet. After all. And their reactions will be even worse. I'm thinking. Thanks, Mac. You've been the dearest. Georgina. Drew's voice cut in with clear warning. I'm taking off my belt. She swung around to see that he wasn't doing any such thing. But her handsome brother looked as if he would if she didn't disappear. And quick. Instead, she closed the distance between them and glared up at the 6'4" tall captain of the Triton. You're being an insensitive brute.
Drew.
Malcolm married another woman. And all you can do is yell at me. And she promptly burst into heartrending tears. Max snorted in disgust. He'd never seen a man so quickly disarmed of his anger as Drew Anderson just was. Chapter 27. Georgina had been feeling somewhat better, certainly much more optimistic about the rest of her brother's reactions after Drew proved to be so sympathetic to her heartache. Of course, Drew thought all her tears were over Malcolm. She saw no reason to tell him that she never even thought of Malcolm anymore, except when his name was mentioned. No, her thoughts and emotions were centered on another man, one whose name had never been spoken other than to explain he was the captain of the ship that brought her to Jamaica. She felt bad about deceiving Drew. More than once she had thought about telling him the truth. But she didn't want him to be angry with her again. His anger had really surprised her. This was her fun-loving brother, the one who teased her most, the one who could always be counted on to cheer her up. He'd managed to do that. He just didn't know what was truly depressing her. He would know eventually. They all would. But the worst news could wait a while more, until the hurt had a chance to heal a little bit, until she found out how badly the rest of them were going to react to what she saw now as a minor thing. At least in comparison to what she would have to tell them in a month or two when they demanded to know whose baby was stretching her waistline. What was it James had said about his brother Jason? He frequently flew through the roof? Well, she'd have 5 brothers doing it. She wasn't sure yet how she felt about the consequence of her brief fall from grace. Scared, certainly. A little bewildered, a little glad. She couldn't deny it. It was going to cause all kinds of difficulty, not to mention scandal, but nevertheless, her feelings could be summed up in 2 words. James's baby. What else could matter next to that? It was crazy. She should be devastated to think of bearing a child and raising it without a husband, but she wasn't. She couldn't have James, and no other man would do after him, but she could have his child and keep it, and that was exactly what she would do. She loved James too much not to. The baby, and Georgina's certainty that it was real and not just a possibility, accounted for her improved mood by the time the Triton sailed into Long Island Sound on the last leg of their journey home, 3 weeks after leaving Jamaica. And by the time Bridgeport was sighted and they'd turned into the Pequannock River, which helped form a deep harbor for ocean-going vessels, she was excited to be home, especially at this time of year, her favorite, when the weather wasn't too cold yet. And the sunset colors of autumn still lingered everywhere. At least she was excited until she saw just how many Skylark ships were in port, 3 in particular that she wished were anywhere else but here. The ride to the red brick mansion that she called home on the outskirts of town was a quiet one. Drew sat next to her in the carriage, holding her hand, squeezing it occasionally for encouragement. He was firmly on her side now, but a lot of good that would do her when she faced the older brothers. Drew had never been able to hold his own against them any more than she could, especially when they were united. Her cabin boy's clothes were gone. That outfit had been partly to blame for Drew's towering anger, so at least that was one thing less the others could complain about. She'd scrounged clothes from Drew's crew for the voyage, but right now she was wearing the lovely gown Drew had been bringing home to his Bridgeport sweetheart as a present. Likely he'd buy another here to take to his sweetheart in the next port. Smile. Georgie girl. It's not the end of the world. You know. She glanced sideways at Drew. He was beginning to see some humor in her situation, which she didn't appreciate the least bit. But a comment like that was so typical of him. He was so different from her other brothers. He was the only one in the family with eyes, so dark they couldn't be called anything but black. He was also the only one who could be knocked down and come up laughing, which had happened numerous times when he'd rubbed Warren or Boyd the wrong way. And yet he looked so much like Warren it was uncanny. They both had the same golden brown hair, which was more often than not a mop of unruly curls. They both had the same towering height, the same features that were entirely too handsome. But where Drew's eyes were black as pitch, Warren's were a light lime green like Thomas's. And where the ladies adored Drew for his winsome charm and boyish manner, they were wary of Warren with his brooding cynicism and explosive temper, but not wary enough, obviously. Warren was, without a doubt, a cad where women were concerned. Georgina pitied any woman who succumbed to his cold seduction. Yet so many did. There was just something about him that they found irresistible. She couldn't see it herself. His temper, on the other hand, she saw all the time, since that was something he'd always possessed and had nothing to do with women. Reminded of Warren's temper, she replied to Drew's remark with, "That's easy for you to say. Do you think they will listen to an explanation before they kill me?" "I rather doubt it." "Well, Clinton won't listen for very long if he detects that ghastly English accent you've picked up. Maybe you ought to let me do the talking." "That's sweet of you,
Drew.
but if Warren is around..." "I know what you mean." He grinned boyishly, remembering the last time Warren had chewed off a piece of his hide. "So, let's hope he's spent the night at Duck's Inn and won't get his 2 cents in until after Clinton's laid down his verdict." "It's lucky for you Clinton's home." "Lucky?" "Lucky. Sure," he hissed.
We've arrived.
No need to give them warning. Someone will have told them by now that the Triton has docked. But not that you were on her. The element of surprise. Georgie. Just might let you have your say. It might have, too, if Boyd weren't in the study with both Clinton and Warren when Georgina entered, with Drew right behind her. Her youngest brother saw her first and bounded out of his chair. By the time he got through hugging, shaking, and throwing questions at her so fast, she had no chance to answer any of them. The 2 older men had recovered from any surprise she might have given them and were approaching her with looks that said the shaking had only just begun. They also looked as if they just might come to blows to see who could get his hands on her first. What little confidence Georgina had that her brothers wouldn't really hurt her, not seriously anyway, departed upon seeing them bearing down on her. She swiftly extricated herself from Boyd's hold, dragged him back with her so he stood shoulder to shoulder with Drew, and wisely placed herself behind them, peeking over Boyd's shoulder. No easy matter since Boyd, like Thomas, stood nearly 6 feet tall but was still half a head shorter than Drew. Georgina shouted at Clinton first. "I can explain," then to Warren she added. "I really can." And when they didn't stop, but came one around each side of her barricade, she squeezed between Boyd and Drew to run straight for Clinton's desk and around it, though she remembered belatedly how a desk hadn't stopped someone else from getting at her. And it appeared that she'd only made Clinton and Warren angrier by running from them. But her own temper was sparked when she saw Drew grab Warren's shoulder to keep him from following her, and just barely managed to duck a blow for his effort. "Blast you both. You're being unfair." "Shut up, Georgie," Warren growled. "I won't. I'm not answerable to you, Warren Anderson. Not as long as Clinton is here. So you can just stop right there or I'll..." She picked up the nearest thing within reach on the desk. "I'll clobber you." He did stop, but whether in surprise that she was standing up to him when she never had before, or because he thought she was serious about braining him, she didn't know. But Clinton stopped.
2.
In fact, they both looked kind of alarmed. "Put the vase down, Georgie," Clinton said very softly. "It's too valuable to waste on Warren's head." "He wouldn't think so," she replied in disgust. "Actually," Warren choked out just as softly, "I would." "Jesus." "Georgie," Boyd was heard from next. "You don't know what you've got there." "Listen to Clinton, will you?" Drew glanced at his younger brother's blanched expression, then the 2 stiff backs in front of him, then his little sister beyond them, still holding up the vase under discussion, as if it were a club. He suddenly burst out laughing. "You've done it, Georgie girl." "Damned if you haven't," he crowed in delight. She just barely spared him a glance. "I'm in no mood for your humor just now, Drew, but then, what have I done? Got them over a barrel. That's what. They'll listen to you now. See if they don't." Her eyes moved curiously back to her oldest brother. Is that true, Clinton? He'd been debating what approach to take with her. Stern insistence or gentle coaxing. But Drew's unwelcome interference settled it. I'm willing to listen. Yes. If you'll. No ifs, she cut in. Yes or. Blast it. Georgina. Warren finally exploded. Give me that. Shut up. Warren, Clinton hissed. Before you frighten her into dropping it. And then to his sister.
Now.
Look. Georgie. You don't understand what you've got there. She was looking, but at the vase she still held aloft. It elicited a small gasp from her, because she'd never seen anything quite so lovely. So thin it was actually translucent, and painted in pure gold on white with an oriental scene in exquisite detail. She understood now, perfectly, and her first instinct was to put the beautiful piece of ancient porcelain down before she accidentally dropped it. She almost did just that. Put it down very carefully. Afraid a mere breath could shatter something this delicate. But the collective sighs she heard made her change her mind at the last moment. With a raised brow that was a perfect imitation of what she had once found so irritating in a certain English captain, she inquired of Clinton. Valuable. Did you say?
Boyd groaned.
Warren turned about, so she wouldn't hear him swearing, which she could hear perfectly fine, since he was shouting every word. Drew just chuckled, while Clinton looked extremely angry again. That's blackmail. Georgina, Clinton muttered between clenched teeth. Not at all. Self-preservation is more like it.
Besides,
I haven't finished admiring this. You've made your point.
Girl.
Perhaps we should all sit down, so you can rest the vase in your lap. I'm all for that. When he made the suggestion, Clinton hadn't expected her to take his seat behind the desk. He flushed a bit when she did just that, his angry look getting worse. Georgina knew she was pushing her luck, but it was a heady feeling to have her brothers in such a unique position. Of course, she just might have to keep the vase they were all so worried about with her indefinitely now. Would you mind telling me why you're all so angry with me? All I did was go to England, Boyd exclaimed. Of all places. Georgie. That's the devil's birthing ground, and you know it. It wasn't that bad. And alone, Clinton pointed out. You went alone. For God's sake. Where was your sense? Mac was with me. He's not your brother.
Oh. Come now.
Clinton. You know he's like a father to us all. But he's too soft where you're concerned. He lets you walk all over him. She couldn't very well deny it, and they all knew it, which was why her cheeks bloomed with color, especially when she realized she'd never have lost her innocence, or her heart, to an English rogue like James Mallory if one of her brothers had been with her instead of Mac. She'd never even have met James, or discovered such bliss, or such hell. And there wouldn't be a babe resting under her heart that was going to cause a scandal the likes of which Bridgeport had never seen before. But it was so pointless to bring up should-have-done-us. And she couldn't honestly say that she wished she'd done anything different. Maybe I was a bit impulsive. A bit. Warren again. And not even a little calmed down yet. All right. So maybe a lot. But doesn't it matter with I felt I had to go? Absolutely not. And Clinton added to that with, there's no explanation that can make up for the worry you put us through. That was inexcusable. Selfish. But you weren't supposed to worry, she cried defensively. You weren't supposed to even know about my going until after I got back. I should have been home before any of you. And what are you doing home? Anyway, that's a long story, wrapped up in that vase you're holding. But don't change the subject.
Girl.
You know you had no business going off to England, but you did it anyway. You knew we would object. Knew exactly what our sentiments are toward that particular country. And still you went there. Drew had heard enough. Seeing Georgina's shoulders drop under that load of guilt, his protective instincts came to the fore, making him snap. You've made your point, Clinton. But Georgie's suffered enough. She doesn't need all this added grief from you three. What she needs is a good spanking, Warren insisted. And if Clinton doesn't get around to it, you can damned well believe I will. She's a bit old for that. Don't you think? Drew demanded, overlooking the fact that he'd been of the same opinion when he'd found her in Jamaica. Women are never too old to be spanked. The imaginings that disgruntled reply engendered had Drew grinning, Boyd chuckling, and Clinton rolling his eyes. They'd all, for the moment, forgotten that Georgina was even in the room. But sitting there listening to this outlandishness, she was no longer cowed, was instead bristling, and was quite ready to throw the precious vase at Warren's head. And Drew didn't exactly redeem himself when he said, "Women in general." But sisters fall into a different category. And what's got you so hot under the collar? Anyway, when Warren refused to answer,
Boyd did.
He only docked yesterday. But as soon as we told him what she'd done, he had his ship refitted, and was in fact leaving this afternoon for England. Georgina started, thoroughly bemused. Were you actually coming after me? Warren, the small scar on his left cheek ticked. Obviously. He didn't like it known that he'd worried about her as much as, if not more than, the rest of them. And he wasn't going to answer her any more than he had Drew. But she didn't need an answer.
Why?
Warren Anderson. That has to be the nicest thing you've ever considered doing for me.
Oh. Hell, he groaned.
Now don't be embarrassed, she grinned. No one is here except family to witness that you're not as cold and callous as you like people to think. Black and blue. Georgie. I promise you. She didn't take his warning to heart. Maybe because there was no longer any heat behind it. She just gave him a tender smile that said she loved him.
Too.
But into the silence, Boyd demanded of Drew, albeit belatedly, "What the devil did you mean? She's suffered enough. She found her Malcolm. More's the pity. And you don't see him here, do you?" "You mean he wouldn't have her?" Boyd asked incredulously. "Worse than that," Drew snorted. "He married someone else. About 5 years ago. Why that? Good for nothing. Son of a bitch." Georgina blinked at their renewed anger, this time on her behalf. She hadn't expected that, but she should have, knowing how protective they were of her. She could just imagine what they'd say about James when it came time for the big confession. She couldn't bear to think of it. They were still commiserating in their own way, with colorful invectives, when the middle brother walked into TH's room. "I still don't believe it," he said, drawing everyone's startled attention. "All 5 of us home at the same time. Hell, it must be 10 years at least since we've managed that." "Thomas,"
Clinton exclaimed.
"Well, hell."
"Tom."
"You must have come in on my waves," Drew said. "Just about," he chuckled. I spotted you off the Virginia coast, but then lost you again. And then he gave his attention to Georgina, only because he was surprised to see her sitting behind Clinton's desk. No greeting.
Sweetheart?
You aren't still angry with me, are you? For delaying your trip to England.
Angry?
She was suddenly furious. It was just like Thomas to put little stock in her feelings, to assume that everything would be swell dandy fine now that he was home. My trip. She came around the desk, toting the vase under her arm. So angry she forgot she was even holding it. I didn't want to go to England, Thomas. I asked you to go for me. I begged you to go for me. But you wouldn't. Would you? My little concerns weren't important enough to interfere with your blasted schedule.
Now.
Georgie, he said in his calm way. I'm willing to go now. And you're welcome to come along or not. She's already been, Drew informed him dryly. Been what? Been to England and back. The devil she has. Thomas's lime-green eyes came back to Georgina, flared with upset. Georgie, you couldn't be that foolish. Couldn't I? She cut in sharply. But then, unexpectedly, her eyes filled with unwanted tears. It's your fault that I'm...
Oh.
Here. She tossed the vase at him as she ran out of the room, ashamed to be crying again over a heartless Englishman by the name of Mallory. But she left pandemonium behind, and not because anyone had noticed her tears. Thomas caught the vase she'd thrown to him, but not before 4 grown men fell at his feet in their efforts to catch it if he didn't. Chapter 28. James stood impatiently at the rail, waiting for the small skiff that had finally been sighted on its way back to the ship. 3 days he'd waited in this little bay on the Connecticut coast. If he'd known it was going to take this long for Artie and Henry to return with the information he wanted, he would have gone ashore himself. He almost had yesterday. But Connie had calmly pointed out that his present mood was a deterrent, that if the Americans didn't clam up simply because he reeked of British nobility, authority, and condescension, his mood would make anyone distrustful, possibly even hostile. James had objected to the condescension part. Connie had merely laughed. And 2 out of 3 had still made his point. James was totally unfamiliar with these American waters, but he decided not to follow the vessel he'd been trailing into port, since he didn't want to give Georgie any prior warning that he was here. He'd merely assured himself that her ship had actually docked at the coastal town, rather than sailing up the river she had entered. He'd then anchored the Maiden and just around the point of land that jutted out at the mouth of the river and sent Artie and Henry into the town to find out what they could. But it shouldn't have taken 3 days. He'd only wanted to know where he could find the wench, not details of the whole town. But they were back now. And the moment they climbed aboard, he demanded, well, only to change his mind and snap. In my cabin. Neither man was overly concerned with his abruptness. They had an earful to report. And besides, the captain's manner was no different than it had been since leaving Jamaica. They followed him below, as did Connie. But James didn't even wait to settle behind his desk before he again asked for an accounting. Artie was the first to speak up. You won't like it none, Captain. Or maybe you will. That ship we was after followin'. She's 10 the Skylark line. James frowned thoughtfully as he slowly eased into his chair. Now, why does that name have a familiar ring to it? Connie's memory had no trouble supplying the answer. Maybe because as the Hawk, you had encounters with 2 Skylark ships. One we captured. The other got away. But not before we did considerable damage to her. And this Bridgeport air is own port o' the line, Artie added. There's more in a half dozen, their ships docked right now. James accepted the significance of that with a grin. It appears my decision to avoid that harbor was a fortuitous one. Don't it, Connie? Indeed. The maiden and might not be recognizable. But you certainly are. And I guess that settles the matter of your going ashore. Does it? Connie stiffened. Blister it. James. The wench isn't worth getting hanged for. Do try not to exaggerate so, came the dry reply. I might have been easily visible whenever we bore down on a prize, but I also sported a beard in those days, which you'll notice I no longer do. I'm no more recognizable than my ship is, and furthermore, the Hawk retired more than 5 years ago. Time dims all memories. In your case. It must also have eroded good sense, Connie grumbled. There's no reason you have to take any risk, Atal. When we can just as easily bring the brat to you. And if she doesn't want to come, I'll see that she does. Are we considering abduction?
Connie?
Strike me if I'm wrong. But isn't that a crime? Red-faced with frustration, Connie demanded. You just aren't going to take this seriously, are you? James's lips twitched the slightest bit. I'm just remembering that the last time we tried abduction of a fair damsel, we ended up pulling my sweet niece out of the bag. And the time before that, when Reagan was quite willing to be abducted, I ended up being disowned and soundly thrashed by my dear brothers. But that's neither here nor there. I didn't come all this way to let your worry over what is no more than a slim possibility at most change my plans. Just what are your plans? That particular question brought back James's irritation. And then some. I haven't any yet, but that's beside the bloody point. And then, Artie, where the hell is the wench? You two laggards did discover her whereabouts. Didn't you? Captain. She lives in a big ooze just outside Bridgeport. Outside? Then I can find her without actually going through the town. Easily.
But
James didn't let him finish. There. You see?
Connie?
You were worried over nothing. Captain Dash. I won't have to go anywhere near the harbor.
Merde.
Henry was finally heard from as he glowered at his friend. When will you tell him?
Mon ami?
After he has entered the tiger's house. That's lion's ooze. Henry. And what do you think Eve been trying to do? They had James's full attention again after that. It's Lion's Den. Gentlemen. And if I am to enter one, I suppose I must assume I'm missing something pertinent. What would that be? Just that it's the girl's family what owns them Skylark ships. Our brothers that sail, Bloody hell, Connie mumbled, while James started laughing. By God. That's irony for you. She said she owned a ship, but I'll be damned if I believed her. Thought she was just being lippy again. Appears she was being modest instead, Connie said. And there's nothing funny about it.
James.
You can't very well. Course I can. I'll just have to choose a time when she's likely to be alone. That won't be today. Captain. They're given a sorry tonight. A soiree? One of them. Alf the town's been invited. To celebrate the whole family is home, Henry added. Such an occurrence apparently does not happen often. I can see now what took you so bloody long, James said in disgust. I send you to locate the wench. And you come back with her family history. All right. What else will I find of interest? I don't suppose you discovered what she was doing in England, by any chance? Looking for her intended. Her intended what? Her fiancé, Henry clarified. James sat forward slowly. All three of his companions recognized the signs. If he'd been in a simmering rage since they'd left Jamaica, it was nothing compared to what that single word just did to him.
She has a
fiancé. No longer, Henry quickly explained. She found him wed to an English wench. And after she'd waited 6 years for, ouch. Jesus. Henry, that's my bleedin' foot you're steppin' on. It should be your mouth.
Mon ami. She
Waited.
6
Years. Artie flinched. Well, he got himself impressed. Captain. And then the war. They didn't know what became, the lad until earlier this year. It ain't common knowledge. At least that she went searchin' for him. Henry had to sweet talk one o' the housemaids. 6 years, James said again. But this time to himself. In a louder voice he added, sounds like George was very much in love. Don't it? Connie. Damn me. James. I can't believe you're letting that bother you. I've heard you say a number of times that a woman on the rebound makes for a splendid tumble. And you didn't want the brat falling in love with you. Did you? It always annoys the hell out of you when they do. Quite so. Then what the devil are you still glowering about? Chapter 29. Where the hell have you been? Clinton. Drew demanded belligerently as soon as his brother entered the large study, which was the general gathering place for the men in the house. Clinton glanced at Warren and Thomas lounging on a maroon sofa for an explanation of Drew's unusual greeting. But since Drew hadn't bothered to tell either of them why he'd been so impatient for Clinton's return, they both merely shrugged. He continued on to his desk before he replied. I believe it's my habit to attend to business when I'm home. I spent the morning at the Skylark offices. Had you bothered to ask Hannah? She would have told you that. Drew recognized a subtle reprimand when he heard it. He flushed slightly, but only because he hadn't thought to question their housekeeper cook. Hannah was too busy preparing for the party to be bothered. Clinton had to tamp down the urge to smile at that mumbled reply. Drew's displays of temper were very rare and so surprising when they occurred. There was no point in aggravating the one he was demonstrating just now. Warren felt no such qualms. You could have asked me. Blockhead. Warren chuckled. I could have told you. Drew was on his way to the sofa before Warren finished. So Warren didn't bother to finish. He just stood up to meet his younger brother head-on. Drew. The warning had to be repeated in an even louder tone before Drew turned back to glare at Clinton. The last time those two had a difference of opinion in his study, he had to have his desk repaired and 2 lamps and a table replaced. You might both remember that we're entertaining this evening, Clinton admonished sternly. With the whole blasted town likely to show up, this room as well as every other in the house is certain to be used. I'd appreciate it if it didn't have to be rearranged beforehand. Warren unclenched his fists and sat back down. Thomas shook his head at the lot of them. What's troubling you, Drew? That you couldn't discuss it with Warren or myself? He asked. His tone meant to be soothing. You didn't have to wait for her. Neither of you was home last night. But Clinton was Drew snapped, but said no more, as if that had explained it all. Thomas's renowned patience was clearly in evidence as he said, "You went out yourself,
Didn't you?
so what's this in reference to? I want to know what the hell happened while I was gone." That's what. Drew then rounded on his oldest brother again. So help me, Clinton. If you spanked Georgie after you said you wouldn't. I did no such thing, Clinton returned indignantly. But he should have, Warren put in his opinion. A good walloping would have lifted the guilt from her shoulders. What guilt? For worrying us. It's had her moping around the house. If you've seen her moping, it's because she hasn't gotten over Cameron yet. She loved. What nonsense, Warren scoffed. She never loved that little bastard. She just wanted him because he was the best-looking boy the town had to offer. Though why she thought so I'll never understand. If that's so, brother, then what had her crying every blasted day for a full week after we left Jamaica? It broke my heart to see her eyes all red and puffy. And it was all I could do to cheer her up before we got home. But I managed it. So, I want to know what set her off again. Did you say something to her, Clinton? I barely spoke 2 words to her. She spent most of the evening in her room. Are you saying she was crying again? Drew, Thomas asked carefully. Is that what you're so upset about? Drew shoved his hands in his pockets as he nodded curtly. I can't stand it. I really can't. Get used to it. Blockhead, Warren inserted. They've all got their store of tears ready to discharge at a moment's notice. No one would expect an asinine cynic to know the difference between real tears and fake ones, Drew retorted. Clinton was about to jump in when he saw that Warren was ready to take serious exception to that last remark. But he didn't have to bother. Thomas defused Warren's temper merely by placing his hand on his arm and giving him a slight shake of his head. Clinton's lips turned down in chagrin. Seeing that, the whole family admired Thomas's ability to remain calm under any circumstances, ironically, Warren most of all. Warren also tended to take Thomas's censure to heart, whereas he usually ignored Clinton's. A fact that annoyed Clinton no end, especially since Thomas was 4 years Warren's junior, and also a half-foot shorter. You're forgetting that you were of the same opinion as the rest of us, Drew. When we agreed to allow that ridiculous engagement, Clinton pointed out. None of us thought that Georgina's affections were seriously involved. For God's sake. She was just a child of 16. The reasons we agreed don't matter when she's gone and proved us all wrong, Drew insisted. All that has been proven is that Georgie is incredibly loyal. And unbelievably stubborn, Clinton replied. And I'm inclined to agree with Warren. I still don't think she actually loved Cameron. Then why would she wait 6? Don't be a total ass. Drew, Warren cut in. The situation around here hasn't changed in all these years. There still aren't a great number of unmarried men in this town for her to choose from. So, why shouldn't she wait for Cameron to come back? She didn't find anyone else in the meantime that she would prefer to him. If she had, you can bet she would have forgotten that Cornish man in the blink of an eye. Then why did she run off to find him? Drew asked hotly. Answer me that? Obviously. She felt she'd waited long enough. Clinton and I had already come to the same conclusion. He was going to take her with him when he went to New Haven to visit his children this trip home. His mother-in-law is still active in the social whirl there. What's social whirl? Drew snorted. New Haven is not much bigger than Bridgeport. If that didn't work, Then I was going to take her to New York. You were? Warren's scowl became positively threatening. You think I don't know how to escort a woman about? A woman. But not a sister. What man would approach her with you near at hand? The perpetual brooder. That brought Warren to his feet again with eyes flashing. I don't brood. If you two would stop trying to provoke each other, Thomas managed to interrupt without raising his voice. You might realize that you've gotten away from the point. What was intended is irrelevant at the moment. The fact remains that Georgie is obviously more unhappy than the rest of us thought. If she's been crying, did you ask her why, Drew? Why? Drew exclaimed. Why else? She's heartbroken. I tell you. But did she tell you that? She didn't have to. The day she found me in Jamaica, she said that Malcolm had married another woman, and then she immediately burst into tears. She hasn't seemed the least bit heartbroken, Clinton remarked. She's been damned bossy. If you ask me, after getting away with what she did the other day when she arrived. This blasted party tonight was her idea. Too. And she's thrown herself into preparing fork. Well, you don't see her down here this morning. Do you? She's probably hiding in her room because her eyes are all puffy again. Thomas actually frowned. It's time someone had a talk with her. Clinton. What the hell do I know about these things? Warren. But before Warren could answer, Thomas chuckled. No. Better not you. I'll do it, Drew offered reluctantly. When all you can do is make assumptions. And you turn to mush at the first sign of a few tears. Warren sneered. Before they could begin another argument, Thomas rose and started for the door, saying, with Boyd likely still asleep after being out half the night, I suppose that leaves me. Lots of luck, Drew called after him. Or have you forgotten, she's still mad at you? Thomas paused to glance back at Drew. Did it occur to you to wonder why? There's nothing to wonder about. She didn't want to go to England. She wanted you to go. Exactly, Thomas replied. Which means she didn't really care if she saw Cameron again or not. She just wanted the matter settled. Well, hell, Drew said after he'd gone. Was that supposed to be significant? Warren couldn't let that one pass. It's a wonder you aren't still a virgin. Drew. With as little as you know about women. Me? Drew choked out. Well, at least I leave them smiling. It's a wonder that your women don't freeze to death in your bed. They were too near to each other for that kind of exchange. All Clinton could do was yell. Watch the blasted furniture. Chapter 30. Thomas. Georgina exclaimed when she lifted the comber of the damp cloth covering her eyes to find her brother walking toward her bed, rather than her maid. Since when do you just walk into my room without knocking? Since my welcome became doubtful. What's wrong with your eyes? She tossed the cloth on the table next to her bed and threw her legs over the side to sit up. Nothing. She mumbled indistinctly. What's wrong with you then? That you're still in bed? Do you know what hour it is? That managed to get a glare out of her. I've been up. Does this look like my nightclothes? She asked, indicating the bright yellow morning gown she was wearing. So you've just become lazy. Is that it? With so much inactivity on your recent voyages? Her mouth dropped open before it pulled into a tight line of irritation. What do you want? To find out when you're going to start talking to me again. He smiled as he said it, and sat down at the foot of the bed where he could lean back against the bedpost to face her. She wasn't fooled. He wanted something else. And whenever Thomas didn't come right to the point was almost invariably delicate or distasteful, neither of which she cared to face just now. As for talking to him again, she'd already decided that she had to assure him he was forgiven and blameless before her condition became known, so he wouldn't feel guilty or feel he was partly responsible. He wasn't. She could have kept James Mallory from making love to her if she'd really wanted to, but she hadn't wanted to. Her conscience could attest to that. She might as well get it over with while he was here. I'm sorry,
Thomas.
if I led you to believe that I'm angry with you. I'm not. You know, I wasn't the only one who had that impression.
Droit sur me?
Drew is just being overprotective, she insisted with a good deal of exasperation. Honestly, it's not like him to get so involved in our affairs. I can't imagine why he... Can't you? He interrupted gently. It's not like you to behave impetuously, but you have. He's reacting to your reactions. So is Warren. For that matter. He's being deliberately provoking.
He's always provoking.
Thomas chuckled. So he is. But usually he's a bit more subtle about it. Let me put it another way. He's actively looking for a brawl just now. And I don't think he cares who obliges him. But why? It's one way of getting rid of emotions that he has trouble containing. She made a moue of distaste. Well, I wish he'd find another outlet. I wish he'd fall in love again. That would give him a different direction for his passions. Then maybe he'd stop. Did I hear you correctly? Georgina Anderson. She flushed hotly at his censuring tone, having forgotten for a moment that she was talking to a brother. For God's sake. Thomas, she said defensively. Do you think I know absolutely nothing about life? No more than you should know. Which is very little about that side of life. She groaned inwardly, but staunchly maintained. You've got to be joking. After all the conversations I've overheard in this house? Granted, I shouldn't have listened, but when the subject is so fascinating. She grinned when he leaned his head back against the post, closing his eyes. Have I made my point, Thomas? One eye popped open. You've changed.
Georgie.
Clinton calls it bossiness, but I'd call it assertiveness. And it's about time I showed some. Don't you think? Willfulness is more like it. Well, I'm due some of that, too. She grinned. And downright lippy. So I've been told recently. Well, what? What's responsible for this new sister I've come home to find? She shrugged. I guess I've just figured out that I can make my own decisions about my life. And accept the consequences for them. Such as going off to England? He asked carefully. For one. There's more? I'm not getting married. Thomas, she said so softly he assumed she referred to Malcolm. We know that, sweetheart. But, ever. Fireworks going off inside the room couldn't have had more impact than that one word. Especially when every instinct told him she wasn't just being melodramatic. Was in fact absolutely in earnest. Isn't that a bit drastic? No, she said simply. I see.
No.
Actually, I don't. In fact, it looks like I'm as bad as Drew is at making assumptions. By the way, he's terribly upset. She stood up, sensing by his tone that the conversation was going to take a turn now that she'd rather avoid for the time being. Thomas. He heard you crying last night. Thomas. I don't. He insists your heart is broken.
Is it?
Georgie. He sounded so sympathetic. She felt the tears coming on again. She quickly gave him her back until she could get her emotions under control.
Thomas.
Of course. Had the patience to wait. Finally, she said in a forlorn little voice. It feels like it. It wouldn't have occurred to Thomas to ask his next question a few hours ago. But he was done with making assumptions. Because of Malcolm? She swung around in surprise. She'd so hoped she wouldn't have to say any more. But Thomas was being entirely too perceptive, not to mention persistent. She wondered why she was even trying to be misleading. What did it matter now? Because she didn't want to talk about James. Talking about him would have her crying again. And she didn't want to cry anymore.
Damn.
But she thought last night's bout would hold her for a while. She dropped back on the bed with a sigh. I really wish all I felt now is what I felt when I discovered Malcolm's betrayal. That was so easy to deal with.
And get over.
I was merely furious. So, it is something else that has you so melancholy? Melancholy? She laughed shortly. How little that really says. And then she asked a question of her own. Why haven't you married yet? Thomas? Georgie. Demonstrate your patience. Brother. Why haven't you? I haven't found what I'm looking for yet. But you are looking? Yes. Clinton isn't, and look how many years it's been since his wife died. He says he just doesn't want to go through that again. Warren isn't, but of course he's still nursing his bitterness and will likely change his mind eventually, as fond as he is of children. Boyd isn't. He claims he's much too young to settle down.
Drew.
Now. Says he's not ready to give up the fun of looking. He told you that? Thomas came very close to raising his voice.
No, she grinned.
That was just one of the things I overheard. He gave her a purely disgruntled look. What's your point, Georgina? That you've decided you're not going to look anymore?
No.
I've just met someone with still another view on marriage. And I can safely say he thinks hell would be preferable. My God, Thomas gasped as all the pieces came together. No wonder it didn't make sense. Who is he? An Englishman. She cringed, waiting for the explosion. But this was Thomas. He merely asked, "What's his name?" But Georgina had already said more than she'd intended to. His name doesn't matter. You won't be meeting him. And I'll never see him again. Did he know how you felt about him?
No.
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know. How did he feel about you? He liked me well enough. But not enough to marry you? I told you.
Thomas.
He thinks marriage is a fool's mistake. And those were his exact words. No doubt said to keep me from hoping. I'm sorry, sweetheart, I truly am. But, you know, this is no reason to set yourself against marriage. There will be other men, maybe not here, but Clinton means to take you to New Haven with him when he visits our two nieces. And if no one appeals to you there, Warren intends to take you to New York. She had to smile at that. Her brothers, all of them, meant well. And she'd enjoy seeing her nieces again. She had wanted to raise them herself when Clinton's wife died, but she'd been only 12 at the time and was being raised more or less by servants herself, or whichever brother was home at the time. So it had been decided that they'd live with their grandparents in New Haven, since Clinton was so rarely home himself. Fortunately, New Haven wasn't so very far away. But if she was going to visit anywhere, she'd have to do it soon, before she started showing and all hell broke loose. Maybe most of her brothers would be back to sea by then. She could hope.
Right now,
she'd agree to anything to end this discussion. Before Thomas thought to get even more personal in his questioning. I'll consider going, Thomas. If you'll do me a favor, don't tell the others about, well, what I've told you. They wouldn't understand how I could fall in love with an Englishman. I don't understand it myself. You know, I really couldn't stand him at first, his arrogance, well, you know how those blasted lords can be. A lord, too. He rolled his eyes.
No.
I can't see any good reason to mention that to my dear brothers. They'd likely want to start up the war again. Chapter 31. Blast it.
Georgie.
Don't you know better than to do that to a man? Georgina blinked at Drew's sharp tone before his words sunk in. Do what? She asked innocently, already realizing by the way he was clutching the vase he was holding that he'd nearly dropped it when he'd glanced at her. Why she'd surprised him, though, she wasn't sure, since she'd spoken to him when she entered the study. Come into a room looking like that, he explained testily, glaring at the low cut of her evening gown. She blinked again. Well, for God's sake. Drew, how am I supposed to look for a party? Should I have worn one of my old work dresses? Maybe my gardening one, replete with grass stains? You know what I meant, he glowered. That one is much too. There is nothing wrong with this gown. Mrs. Mullins, my seamstress, assured me it's in very good taste. Then Mrs. Mullins doesn't have any what? Good taste herself. When that brought a gasp and then a narrowing of her chocolate eyes, Drew decided he'd better back off.
Now,
Georgie,
it's not so much the dress,
but what it doesn't cover. If you get my meaning. I got your meaning right off. Drew Anderson, she said indignantly. Am I supposed to dress out of fashion just because my brother objects to the cut of my bodice? I'll wager you've never complained about this particular style on other women. Have you? Since he hadn't, he decided it might be prudent to shut his mouth on the subject. But still, damn. But she'd given him a turn. He'd known she'd blossomed into a little beauty, but this was broadcasting it from the mainmast. Georgina took pity on his flushed discomfort. After all, she hadn't had occasion to dress up the last few times Drew was home, so it had been several years since he had seen her in anything other than her modest day dresses and, more recently, her boy's attire. She'd had this gown made up last Christmas for the Willards' annual ball, but a severe cold had kept her from wearing it then. But the Grecian style was still in the height of fashion, as was the thinness of the material, in this case a sheer rose batiste over white silk. And her mother's ruby necklace was the perfect touch to fill in the bare expanse below her neck, which Drew was objecting to. But his objection really was a bit ridiculous. It wasn't as if she were in danger of exposing herself. There was a good inch and a half of ribbon-threaded material above her nipples, a considerable amount compared to some gowns she had seen on other women.
So a little cleft was showing.
A little cleft was supposed to show. It's all right,
Drew.
She grinned now. I promise not to drop anything. And if I do, I'll let someone else pick it up for me. He accepted that out gracefully. See that you do, but couldn't resist adding. You'll be lucky if Warren doesn't put a sack over your head. She rolled her eyes. This was just what she needed to make the evening go smoothly. Brothers all over the room glaring at any man who got near her, or surrounding her themselves so no man could get near. What were you doing with that? She asked. indicating the vase to change the subject. Just having a closer look at what's cost us our China trade. Georgina had heard the story the night of her homecoming. The vase wasn't just an antique, but a priceless piece of art from the Tang dynasty, some 900 years old, and Warren had won it in a game of chance. If that wasn't incredible enough, he'd wagered his ship against it. If she hadn't also heard that Warren was quite drunk at the time, she wouldn't have believed it, since the Nereus was the most important thing in his life. But Clinton had confirmed it. He'd been there at the time and hadn't even tried to talk Warren out of the game. Not that he could have. Apparently, he'd wanted the vase just as badly to take the risk of losing one of the Skylark ships. Of course, one ship was nothing in comparison to the value of that vase. What neither of them had realized at the time was that the Chinese warlord who had wagered his vase against Warren's ship had no intention of honoring the bet if he lost, which he did. A group of his followers had attacked them on the way back to their ships, and if their crews hadn't come to the rescue, neither of them would have survived that night. As it was, they just barely escaped Canton without having their ships fired upon. And having to leave so suddenly was the reason they were home much sooner than expected. As she watched Drew carefully lock the vase back in Clinton's desk, she remarked, "I'm surprised Clinton has taken it so well that it will be a very long time before a Skylark ship dares venture into Chinese waters again."
Oh.
I don't know. As lucrative as the Canton trade was, I think he was getting tired himself of the long voyages. I know Warren was. And they did make several European stops on the way back to establish new markets. She hadn't heard that before. Is England being forgiven then and considered for one of those markets? He looked at her and chuckled. You must be joking. With as much money as they cost us with their arbitrary blockade before the war? Not to mention how many of their blasted warships stopped ours to impress their so-called deserters. It'll be a cold day in hell before Clinton deals with an Englishman again, even if we were desperate for their trade, which we're certainly not. Her grimace was inward. If there had been a secret hope that she might someday return to England to see James again, she might as well bury it. If only that trip to Jamaica hadn't been his last, she could have gone back there easily enough. But he'd confessed that he had only gone there to dispose of his holdings, that he was returning to England for good. I didn't think so, she said now in a small voice. What's the frown for? Georgie? Have you forgiven England? After those bastards stole your Malcolm and caused you such grief? She almost laughed. England?
No.
But one particular Englishman she'd forgive anything. If only he...
What?
Had loved her a little instead of just desiring her? That was asking for the moon. But Drew was waiting for an answer, and she gave him the one he most likely expected. Certainly not. She snapped, and turned to leave, only to find Warren on his way into the room. His eyes went straight to her décolletage, and his expression immediately started gathering storm clouds. And she snapped again. Not one word. Warren. Or I'll rip it off and come down to the party naked. See if I don't. I wouldn't, Drew cautioned when Warren started to follow her out of the room. Did you see the bosoms on that girl? Warren's tone was half outrage, half amazement. Couldn't miss them. Drew smiled wryly. I mentioned it myself, and received a quelling set-down. The girl grew up. Warren. When we weren't looking. She'll still have to change into something more. She won't. And if you try and insist, she's likely to do exactly as she said. Don't be an ass.
Drew.
She wouldn't. Are you so sure? Drew interrupted again. Our little Georgie has changed. And I don't just mean in Toa raving beauty. That was more gradual. This is so sudden. It's like she's a new woman. What is? Her willfulness. The temper she'd been demonstrating. And don't ask me where she might have picked it up. But she's developed a droll wit that is really quite amusing at times. And snippy. Hell, it's hard to even tease her anymore. She sasses back so quickly. None of which has anything to do with that blasted gown she's wearing. Now who's being an ass? Drew snorted. And borrowed from Georgina's own retaliation. You wouldn't mind seeing it on any other woman? Now would you? Those low-cut bits of nothing are, after all, highly fashionable, and, he added with a grin, thank God. And that just got him a glower that Warren was still wearing when he stood in the receiving line a while later to greet their guests and intimidate any of the male gender who happened to stare at Georgina too long. No one else, of course, thought anything the least bit wrong with her lovely gown. It was, if anything, modest next to a few others worn by some of their female neighbors. As was usually the case in a seafaring town, there were many more women present than men. But for an impromptu party, there was a fine turnout. The main gathering was in the drawing room, but with so many people showing up, and still more trickling in as the evening progressed, every room on the first floor had a small crowd of people in it. Georgina was enjoying herself, despite the fact that Warren was never more than a few feet away. At least he'd stopped scowling. Boyd, too, after his first sight of her, was right there at her side every time a man approached her, no matter what age the man happened to be, and even if he was accompanied by a wife. Drew remained close by just to watch the other two playing Big Brothers, which was amusing him no end. Clinton informed us that you'll be sailing to New Haven soon. So it seems, Georgina replied to the stout lady who'd just joined her small group. Mrs. Wiggins had married a farmer. But she came from townfolk herself and had never quite made the adjustment. She flicked open an ornate fan and began stirring the air around them. The crowded room was getting a bit warm. But you've just returned from England, the older lady pointed out. As if Georgina could forget. By the way,
Dear.
How did you find it? Dreadful, she said in all sincerity. Crowded. Rife with thieves and beggars. She didn't bother to mention the beautiful countryside, or the quaint villages that had, oddly enough, reminded her of Bridgeport. You see, Amos, Mrs. Wiggins told her husband. It's just as we imagined. A den of iniquity. Georgina wouldn't have gone that far in her description. There were, after all, two sides to London, the poor and the rich. Maybe she would go that far. The rich might not be thieves. But she'd met one of their lords, and he was as wicked as they come. It's fortunate that you weren't there very long, Mrs. Wiggins continued. Yes, Georgina agreed. I was able to conclude my business quite swiftly. It was obvious the lady was dying to ask what that business was, but she wasn't quite audacious enough to do it. And Georgina wasn't about to volunteer the information that she'd been betrayed, jilted, forsaken. It still bridled that she'd been such a fool, clinging to a childhood fancy for so long. And she'd already come to the conclusion that she didn't even have love as an excuse. What she had felt for Malcolm was nothing next to what she felt for James Mallory. She blamed his name being in her thoughts for the tingling shiver of premonition that crawled down her spine a moment later when she saw Mrs. Wiggins staring in clear amazement at the doorway behind her. Of course it was absurd. Wishful thinking. She had only to glance around, and her pulse would slow down again. But she couldn't do it. The hope was there, regardless how unfounded, and she wanted to savor it, cling to it, before it was dashed to nothing. Who is he? I wonder, Mrs. Wiggins crashed into Georgina's thoughts. One of your brother's men. Georgina?
Probably.
Surely. They were always picking up new crewmen in other ports, and new faces always engendered curiosity here in Bridgeport. She still wouldn't look. He doesn't have the look of a sailor, mister. Wiggins had concluded, and said so.
No.
He doesn't. This surprisingly from Boyd, whom Georgina had forgotten was even beside her. But he does look familiar. I've met him before, or seen him somewhere. I just can't place where. So much for raised hopes. Georgina thought in disgust. Her pulse slowed. She started breathing again. And she turned around to see who the devil they were so curious about. And had the floor drop out from under her. He stood not 10 feet away, big, blonde, elegant, and so handsome it was painful. But the green eyes that pinned her to the spot and took her breath away were the coldest, most menacing eyes she'd ever seen in her life. Her love, her Englishman, and the realization was fast dawning and rising up to choke her. Her downfall. Chapter 32. What is it? Georgie, Boyd asked in alarm. You don't look well at all. She couldn't answer her brother. She felt the pressure of his hand on her arm, but couldn't look his way. She couldn't take her eyes off James. Or believe, despite the silly game of hope she had just played with herself, that he was truly here. He'd cut his hair. That was the first thought she was able to fix in her mind with any coherency. He'd been tying it back as they had neared Jamaica. It had grown so long, and with that golden earring flashing, he'd looked more like a pirate than ever to her adoring eyes. But he looked nothing like a pirate now. His tawny mane of hair was as flyaway as ever, as if he'd just come in out of a violent storm, but as it was style other men spent hours trying to achieve. It looked perfectly in order. The locks that fell over his ears concealed whether he still sported the golden earring. He could have been walking into a ball given for royalty. He was so finely turned out in velvet and silk. Had she thought he looked stunning in emerald? He looked positively devastating in dark burgundy, the nap of the velvet so fine, the many lights in the rooms cast it in jewel tones. His silk stockings were as snowy white as the stylish cravat at his throat. A fat diamond winked there, so big it was surely drawing notice if the man himself wasn't. Georgina had noticed all this when her eyes first swept him, before they locked with his riveting gaze, a gaze that was sending off warning signals that should have had her running for her life. She'd seen James Mallory in many different moods over the weeks she'd spent with him, several of those moods quite dark, but she'd never actually seen him truly angry, enough to lose his temper, if he even had one. But what she saw now in his eyes could have frozen a hot coal. He was angry, all right, so angry. She couldn't begin to guess what he might do. For a moment, all he was doing was letting her know. Do you know him? Two.
Oh.
That was right. Boyd thought he looked somehow familiar. He was obviously wrong. But before she could comment at all, if she could manage to get a word past the tightness in her throat, James started to walk toward her in a deceivingly lazy stride. George in a dress? How unique. His dry voice carried across the space to her and everyone around her. It becomes you.
Though.
Indeed it does. But I must say I prefer your breeches. Much more revealing of certain delectable. Who are you? Mister? Boyd demanded aggressively. stepping in front of James to cut off his derogatory flow of words as well as his path. For a moment it looked as if James would just brush him aside. And Georgina didn't doubt that he could. They might be of a height. But where Boyd was lean and hard like the rest of his brothers, James was a brick wall, broad,
Solid.
and massively muscled. And Boyd might be a man to reckon with at 26 years of age. But next to James, he looked a mere boy fresh out of the schoolroom. Bless me, you're not actually thinking of interfering, are you?
Lad.
I asked who you are, Boyd repeated, flushing under the amused condescension he detected. But he added, with a measure of his own derision, aside from being an Englishman, all signs of amusement instantly dropped. Aside from being an Englishman, I'm James Mallory. Now be a good chap and step aside. Not so fast. Warren moved next to Boyd to block James's path even more. A name doesn't tell us who you are or what you're doing here. Another one? Shall we do this the hard way, George? He asked it even though he could no longer see her with Warren's towering shoulders as an obstruction. But she didn't have the least little doubt of James's meaning, whether her brothers did or not. And she found she could move after all, and quite quickly, to come around their protective wall. They're my brothers.
James.
Please don't. Brothers? He cut in sneeringly. And those frigid green eyes were back on her. And here I thought something entirely different. With the way they were hovering over you, there was enough insinuation in his tone for no one to mistake his meaning.
Georgina gasped.
Boyd flushed beet red. Warren just threw his first punch. That it was deflected with ease disconcerted him for a moment. In that moment, Drew arrived to prevent Warren from swinging again. Have you lost your senses? He hissed in an embarrassed whisper. We've got a room full of people here. Warren. Guess. Remember? Hell. I thought you'd gotten it out of your system this afternoon when you laid into me. You didn't hear what that son of a... Actually, I did. But unlike you, I happen to know that he's the captain of the ship that brought Georgie to Jamaica. Instead of beating him to a pulp, why don't we find out what he's doing here? And why he's being so provoking? Obviously drunk, Boyd offered. James didn't deign to answer that charge. He was still staring down at Georgina, his expression keeping her from showing any joy that he was here. You were absolutely right,
George.
Yours are quite tedious. He was referring to her brothers, of course, and the remark she had made about them that first day on his ship, when she admitted she had other brothers besides Mac. Fortunately, her 3 siblings didn't realize that. Georgina didn't know what to do. She was afraid to ask James why he was here, or why he was so obviously furious with her. She wanted to get him away from her brothers before all hell broke loose, but she wasn't sure she wanted to be left alone with him. But she'd have to. She put her hand on Warren's arm and could feel how tense he was. I'd like a private word with the captain. No, was all he said. From Warren's expression, she knew there'd be no getting around him. So she appealed for help from a different quarter. Drew? Drew was more diplomatic. He merely ignored her, keeping his eyes on James. Why exactly are you here? Captain Mallory, he asked in a most reasonable tone. If you must know, I've come to return George's belongings, which she thoughtlessly left behind in our cabin. Georgina groaned inwardly after a quick glance at her brothers. That had stood out like a flashing beacon on a moonless night, and not one of them had missed the implication. She'd been right in her first assumption. Her downfall was imminent, especially since James at his nastiest was embarrassing in the extreme, but he was obviously going for blood. She might as well dig a hole and bury herself. I can't explain, she began to tell her brothers, but didn't think she'd get far. And she was right. I'd rather hear Mallory explain. Warren's tone was barely under control, much less his anger. But so would I, Drew was next to interrupt. His tone no longer reasonable.
Either.
Georgina, quite understandably, lost her temper at that point. Blast you both. Can't you see he's deliberately looking for a fight? You ought to recognize the signs. Warren, you do the same thing all the time. Would someone mind telling me what is going on here?
Clinton demanded.
Georgina was almost glad to see him arrive. And with Thomas beside him. Maybe, just maybe, James might feel it would be prudent now to desist in his assassination of her reputation. She had little doubt that was his intention. She just didn't know why. Are you all right, sweetheart? Thomas asked her, putting his arm protectively around her shoulders. She just had time to nod before James said mockingly, Sweetheart, don't even think of going that route again. James Mallory, she warned in a furious undertone. This is my brother Thomas. And the mountain? My brother Clinton, she gritted out. James merely shrugged. The mistake was natural, considering there's no family resemblance. Which was it? Different mothers? Or fathers? You're a fine one to talk about resemblance. When your brother is as dark as sin. Anthony will appreciate the simile. Indeed, he will. And I'm delighted to know you remember meeting him.
George.
He wouldn't have forgotten you either. No more than I would have. She could be forgiven for missing the implication of that statement, as upset as she was. And Clinton was still waiting for an explanation, if the sharp clearing of his throat was any indication. Boyd beat her to it. He's the captain of the ship Georgie left England on, and English to boot. I'd already detected that much. Is that why you're putting on this little show for our guests? The condemnation in Clinton's tone left Boyd shamefaced and silent. But Drew took up where he left off. We didn't start this. Clint. The bastard was insulting Georgie the moment he walked into the room. James's lips curled disdainfully. By remarking that I prefer the darling girl in breeches? That's a matter of opinion.
Dear boy.
Hardly's an insult. That wasn't exactly how you put it, Mallory. And you know it, Warren told him in a furious hiss. And that's not the only rubbish he's been spouting.
Clinton.
He's also made the ridiculous claim that Georgina's belongings were kept in his cabin. Implying well, of course they were, James interrupted quite mildly. Where else would her belongings be? She was, after all, my cabin boy. He could have said lover. Georgina reminded herself as she lost every bit of color in her face. That would have been worse. But not by much. While each of her brothers was looking at her to deny it, all she could do was stare at James. There was no triumph in his eyes. still as frigid as before. She was afraid that last thrust wasn't the final one yet. Georgina? Her thoughts clattered desperately this way and that, but could find no way to get out of the dilemma James had put her in. Short of lying, which was out of the question with him, standing there. It's a long story.
Clinton.
Can it wait until that? Now. Wonderful. Now Clinton was furious. Even Thomas was frowning. Burying herself in a hole in the ground was likely to end up her only option. Very well, she said stiffly. But in the study, if you don't mind. By all means. She headed in that direction, without waiting to see who was following. But that James was the first one through the door behind her gave her a start. You weren't invited.
Ah.
But I was.
Love.
Those young pups weren't budging without me. In answer, she glowered at him, while her brothers filed through the door. Only one couple was in the room, and Drew quickly ousted them from the sofa with little fuss. Georgina tapped her toes, waiting. She might as well make a clean breast of everything and let her brothers kill James. Who the devil did he think he was dealing with here? Anyway, calm, reasonable men?
Ha!
He was in for a rude awakening. And if his rotten plan backfired in his face, that was no more than he deserved just now. Well, Georgina, you don't have to take that head of the family tone with me.
Clinton.
I haven't done a single thing I'm sorry for. Circumstances forced Mac and me to work our way home. But I was disguised as a boy. And where did this boy in disguise sleep? So the captain kindly offered to share his cabin with me. You've done the same for your cabin boy, as a means of protection. And it wasn't as if he knew I was. Her eyes flew to James, flaring wide, and then filling with murderous lights as his previous words finally clicked. You son of a bitch. What do you mean you wouldn't have forgotten me? Are you saying you knew I was a girl all along, that you only pretended to see through my disguise later? With supreme nonchalance, James replied. Quite so. There was nothing tepid about Georgina's reaction. With a low cry of rage, she leaped across the space between them. Thomas jerked her back just short of her target and held on to her, since Warren had already claimed James's attention, swinging him about to face him. You compromised her.
Didn't you?
Warren demanded without preamble. Your sister behaved like a dockside doxy. She signed on as my cabin boy. She helped to dress me, even to bathe me, with nary a single protest of maidenly airs. She was compromised before I ever laid hands on her. My God, Warren said. You're actually admitting that you... That. Warren didn't wait for an answer, or even to finish. For the second time that evening, his emotions carried him along, and he swung his fist. And for the second time, the punch was easily deflected. Only James followed it with a short jab to Warren's chin that snapped his head back, but otherwise left him standing in the same place, just slightly dazed. While he blinked away his surprise, Clinton swung James around to face him. Why don't you try that with me? Mallory? Georgina couldn't believe her ears. Clinton, about to engage in fisticuffs?
Stayed.
No nonsense, Clinton? Thomas. Do something, she said. If I didn't think you'd interfere if I let you go, I'd hold that bastard myself, while Clinton rearranges his face. Thomas, she gasped, incredulous. Had all of her brothers lost their senses? She could expect such remarks from the more hot-tempered three, but for God's sake, Thomas never lost his temper, and Clinton never engaged in fights. But look at him, standing there bristling, the only man in the room older than James, and perhaps the only one a match for him. And James, that devil rogue, couldn't have cared less that he had managed to fire all of this heated emotion. "You're welcome to have a go at me, Yank," he said with a mocking slant to his mouth. "But I should warn you that I'm rather good at this sort of thing." Taunting? Daring? The man was suicidal. Did he honestly think he'd only have Clinton to deal with? Of course. He didn't know her brothers. They might pick on each other mercilessly, but against a common enemy, they united. The two older men faced off. But after a few minutes it was readily apparent that James hadn't been bragging. Clinton had gotten in one blow, but James had landed a half-dozen, each one taking its toll with those brick-like fists. When Clinton staggered back from one particularly grueling punch, Boyd stepped in. Unfortunately, Georgina's youngest brother didn't stand a chance and likely knew it, only he was too furious to care. An uppercut, and then a hard right landed him on the floor in short order. And then it was Warren's turn again.
He was more prepared this time.
He wasn't unskilled as a fighter by any means. In fact, Warren rarely lost a fight, and his greater height and longer reach should have given him the advantage here. He'd just never come up against anyone who'd trained in the ring before. But he did acquit himself better than Clinton. His right connected solidly again and again. His blows just didn't seem to be doing any damage. It was like hitting a brick wall. He went down after about 10 minutes, talking a table with him. Georgina glanced at Drew, wondering if he was going to be foolish enough to get into this. And sure enough, he was grinning as he removed his coat. "I have to hand it to you, Captain Mallory. You're rather good," was putting it mildly. "Maybe I should call for pistols instead." "By all means. But again, I should warn you. Don't tell me. You're rather good at that, too." James actually laughed at Drew's dry tone. "Better than good,
Dear boy.
And in all fairness, I was merely going to arm you with the same knowledge that the young cockerels at home are aware of. That I have 14 wins to my credit. No losses. In fact, the only battles I've ever lost have been at sea." "That's all right then. I'll take the advantage that you must be tiring."
Oh.
"Hell, I don't believe it," Boyd suddenly exclaimed, to Drew's annoyance. "Stay out of this, baby brother," Drew told him. "You had your turn."
No.
"You dolt. I've just remembered where I've seen him before. Don't you recognize him? Thomas? Imagine him with a beard." "My God," Thomas said incredulously. "He's that damned pirate, Hawk, who had me limping into port. And he walked off with my entire cargo. And on my first voyage on the Oceanus as sole owner, too." "Are you certain?" Clinton demanded.
Oh.
"For God's sake, Clinton," Georgina scoffed at this point. "You can't take them seriously." "A pirate? He's a damned English lord. A Viscount something or other. Of writing," James supplied. "Thank you," she replied automatically, but went right on as if there'd been no interruption. To accuse him of being a blasted pirate is so ludicrous. That's gentleman pirate.
Love.
"If you don't mind," James interrupted her once again in his drollest tone of voice. "And retired. Not that it matters." She didn't thank him this time. The man was positively insane. There was no other excuse for what he'd just admitted. And that admission was all her brothers had needed to converge on him in force. She watched for a moment, until they all crashed onto the floor. A small mountain of sprawled legs and swinging arms. She finally turned to Thomas, who still had his arm firmly about her shoulder, as if he thought her stupid enough to get in the middle of that. You have to stop them. Thomas. She didn't know how urgent she sounded, and Thomas wasn't dense. Unlike his brothers, he'd been watching the two principals involved in this distasteful affair rather closely. The Englishman's baleful stares lasted only as long as Georgina was looking at him. When she wasn't, there was something else entirely in his eyes. And Georgina's emotions were even more revealing. He's the one you've been crying over, isn't he? Georgie, he asked her very gently. The one you. He was. But he's not anymore, she replied emphatically. Then why should I try to interfere? Because they're going to hurt him.
I see.
And here I thought that was the idea. Thomas. They're just using that piracy nonsense as an excuse to stop being fair about this. Because they weren't getting anywhere fighting him individually. That's possible. But this piracy business is a nonsense.
Georgie.
He is a pirate. Was, she staunchly maintained. You heard him say he's retired. Sweetheart. That doesn't alter the fact that during his unsavory career, the man crippled 2 of our ships and stole a valuable cargo. He can make reparations. The argument lost its point just then as the combatants began rising from the floor. All but James Mallory. Brick walls weren't invincible after all. Chapter 33. James managed to keep the groan from escaping his swollen lips as he regained consciousness. He took a quick mental inventory, but didn't think his ribs were more than badly bruised. His jaw he wasn't so sure about. Well, he bloody well asked for it, hadn't he? He couldn't just keep his mouth shut and play ignorant when those 2 younger brothers had remembered him and brought his past into it. Even George had defended him in her moment of disbelief. But no, he had to let the skeletons out of the closet for a clean breast of it. It wouldn't have been so bad if there weren't so many of them. Hell and fire. 5 of the bloody Yanks. Where were Artie and Henry's wits to have failed to mention that? Where were his, for that matter, in abandoning his original plan to confront George alone? Connie had warned him. Indeed he had. And Connie was going to gloat to England and back over this, might even mention it to Anthony just to rub it in further, and then James would never hear the end of it. And what the devil had he thought to accomplish in coming to their bloody party anyway? Aside from embarrassing the darling girl as she deserved, it was the party, or the idea of it, and George flitting around enjoying herself with a dozen beaux surrounding her, that made James lose his wits. And damned if he hadn't found her so well protected by those idiots she was related to that no one could get near her, not even him. Their voices were buzzing around him, coming from different directions, some far away, some close, just above him in fact. He imagined one of them was watching for signs of his coming awake, and he thought briefly of changing places with the chap. He'd gone easy on them for Georgie's sake, and look what it had gotten him, when he could just as easily have taken each of them out within a matter of seconds while they were still being fair-minded about it. On second thought, perhaps he wasn't quite up to making the effort just now, after they'd tried pounding him through the bloody floor. He'd do better to concentrate on what they were saying, but that effort was almost as difficult through the haze of pain clamoring for attention. I'm not believing it.
Thomas.
Until I hear it from Georgie. She tried to clobber him herself. You know. I was here. Boyd. The only voice that was easy to listen to. And it was so soothing. I was the one who stopped her. But it makes no difference. I tell you she. But she was still pining over Malcolm. Drew. You ass. How many times do you have to be told? That was pure stubbornness on her part. Why the hell don't you stay out of this entirely? Warren. The only thing that comes out of your mouth these days is rubbish anyway. A brief scuffle. And then, for God's sake. You two. Haven't you garnered enough bruises for one day? Well, I've had enough of his damned bitterness dropping in my corner. Clinton. I really have. The Englishman could take lessons from him. I'd say that was the other way around, but that's neither here nor there. Kindly shut up, Warren, if you can't contribute anything constructive. And stop being so blasted touchy.
Drew.
You're not helping matters any. Well, I don't believe it any more than Boyd does. James was beginning to distinguish voices, and this one from the hot-tempered Warren grated along points already throbbing. The blockhead doubts it.
2.
So dash. More scuffling ended that revelation. James sincerely hoped they killed each other after he found out what they were so doubting of. He was about to sit up and ask when they crashed into his feet, jarring his whole body. His groan was telling enough. How are you feeling, Mallory? He was asked by a surprisingly amused voice. Fit enough for a wedding. James cracked his eyelids open to see the baby-faced Boyd grinning down at him. With all the contempt he was capable of, he said, My own brothers have done a better job on me than you peeling pups. Then maybe we should give it another go-around, said the one whose name ought to be cut in half. War suited him so much better. Sit down, Warren. The order came from Thomas, surprising them all, except James, who had no idea this Anderson brother rarely raised his voice. And he really couldn't have cared less just then. Determinedly, he concentrated everything he had on sitting up without flinching. And then it hit him. What the bloody hell do you mean? Wedding. Yours, Englishman, and Georgie's. You compromised her. You'll marry her, or we'll very cheerfully kill you. Then smile away.
Dear boy.
And pull the trigger. I won't be forced. Isn't that what you came here for, Mallory? Thomas asked enigmatically. James glowered at him, while the brothers all reacted in different degrees of amazement. Have you gone crazy, Thomas? Well, that explains everything, doesn't it? This, sarcastically. Where are you getting these ridiculous notions from? First about Georgie. Now this. Would you like to explain that, Tom? It doesn't matter, Thomas replied, watching James. The English mind is too complicated by half. James wasn't going to comment on that. Talking to these imbeciles was a headache in itself. Slowly, with extreme care, he got to his feet. As he did, so did Warren and Clinton, who had been sitting down. James almost laughed. Did they really think he had anything left in him that they need worry about just now? Bloody giants. Little George couldn't have a normal family.
Could she?
By the by, where's George, he wanted to know. The young one, who'd been pacing the floorboards in agitation, stopped in front of him to glower hotly. That's not her name, Mallory. Good God. Indignation over a name.
Now.
And with a lack of the indifference James was known for, I'll call her any bloody thing I like.
Puppy.
Now, where have you put her? We haven't put her anywhere. Drew's voice came from behind him. She's right here. James swung around, winced at what the sharp movement did to him. Saw Drew first, standing between him and the sofa. And on the sofa, stretched out and looking as pale as death, and quite unconscious, Georgina. What the bloody hell? Drew, the only one to actually see the murderous expression that crossed James's face as he started toward the sofa, tried to stop him, but wished he hadn't as he landed with slamming force against the wall. The impact tilted every picture on the wall, and a crash was heard out in the hall, where one of the servants was so startled by the sudden loud noise that she dropped her tray of glasses. Let it go, Warren, Thomas cautioned. He's not going to hurt her. And, to James, she merely fainted. Man, when she got a good look at you. She never faints, Boyd insisted. I tell you she's playing possum, so she won't have to listen to Clinton yell at her. You should have beat her when you had the chance. Clint, this bit of disgruntlement came from Warren, which got him exasperated looks from each of his brothers. But something altogether unexpected from the only non-family member in the room. You lay a bloody hand on her, and you're dead. James didn't even turn around to snarl that warning. He was on his knees beside the sofa, gently patting Georgina's ashen cheek, trying to bring her around. Into the pregnant silence that followed, Thomas looked at Clinton and said calmly, I told you. So you did. All the more reason we don't drag our feet about this. If you'd just let me turn him over to Governor Walcott for hanging, there'd be no problem. He's still compromised her. Warren, Clinton reminded him. There will be a wedding to amend that before we discuss anything else. Their voices droned on behind him, but James was only vaguely listening. He didn't like Georgina's color. Her breathing was too shallow. Of course, he'd never dealt with a fainting woman himself before. Someone else was always around to do that and stick smelling salts under her nose. Her brothers must not have any salts, or they'd have used it. Weren't burnt feathers supposed to do the trick, too? He eyed the sofa, wondering what it was stuffed with. You might try tickling her feet, Drew suggested, coming up to stand behind James. They're very sensitive. I know that, James replied, remembering the time his hand had merely brushed against her bare instep and she'd practically kicked him out of his bed in reflex. You know? How the devil do you know? James sighed, hearing the belligerence back in Drew's tone. By accident.
Dear boy.
You don't think I'd participate in such childish antics as tickling, do you? I wonder just what antics you have participated in with my sister? No more than you've already assumed. Drew inhaled sharply before replying. I'll say this for you, Englishman. You know how to dig a hole very deep for yourself. James glanced over his shoulder. He would have smiled if it wouldn't have hurt to do so. Not at all. Would you have me lie about it? Yes. By God. I wish you had. Sorry, lad. But I haven't the conscience you seem burdened with. As I told your sister, I'm quite reprehensible when it comes to certain aspects of my life. Meaning women? Well, aren't you the discerning fellow? Drew flushed with ire, fists clenching. You are worse than Warren.
By God.
If you want some more, back off.
Puppy.
Your heart's in the right place, I'm sure. But you're not capable of taking me on, and you know it. So, why don't you make yourself useful instead and fetch something to revive your sister? She really ought to join this particular party. Drew stomped off angrily to follow his suggestion, but was back in a moment with a glass half full of water. James eyed it skeptically. What, pray tell, am I supposed to do with that? For answer, Drew splashed the contents in Georgina's face. Well, I'm bloody well glad you did it rather than me, James told Drew as Georgina sat up sputtering, shrieking, and looking around for the culprit. You fainted, Georgie, Drew told her quickly by way of explanation. There must be a dozen women in the other room with smelling salts, she said furiously as she sat up and began rubbing water off her cheeks and upper chest with stiff fingers. Couldn't you have asked? One. Didn't think of that. Well, you could have at least brought a towel with the water. And then... Aghast. Blast you. Drew. Look what you've done to my gown. A gown you never should have been wearing in the first place, he retorted. Now maybe you'll go change it. I'll wear it till it rots off if you did this just so I'd. Children. If you don't mind. James cut in pointedly, bringing Georgina's eyes to him. Oh. James. Look at your face. That's rather difficult to do. Brat. But I wouldn't talk. With yours still dripping. With water. You ass. Not blood, she snapped. Then turned to Drew. Well, haven't you at least got a handkerchief? He dug in his pocket and handed over a white square, expecting her to wipe her face with it. Instead, he watched in bemusement as she leaned forward and carefully dabbed at the blood encrusted around the Englishman's mouth. And the man let her, just knelt there on his knees and let her attend him as if he hadn't been looking daggers at her earlier, and he hadn't embarrassed her in front of family and friends, and they hadn't just been snapping at each other. He glanced around to see if his brothers had noticed this irrational behavior, too. Clinton and Warren hadn't. They were too busy still arguing. But Boyd met his glance and rolled his eyes. Drew quite agreed with him. And Thomas was shaking his head, though obviously amused. Drew couldn't find anything about any of this amusing. He was damned if he wanted a pirate for a brother-in-law, retired or not. Worse. An English pirate. Even worse. A lord of the old realm. And he damned well couldn't believe that his sister had actually fallen in love with the fellow. It simply defied reason. So what was Georgina doing fussing over him right now? And why had she fainted just because they'd messed up his face a little? Drew admitted the Englishman was a fine figure of a man, an unmatched pugilist, too, that Drew might admire, but Georgie wouldn't. And he supposed he might even say the fellow could be called handsome, at least he had been before they'd puffed up his face. But would Georgina let such minor things sway her when he had so many black marks against him? Oh, hell, nothing had made sense to him since he'd found her in Jamaica. You're quite handy with your fists, aren't you? Drew's attention snapped back upon hearing that testy question out of his sister. He eyed Mallory for his reaction. But it was hard to distinguish any expression at all under so much damage. You could say I've trained a bit in the ring. Wherever did you find the time? Georgina came back with sarcasm. Between running a plantation in the islands and pirating? You've told me yourself how old I am. Brat. Stands to reason I've had time for a great many pursuits in my lifetime. Don't it? Drew almost choked. Hearing that. The noise he did make drew Georgina's attention back to him. You're still just standing about. When you could be helpful. His eye needs something cold for the swelling. Yours does. Too. For that matter. Oh. No. Georgie girl. Horses couldn't drag me out of here just now. So save your breath. But if you want me to step back, so you can have a word alone with this scoundrel, why don't you just ask? I want nothing of the sort, she insisted indignantly. I have absolutely nothing to say to him. Her eyes came back to James to clarify. To you? Nothing. Except that your behavior tonight has gone beyond your usual unpleasantness to the despicable. I should have realized you were capable of such meanness. All the signs were there. But no, I foolishly deemed your particular brand of ridicule as harmless, a habit as you say, without serious malice. I believed that. But you proved me wrong, didn't you? That double-damned tongue of yours has shown itself to be viciously lethal. Well, are you happy with what you've wrought? Has it quite amused you? Has it? And what the devil are you doing on your knees? They should have put you to bed. She worked herself up to a fine rage, and then to end with a note of concern for him. James sat back on his heels and laughed. It hurt like bloody hell, but he couldn't seem to help himself. So good of you to spare me, George. And say nothing, he finally said. She glared at him a moment, then asked quite seriously, What are you doing here, James? With that one question, his humor was shattered. In the blink of an eye, his hostility was back. You neglected to say goodbye.
Love.
I thought I'd give you an opportunity to correct that oversight. So there was motive to his madness? He'd felt slighted? And for that petty, vengeful little reason, he destroyed her reputation and what she felt for him? Well, she could be grateful for the latter. To think she'd actually been eating herself up with grief because she thought she would never see him again. Now she wished she'd never see him again.
Oh, well.
How thoughtless of me, she said in a purringly brittle tone as she pushed to her feet. And so easy to rectify.
Goodbye.
Captain Mallory. Georgina brushed past him, ready to make the most splendid exit of her life, and came face to face with her brothers, all looking at her, and all having heard every word of her heated exchange with James. How could she have forgotten they were in the room? Chapter 34.
Now.
It's plain to see that you two are well acquainted. Georgina frowned at Warren's snide remark, her defenses rising along with her embarrassment and underlying anger. And what's that supposed to insinuate? Warren? I spent 5 weeks on his ship in the capacity of a cabin boy, as he so thoughtfully informed you. And in his bed? Oh, are we finally getting around to asking me? A single brow rose in a perfect imitation of James's affectation, and she wasn't even aware that the royal vernacular she had just used was also his habit, not hers. Sarcasm was not her forte, after all, and in attempting it, it was only natural to draw from a master. And here I thought you didn't need any further confirmation beyond an admitted pirate's word. That is why you four pounced on the man and tried to kill him, isn't it? Because you believed his every word? It didn't even once occur to you that he might be lying? Clinton and Boyd were feeling enough guilt over that to give themselves away with red faces. She couldn't see Drew's reaction behind her, but Warren was obviously feeling justified. No man in his right mind would claim lawless activities if it weren't true. No? If you knew him, Warren, you'd know it's just like him to admit to something like that whether it was true or not, just for effect and reaction. He thrives on dissension.
You see.
And besides, who says he's in his right mind? Now I object to that. George. Indeed I do, James protested mildly from the sofa, where he had moved, his sore body. Furthermore, your dear brothers recognize me. Or have you forgotten that? Rot you. James, she threw over her shoulder at him. Can't you keep quiet for a few blasted minutes? You've made more than enough contributions to this discussion. This is not a discussion. Georgina, Clinton interrupted, his voice sternly disapproving. You were asked a question. You might as well answer it now and save yourself all this procrastinating. Georgina groaned inwardly. There was no getting around it. And she shouldn't feel so ashamed, but these were her brothers, for God's sake. You just didn't tell overly protective brothers that you'd been intimate with a man who wasn't your husband. Such things weren't discussed without a great deal of embarrassment, even if you were married. For about half a second, she considered lying. But there was the proof that would start showing itself soon in the form of her baby. And there was James, who wasn't likely to let her get away with denying it after he'd taken such pains to make their intimacy known, just to appease the blasted vanity she'd wounded. Frustrated and backed into a coma, she opted for bravado. How would you like to hear it? Should I spell it out? Or will it suffice to say that in this case, Captain Mallory was telling the truth?
Ah.
Hell. Georgie. A blasted pirate? Did I know that?
Void.
An Englishman from Drew. Now there's a fact I could miss, she said dryly. It comes out of his mouth with every word he speaks. Don't get snippy. Georgie, Clinton warned her. Your choice in men is deplorable. At least she's consistent, Warren interjected. From bad to worse. I don't think they like me. George, James put his 2 cents in. It was the last straw, as far as she was concerned. You can all just stop it.
So I made a mistake.
I'm sure I'm not the first woman to do so, and I won't be the last. But at least I'm not foolishly blinded anymore. I know now that he set out to seduce me from the start, something the lot of you practice on a regular basis. So you'd be hypocrites to blame him for that. He was very subtle about it, so subtle I didn't know what he was doing. But then I was under the misconception that he thought I was a boy, which I now know to be false. I have reason to be furious, but you don't, since I can picture at least half of you doing exactly as James did if presented with similar circumstances. But regardless of the ways and means, I was a willing participant. I knew exactly what I was doing. My conscience can attest to that. You're what? Well said. George, James remarked behind her, rather amazed at how she blamed and defended in the same breath. But I'm sure they'd much rather have heard that you were raped, or in some other dastardly way taken advantage of. She swung about, eyes narrowed on the cause of her woes. You don't think I was taken advantage of? Hardly. Dear girl. I wasn't the one who confessed to being nauseous. She flamed red, noticeably red, at that reminder.
Oh. God.
He wasn't going to tell them about that. Was he? What's this? Drew wanted to know. The only one to see her heightened color. Nothing. A private joke, she choked out, while her eyes beseeched James to keep his mouth shut for once. Of course he wouldn't. A joke. George? Is that what you call? I'm going to kill you. James Mallory. I swear I am. Not before you marry him. You're not. What? She shrieked, and turned to stare incredulously at the brother who'd uttered those ridiculous words. Clinton, you can't be serious. You don't want him in the family, do you? That's beside the point. You chose him. I did no such thing. And he won't marry me. She paused to glance back at James. A long pause, full of sudden hesitancy.
Will you?
Certainly not, he replied testily, only to look a bit hesitant himself before asking. Do you want me to? Certainly not. Her pride forced the words out, well aware of his feelings on the subject. She turned back to her brothers. I believe that settles it. It was already settled. Georgie. While both you and the captain were unconscious, Thomas told her. You'll be married tonight. You instigated this. Didn't you? She said accusingly. Their conversation of this morning suddenly bright in her mind. We're only doing what's right for you. But this isn't right for me. Thomas. I won't marry a man who doesn't want me. There was never any question about wanting you. Brat, James said, a distinct irritation in his tone now. You'd make a fine mistress. Georgina just gasped. Her brothers were more vocal. You bastard. You'll marry her or... Yes. I know. James cut in before they got carried away again. You'll shoot me. We'll do better than that. Manned, Warren growled. We'll fire your ship. James sat up at that, only to hear from Clinton. Someone has already been dispatched to discover her location. Since it's obvious you didn't sail her into port, or we would have heard about it. James stood up at that, only to hear from Warren again. They will also arrange for the detainment of your crew. Then the lot of you can be turned over to the governor for hanging. Into the charged silence following that announcement, Boyd asked reasonably, Do you think we ought to hang him if he's Georgie's husband? It doesn't seem right. Hanging a brother-in-law. Hanging, Georgina exclaimed, having been unconscious during the previous mention of this option. Have you all gone mad? He confessed to piracy. Georgie. And I'm sure Skylark hasn't been his only victim. In good conscience. That can't be overlooked. The devil it can't. He'll make restitution. Tell them you'll make restitution, James. But when she glanced at him for confirmation that might get him out of this, he was looking like hell warmed over, and 4/5 was pride, which kept his mouth firmly closed. Thomas, she wailed then, feeling very close to panic. This is getting out of hand. We're talking about crimes committed years ago. 7 or 8, he replied with a careless shrug. My memory seems to be quite faulty, though Captain Mallory's hostility does seem to jog it remarkably well. James laughed at that point, but it wasn't a pleasant sound by any means. Blackmail now. To go along with coercion? Threats of violence and mayhem? And you bloody colonials call me the pirate? We only mean to turn you over for trial. But as Boyd and myself are the only witnesses against you, the rest was left unsaid. But even Georgina grasped what Thomas was implying. If James would cooperate, nothing would come of his so-called trial, for lack of positive testimony. She even started to relax, until another brother was heard from. Your memory might get mucked up with sentiment, Thomas, Warren said. But I very clearly heard the man's confession. And I'll damned well bear witness to it. Your strategy boggles the mind. Yanks. Which is it to be? Vindictiveness or vindication? Or are you under the misconception that the one complements the other? James's mordant humor threw sparks on Warren's frothing enmity. There won't be any vindication if I have anything to say about it, and there's no need to dangle that carrot before you, Hawk. The name was said with such contempt, it had the distinct sound of an epithet. There's still your ship and your crew, and if you don't care about the one, what you decide right now will determine whether your crew should be brought up on charges alongside you. It took a considerable lot to overset the smooth urbanity of James's personality these days. He'd long ago mastered the dangerous temper of his youth. And although he still got angry occasionally, it took someone who'd known him for years to even notice. But you didn't threaten his family and hope to come away unscathed. and half of his crew was like family to him. He started toward Warren slowly. Georgina, watching him, had a suspicion that her brother had prodded him too far, but not that the dangerous capabilities she and Mac had both sensed in the man at their first meeting had just been unleashed. Even his voice was deceiving in its soft abrasion as he warned, "You go beyond your rights as pertains to this business in bringing my ship and crew into it." Warren snorted with disdain. "If she's a British vessel lurking in our waters? Furthermore, a ship suspected of piracy? We are clearly within our rights." "Then so am I." It happened so fast. Everyone in the room was held momentarily in shock, in particular Warren, who felt the incredibly strong hands tightening inexorably around his throat. He was no weakling himself, but his fingers couldn't break the hold. Clinton and Drew, each jumping forward to grab one of James's arms, couldn't manage to pull him off, either. And James's fingers were slowly, relentlessly squeezing. Warren's face was purpling vividly before Thomas found something heavy enough to knock James unconscious with. But he didn't have to use it. Georgina, with her heart in her throat, had leaped on James's back and was screaming in his ear, "James,
Please."
he's my brother," and the man simply let go. Clinton and Drew did likewise, to catch Warren as he started sinking to the floor. They helped him to the nearest chair, examined his neck, and decided nothing was crushed. He was coughing now as he labored to fill his starved lungs. Georgina slid off James's back, still shaken by what he'd almost done. Her anger hadn't set in yet, but as he turned to face her, she saw that his was still in full bloom. "I could have snapped his bloody neck in 2 seconds.
Do you know that?"
She cringed under the blast of his rage. "Yes. I think we do." For a moment, he just glared at her. She had the feeling that he hadn't released nearly enough of his anger on Warren, that he had a good store of it in reserve for her. It blazed from his eyes, showed in the tension in his big body. But after the intense moment passed, he surprised her and everyone else in the room by growling, "Then bring on your parson before I'm tempted again." It took less than 5 minutes to locate the good Reverend Teal, who was a guest at the party still going on in the rest of the house. So in short order, Georgina was married to James Mallory, Viscount of Riding, retired pirate, and God only knew what else. It was not exactly how she had imagined her wedding would be. All those years she had thought about it as she waited patiently for Malcolm to return to her. Patiently? No, she realized now it had been merely indifference. But there was nothing of indifference in any of the occupants gathered in the study. James had given in, but with complete ill grace. Resentment and ire were just a few of the inappropriate emotions he was displaying at his wedding. And Georgina's brothers were no better, absolutely determined to see her married, but hating every minute of it and showing every bit of it. For herself, she'd realized she couldn't play stubborn and let her pride prevent this farce as she wanted, not with a baby to think about who would benefit from its father's name. She'd wondered briefly if anyone's attitude would change if they knew about the baby. But she doubted it. James was being forced to marry either way, and there was no getting around that humiliating fact. Maybe afterward it might make a difference to him. Lighten the blow, as it were. She'd have to tell him sometime, she supposed. Or maybe she wouldn't, if Warren had his way. And he had his way the moment the good Reverend pronounced them man and wife. Lock him up. He's already had all the wedding nights he's going to get. Chapter 35. You don't really think that will work again,
Do you?
Georgie? Georgina poked her head over Clinton's desk where she'd been trying to break into the locked drawer. Drew was standing there, shaking his dark golden head at her. Boyd stood next to him, looking baffled over Drew's question. Georgina stood up slowly, furious that she'd been caught. Double damn. She'd been so sure they'd all gone to bed. And Drew was too discerning by half, having guessed what she was up to. She brazened it out anyway. I don't know what you mean. You do? Sweetheart. Drew grinned at her. Even if you got your hands on it, that vase becomes insignificant next to what that Englishman did to you. Warren would sacrifice the vase rather than let Captain Hawk go. I wish you wouldn't call him that, she said, wearily dropping into the chair behind the desk. Am I hearing this right? Boyd demanded. You want to let that blackguard go free? Georgie. Her chin rose a notch. What if I do? All of you have overlooked the fact that James came here because of me. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have been recognized by you and Thomas, wouldn't be locked in the cellar right now. Do you think my conscience could bear it if he goes to trial and gets sentenced to hang? He could also be cleared in a trial if Thomas has anything to do about it, Boyd pointed out. I'm not taking that chance. Drew's brows narrowed speculatively. Do you love him? Georgie. What nonsense, she scoffed. Thank God. His sigh was quite loud. I truly thought you'd lost your senses. Well, if I did, she retorted stiffly, I've thankfully regained them. But I'm still not going to let Warren and Clinton have their way. Clinton couldn't care less that he's the infamous Hawk, Drew said. He just wants him never to darken our door again. He's still smarting that he couldn't get the better of him. Neither could you two. But I haven't heard you calling for the rope. Boyd chuckled. You've got to be kidding.
Georgie.
Weren't you watching the man? We were so outclassed. It was a joke even trying to take him on. There's no shame in losing to someone that's skilled with his fists. Drew just smiled.
Boyd's right.
There's a lot to admire in the man. If he weren't so antagonizing, insulting, disparaging in his every remark. Georgina almost laughed. I hate to be the one to tell you, but that happens to be the way he is all the time, even to his close friends. But that would drive me crazy, Boyd exclaimed. Didn't it you? Georgina shrugged. Once you get used to it, it's kind of amusing. But as habits go, it's a dangerous one, since he simply doesn't care if he rubs someone the wrong way. Like tonight. But regardless of his habits, or his past crimes, or anything else, I don't think he's been dealt with fairly by us. Fair enough, Boyd insisted. Considering what he did to you. Let's not bring me into this. You don't hang a man for seducing a woman, or you'd both be in trouble yourselves, wouldn't you? Boyd had the grace to blush, but Drew just grinned maddeningly. I'll put it another way, Georgina continued, giving Drew a disgusted look. I don't care if he was a pirate, I don't want him to hang. And his crew should never have been brought into it, either. He was right about that. Maybe so. But I don't see what you can do about it, Boyd replied. What you've said isn't going to make the least bit of difference to Warren. He's right, Drew added. You might as well go to bed and hope for the best. I can't do that, she said simply and slumped back in her chair. She was starting to feel that insidious panic again that had brought her in here to try desperate measures. She forced it back. Panic didn't help. She had to think. And then it came to her as she watched her two youngest brothers head toward the liquor cabinet, likely what had brought them both here. She wasn't surprised they needed a little help sleeping tonight, as bruised as they both were. She tried not to think of how much worse James had been injured.
She began by stating the facts.
James is your brother-in-law now.
You all saw to that.
Will you two help? You want us to wrestle the key away from Warren? Drew grinned. I'm all for that.
Boyd.
In the process of taking a sip of brandy.
Choked.
Don't even think about it. That's not what I had in mind, Georgina clarified. There's no reason for either of you to get in Warren's bad graces. No reason for him to know that any of us did anything, for that matter. I suppose we could break that old lock on the cellar door easy enough, Drew allowed.
No.
That won't do. Either, Georgina said. James won't leave without his crew or his ship. But he's in no condition to free either one. He may think he is. But. So, you want us to help him with that? Too. That's just it. As angry as he is just now, I honestly don't think he'd accept your help. He'd try to do it all himself, and end up caught again. But if we free his ship and crew first, then it will be an easy matter for them to break James out and help him back to his ship. Then they'll be gone by morning, and Warren will have to assume that his men missed one or two of them, who were able to help the rest escape. And what about the guard Warren has left on the Maiden, and who will tell him exactly who came aboard? Those men can't tell him if they don't recognize anyone, Georgina said confidently. I'll explain on our way there. Just give me a few minutes to change my clothes. As she came around the desk. Though, Drew grabbed her arm to ask softly, will you go with him? There was no hesitation or emotion in her reply.
No. He doesn't want me.
Seems I heard something different. She stiffened at the reminder that they'd all heard James say she'd make a fine mistress. Then let me rephrase that. He doesn't want a wife. Well, there's no arguing with that. And neither Clinton nor Warren would let you go.
Anyway. They
might have married you to him. But I can tell you true. It wasn't with the intention of letting you live with him. And she couldn't argue with that. Nor did she want to live with James. She'd meant it earlier when she said she didn't love him. She didn't anymore. She really didn't. And if she kept saying it often enough, it was going to be absolutely true. Chapter 36. 40 minutes later, the three youngest Andersons found the small bay where the Maiden Anne was still anchored. Warren's crew had captured her with the pretense of an official boarding by the harbor master, and there'd been little Conrad Sharp could do since he didn't know whether Bridgeport had jurisdiction over this area of the coast or not. Fortunately, no one had been hurt. The deceit had worked perfectly in getting enough of Warren's crew transferred over from the Nereus to the Maiden and for them to then take control of the unsuspecting ship. And since Warren hadn't given his men orders to bring either the ship or crew into Bridgeport, his men had simply locked the Maiden Anne's crew in their own hold and left a small contingent of men to guard them and the ship. The Nereus hadn't even remained behind, but had returned to Bridgeport with most of her crew. With the whole thing having been accomplished from ship to ship, Georgina was hoping there would be a skiff somewhere along the shore that James had used to land, and they could use to get out to the ship. But after 10 minutes of searching, it appeared that James had merely been dropped off. I hope you know I hadn't figured on a midnight swim being part of this crazy scheme. It's the mid-leaf October. If you hadn't noticed, we're going to freeze our... You know what's... George. Georgina flinched at the new name both her brothers had been ribbing her with since she surprised them by coming downstairs dressed in her old boy's togs, which James had so thoughtfully returned to her. Drew had gone one further to really embarrass her in remarking, "I really don't like you in those breeches. Now that your Englishman has pointed out what parts of you can be so easily admired in them. I don't know what you're complaining about." "Boyd," she said testily now. Imagine how much more difficult this would have been had they brought her into the harbor, where we'd have the watch on every nearby ship to contend with. Not just Warren's men. Had they done that? "Little sister, you'd never have gotten me to agree to this business in the first place." "Well, you did agree," she said testily. "So get your shoes off and let's get it over with. These men do need some sort of head start, just in case Warren gets really ridiculous and decides to go after them." "Warren might be feeling justified where Captain is concerned," Drew pointed out, "but he's not suicidal. Those aren't toy cannon poking out of those gun ports on yonder ship, sweetheart. And the Hawk says he's retired. Old habits die hard." "I imagine," she said in James's defense, which was becoming a habit she ought to break. Besides, he was sailing in the West Indies, where pirates do still roam. That piece of logic brought chuckles from both brothers, with Drew remarking, "That's rich." An ex-pirate worried about attack from his old buddies, with memories reminding her how true that statement was. Georgina only said, "If you two don't show a leg, you can stay with the horses. I'll go on without you." Clinton was right. By God, Drew told Boyd as he hopped on one foot to get the boot off his other. "Bossy. That's what she's become. Plain and. Now hold on, Georgie. You aren't going up that anchor cable first." But she was already in the water, and they both had to scramble to catch up with her. As they were strong swimmers, it didn't take long, and soon the three of them were gliding smoothly across the bay. 10 minutes later, they neared the ship and swam around to the anchor cable, which they would now have to use to climb aboard. The original plan had included the use of James's skiff to just brazenly approach the ship in it and claim they'd found another of the Maiden Ant's crewmen in town and had brought him out for safekeeping with the others. Georgina would have done the talking and stayed in front, since she was the least likely of the three of them to be recognized. Drew would have kept behind them, and Boyd was to be the prisoner in the middle. Then as soon as she got close enough to one of the guards, she was to duck and let Boyd bash him. Very simple. But since they weren't likely to swim out to the ship with a prisoner in tow, those plans had to be abandoned, at least until the deck was secured. And neither Drew nor Boyd was about to let Georgina participate in that, which left her twiddling her thumbs in the water while they both disappeared over the side of the ship. She waited, but none too patiently, as the minutes passed and she had no way of knowing what was happening above. The lack of any noise was heartening, but what might she really hear with the water lapping in her ears, and her ears covered by the woolen cap, which completed her disguise? And with nothing to distract her, it wasn't long before her position in the water began to work on her imagination. Were there sharks in the area? Hadn't one of her neighbors caught a shark just last year when he'd gone fishing up the coast? In the shadow of the ship, she couldn't see anything on the surface of the water, much less anything swimming around under her. Once the question arose, it was less than a minute before Georgina was out of that water and climbing the anchor cable. Not to go all the way up, though. She'd been told to wait with an added or else, and had no intention of getting Boyd and Drew angry with her after they'd been so obliging to help her. But intentions didn't take into account that her hands weren't made for dangling from a thick cable. In fact, she only just barely made it to the top rail before her hold gave out. And considering that she would have gone splashing back into what she was now absolutely positive was shark-infested water, she was pretty relieved to pull herself over the side, until she saw the dozen men standing there ready to greet her. Chapter 37. standing in the puddle of water pooling at her feet, shivering in the frigid night wind whipping across the deck. Georgina heard the dry, disparaging voice say, "Well, if it isn't old George. Come to pay us a visit. Have you, Connie?" Georgina said on a gasp as the tall redhead stepped toward her to drop a heavy coat around her shoulders. "But what are you doing free? So, you know what's happened here?"
Of course I.
"But I don't understand. Did you escape on your own? As soon as the hatch opened. These countrymen of yours aren't too smart."
Are they? Squirt?
It was no trouble at all changing places with them.
Oh. God.
You didn't hurt them, did you? He frowned at that. No more than was necessary to dump them where they dumped us.
Why?
They were letting you out. Didn't you give them a chance to explain? Not bloody likely, he replied emphatically. Am I to assume then that they were friends of yours? Just my brothers. That's all. He chuckled at her disgruntled tone. Well, no harm done. Henry, go fetch us the two lads. And be nice to them this time. And then,
Now?
George, perhaps you'd be so good as to tell us where James is.
Ah.
That's kind of a long story. And, since time happens to be a problem, you might want to let me explain on our way back to shore. It was her sudden unease rather than her words that Connie reacted to. He is all right, isn't he? Certainly. Just a little bruised. And in need of your assistance in getting out of a locked cellar. Locked in.
Ah.
Connie started laughing. To Georgina's chagrin. It's not funny, mister.
Sharp.
They mean to see he stands trial for piracy, she told him bluntly, which took care of his amusement quite quickly. Bloody hell. I warned him. Well, maybe you should have sat on him instead. Because it's every bit of it his own fault. Him and his grand confessions. She prodded the first mate into hurrying then, but didn't get away with not explaining the rest of it on the way. Her brothers were left temporarily behind, much to their loud irritation, so Connie could make use of their horses to bring several of his own men along. Georgina got the honor of riding double with the first mate, but as she'd feared, so he could get every last detail out of her, which he did, interrupting only occasionally with "he didn't," or "the devil he did," and finally with an angry "you were doing fine up to that point, George. But you'll never get me to believe James Mallory has got himself leg-shackled," to which she replied, "You don't have to believe me. I'm only the other half who got shackled." And since she didn't even try to convince him beyond that, by the time they reached her home, he was still unconvinced. Much she cared. By that time she was annoyed enough that she wouldn't even have showed them the way to the cellar if she didn't think they'd wake one of the servants stumbling around in the dark to find it on their own. But she really wished she hadn't waited around for the door to be pried open. With the one candle she'd garnered from the kitchen, James had no difficulty in seeing who his rescuers were, aside from her, since she stood well back of the door. But she didn't think he'd have said anything different had he known she was there. "You shouldn't have bothered, old man. I bloody well deserve to hang for what I allowed to happen here." Georgina placed no significance on the word "allowed." All she heard was James's disgust over his married state. And Connie must have heard the same. "So it's true? You actually married the brat. And how did you find that out?" "Why, the little bride told me." "Of course." Connie started laughing before he got the last word out. "Should I offer?" "Congrat. You do. And I'll bloody well see to it you have difficulty ever saying another word, James snarled. And then, if you've seen her, where'd you leave the faithless little jade? Connie glanced around. She was right here. Georgina stopped at the top of the stairs, cringing at what sounded like a cannon blast. And she'd thought her brothers had loud, carrying voices. Gritting her teeth, clenching her fists, she stomped back down the stairs to do some blasting of her own. You double-damned idiot. Are you just trying to wake the whole house? Or my neighbors?
Too?
Or did you like the cellar so? She'd unfortunately reached him by that point and was summarily silenced by a wide hand clamping over her mouth. That it was James's hand gave her pause for a moment, but he was nothing if not swift, and before she even thought to struggle, his hand was replaced by his cravat, which turned out to be quite an effective gag after it was wrapped around her head several times. Connie, watching the whole process, said not a word, particularly when he noted that Georgina just stood perfectly still the whole while. And James' behavior was even more interesting. He could have asked for assistance but didn't. But neither would he let go of the hold he had about the girl's waist even long enough to tie the gag off, which made it necessary for him to use his teeth to pull one side of it tight. And that had to have hurt, as cut and swollen as James's mouth was. Finished. He tucked the girl firmly under his arm. And only then did he notice Connie watching him. Well, it's plain to see she can't be left behind, James said irritably. Course she can't. Connie nodded. She'd clearly give the alarm. Course she would. You don't have to agree with me. You know. Course I do. My teeth. Don't you know? I'm rather fond of them. Chapter 38. Georgina sat slumped in the chair she'd pulled up in front of the wall of windows, pensively watching the choppy surface of the cold Atlantic surrounding the Maiden Anne. She heard the door open behind her, then footsteps crossing the room, but she wasn't interested in who had disturbed her solitude. Not that she didn't know. James was the only one who entered the cabin without knocking. But she wasn't speaking to James Mallory, and hadn't said more than 2 words to him since that night a week ago when he had carted her aboard his ship in the exact same manner he had once carted her out of an English tavern. And this undignified treatment wasn't even the worst of it that night. No, the very moment he saw her brothers on the deck of his ship, he ordered them tossed over the side. And the man had had the unmitigated gall to tell them, just before they went over, that she had decided to sail with them, as if they couldn't see the gag about her mouth, or the way he was holding her like a blasted piece of baggage. Of course, no one had bothered to tell him what Drew and Boyd were doing on his ship in the first place. Any one of his men could have volunteered the information that if it weren't for her brothers, they'd still be in the hold, and the Nereus's men would still be walking the decks, rather than trussed up and deposited on the shore. But apparently they didn't have the nerve to interrupt their crazy captain to enlighten him to that fact. Connie in particular should have said something, but one glance at him showed he was being much too entertained by the whole affair to see it ended by anything so mundane as an explanation. It was possible that James knew by now that he'd behaved like an ungrateful wretch that night. But if he didn't, he wasn't going to hear it from her, since she was never talking to him again. And the blasted man didn't even care. Sulking, are we? He'd remarked when he noticed. Splendid. If a man must be burdened with a wife, thank God for small favors. That had really hurt. Especially since she didn't doubt for a moment that he sincerely meant it. And he must have meant it, since he hadn't once tried to coax her into talking to him, railing at him, or anything else. They shared the same cabin, she in her hammock, he in his great bed, and did everything possible to ignore each other. He succeeded admirably, but she had found, much to her chagrin, that when he was there, he was there. At least her senses knew it, going a little crazy every time he was near, sight, smell, hearing all attuned, heightened by remembered touch, remembered taste. Even now, despite the desire not to, Georgina found herself watching James from the corner of her eyes as he sat down behind his desk. He appeared as relaxed as if he were alone, while she was now stiff with her awareness of him. He didn't glance her way any more than she would turn her head to face him. She might as well not be there. In fact, she couldn't for the life of her figure out why she was there, when it would have been much more in line with his behavior that night if James had dumped her into the bay with her brothers. She hadn't asked why she was sailing with him. She'd have to talk to him to ask, and she'd cut her tongue out before she would give up her silent sulk, as he termed it. And if she was appearing childish with the attitude she'd adopted, well, so what? Was that any worse than his being a boorish madman with piratical tendencies toward kidnapping and plank walking or pushing, as the case were? Do you mind, George? That constant staring is getting on my bloody nerves. Georgina's eyes snapped back to the boring view outside the window. Double damn him. How did he know she'd been covertly watching him? It's becoming quite tedious. You know, he went on to remark. She said nothing. You're sulking. She said nothing. Course. What can one expect of a wench raised among barbarians? That it. If you mean my brothers, I mean your whole bloody country. Well, you're fine one to talk. Coming from a country of snobs. Better snobs than ill-mannered hotheads. Ill-mannered, she shrieked, coming out of her chair in a burst of long-suppressed fury that took her across the room, right up to the side of his desk. When you couldn't even say thank you for getting your life saved. He'd stood up before she got there, but it was not intimidation that had her backing up as he approached, merely an unconscious desire not to get walked over. And just who was I to thank? Those benighted Philistines you call kin? The very ones who dumped me in a cellar to await transport to a hanging? A circumstance you courted with every word out of your mouth, she shouted up at him. But despite what you deserved or didn't, that was Warren's doing, not Boyd's and Drew's. They went against their own brother to help you, knowing full well that he'd beat the daylights out of them if he found out. I'm not lacking in intelligence. Brat. No one needed to tell me what they'd done. Why do you think I refrained from breaking their bloody necks? Oh. That's nice. And to think I wondered what I was doing here. I should have realized it was no more than another blow against my brothers, since you couldn't stay in the area to do any worse damage. That's it, isn't it? Taking me along was your idea of the perfect revenge, because you knew it would drive my brothers crazy with worry. Absolutely. She didn't notice the color that had flooded his neck and face. Proof positive that her deduction had more than doubled his anger and was responsible for his answer. All she heard was the answer. A death knell to her last hope, which she'd never have admitted clinging to. So it was pain that made her lash out with retaliating scorn. No more than I could expect of an English lord. A Caribbean pirate. I hate to point this out. You little witch. But those aren't epithets. They are as far as I'm concerned. My God. And to think I'm going to have your baby. The devil you are. I'm not touching you again. She was stomping away from him when he heard. You won't have to. You stupid man, and James felt as if he'd been poleaxed, or kicked in the arse by a berserk mule, which was no more than he figured he deserved at that moment. But Georgina wasn't the least bit interested in his reaction. High Dudgeon carried her out the door, slammed it for her, and kept her from hearing what began as chuckles, but soon turned into delighted laughter. He found her a half-hour later in the galley, taking her wrath out on Sean Auchan and his helpers in a tirade against men in general, and James Mallory in particular. And considering that the word had gone out that their Georgie, back in breeches again, though borrowed this time, was now the captain's wife. They weren't inclined to disagree with anything she had to say. James listened to her for a moment before he interrupted. Hearing himself likened to a member of the mule family, a brainless ox, and a brick wall, all in the same breath. Brick wall?
Well,
There was no accounting for American similes.
he supposed.
I'd like a word with you, George, if you don't mind. I do mind. She didn't glance at him to say it. In fact, all he'd noted was a slight stiffening of her back when he'd spoken. Politeness was obviously the wrong tack to take. Georgina would have called James's smile devilish had she seen it. But as she wasn't facing him, only the others in the room noted it as he came up behind her and lifted her off the barrel she'd been perched on. If you'll excuse us, gentlemen. George has been neglecting her duties of late, James said as he turned and carried her from the room in a position she was quite familiar with. You ought to curb these barbaric tendencies, Captain, she said in a furious undertone, knowing from experience that there was nothing she could do to get him to put her down until he was ready to do so. But then breeding speaks for itself, doesn't it? We'll get there quicker if you'll shut up. George. She was stunned, almost speechless, by the humor she detected in his tone. What, for God's sake, did he find amusing in their present situation, where they both now despised each other? And less than an hour ago, he'd been a fire-breathing dragon. But he was an Englishman, so what other explanation was needed? Get where quicker? She demanded. And what duties have I neglected? Need I remind you that I'm no longer your cabin boy? I'm well aware of what you are now, dear girl. And although I've nothing good to say about marriage, it does have one small benefit that even I can't complain about. It took her about 5 seconds to mull that over before the fireworks went off. Are you crazy or just senile? I heard you plain and clear when you told me and the whole ship that you weren't touching me again. I've surely got witnesses. The whole ship? You said it loud enough. So I lied. Just like that? You lied?
Well,
I've got news for you, Dash. How you do go on.
George.
This propensity you have for airing our dirty laundry. I'll do more than Matt. You addled ox. But she was finally aware of the snickers and chuckles following in their wake, and her voice dropped to a whispered hiss. You just try and...
Well,
You just try it and see what happens. Good of you to make it more interesting.
Sweet.
But totally unnecessary. I assure you. She didn't mistake his meaning. It suffused her with heat in all the wrong places. Wrong just now, since she wanted nothing to do with him. Why was he doing this? They'd been at sea a whole week, and all she'd gotten was dark, brooding looks from him, if he bothered to look her way at all. But he'd started that fight in the cabin, provoked her into giving up her sulk, and now this. If he was trying to drive her crazy with confusion, he was well on the road to success. He shifted her before he started down the stairs to his cabin, swinging her legs around and up, so she ended up cradled in his arms, a position no easier to get out of than the other. She was really starting to resent his strength and his ability to put his anger aside, while hers just seemed to increase. Why? James, she asked in a tight, resentful little voice. Just tell me that. If you dare. She could look at him now in her new position. And was... But when he briefly glanced down at her, she saw it all in those green eyes. She didn't have to hear it. He told her anyway. Don't look for hidden meanings.
Love.
My motives are simple and basic. All that passionate anger we were spewing at each other got me a bit Nauseous. Good, she bit out, closing her eyes in pure self-defense against that potent look of his. I hope you puke. His laughter shook her. You know that's not what I meant. And I'll wager all that heated passion worked on you as well. It had. But he'd never know it. Yet he was determined to know it. His voice turned seductively husky. Are you feeling nauseous? Not the least little. You do know how to reduce self-confidence to a low ebb. Dearest girl. She slid down the front of him when her legs were released. But her feet never quite touched the floor with his one arm still about her back. She hadn't noticed entering the cabin they shared, but she heard the door close with a resounding click. Her heartbeat sounded louder. And I'll be the first to admit that I seem to have totally lost my finesse when it comes to dealing with you, he continued as his other arm came around her, both shifting now, one moving lower until his hand cupped her buttocks, pressing her into his hips, while the other moved up, the fingers gliding under her hair, along her scalp, until her head was firmly in his grip. She saw his sensual smile, the heat in his eyes, felt his breath on her lips when he added, Allow me to see if I can find it again. James.
No.
But his mouth was already slanting across hers, and he'd already ensured there'd be no escape from it. Leisurely, with infinite care, he bestowed on her the finesse of a lifetime, kisses meant to entice, to mesmerize, to tap every sensual impulse she possessed. Her arms were already encircling his neck when his tongue seduced her lips to part, entered, and took her swiftly to that realm of not caring what he did. Beneath the tender onslaught, she felt the urgency. Hers or his? She didn't know. She was in the center of an erotic storm that consumed awareness of everything except the man and what he was doing to her.
God.
The taste of him. The feel of him. The hard heat surrounding her. Flaying her senses with exquisite pleasure. She'd forgotten.
No.
She'd just doubted the reality. That anything could so overwhelm her with feeling that she would lose herself completely to it.
To him.
My God. Woman. You make me tremble. She heard the wonder in his voice. Felt the vibration in his body. Or was it her own limbs shaking? About to shatter? She was holding on to him now for dear life, so it was an easy matter for him to lift her legs and wrap them around his hips. The intimate contact, the friction as he walked her to his bed, released a heat wave in her loins that had her groaning into his mouth as he continued to ravage her with his tongue. They fell on the bed together, a bit clumsily, but Georgina didn't notice that James's finesse had once again deserted him beneath a need that far surpassed hers, and hers had escalated beyond anything she'd previously experienced with this man. In short order, they were ripping each other's clothes off, literally, and not even aware that they'd reverted to primitive instinct. And then he was inside her, deeply buried, and her whole body seemed to sigh in relieved welcome. This lasted all of a moment before there was a stab of alarm when his arms hooked under her knees. Something he'd never done before. Raising them so high, she was given a feeling of total defenselessness. But the alarm was so brief it was instantly forgotten, for the position embedded him so deeply inside her, she felt touched to her very core. And the starburst of fire exploded in that moment, sending out waves of tingling awareness from her center to every extremity, but surrounding him, throbbing against him, every shuddering spasm of pleasure felt by him. She'd screamed, but didn't know it. She'd left bleeding half-moons on his shoulders, but didn't know it. She'd just given him her soul once again. Neither of them knew it. When Georgina reached a point of knowing anything, it was that she was weighted with sweet languor. and her lips were being softly nibbled on, which led her to believe James hadn't shared that magnificent experience with her. "Didn't you?" "Course I did."
Oh,
But in her mind she said another, "Oh," with much more surprise. So soon? Did she want to lose herself like that again? Dare she? But the urge was almost overpowering to do some nibbling of her own.
and
That gave her the only answer she wanted at the moment. Chapter 39. Marriage used to be for gain. Don't you know? Or to unite great families. Which would never have applied to us in any case.
would it?
Love. But these days it's back to primitive basics. Society's sanction of lust. In that, we're quite compatible, I'd say. Those words kept coming back to Georgina in the 2 weeks that followed her fateful surrender to James Mallory's finesse, reminding her that she shouldn't have tried to read more into the return of his desire for her. All she'd asked him was what he intended to do about their marriage, if he meant to honor it or get out of it. She wouldn't call his answer an answer, and she hadn't needed to be told that all they shared was mutual lust as far as he was concerned. And yet, there was so much tenderness in that lust. So often when she lay in his arms, she felt cherished. Almost loved. And that more than anything else kept her tongue still each time she thought to ask again about the future. Of course, getting straight answers out of James was next to impossible anymore. If his replies weren't derogatory, which annoyed her into shutting up, then they were evasive. And she had learned very quickly that if she tried to bring up what had happened in Connecticut, or even came close to mentioning her brothers, she'd get singed by the fire-breathing dragon again. So they existed much as they had before, as lovers and companions, with one exception. Touchy subjects were forbidden. It was almost like having an unspoken truce. At least Georgina looked at it that way. And if she wanted to savor and enjoy this time with James, and she did want that at least, then she had to bury her pride and anxieties for a while. When they arrived at their destination, it would be soon enough to find out where she stood, if James meant to keep her or send her home.
And it was such a short while.
Without having to fight the westerly winds, the maiden and made such good time. She was sailing up the Thames almost 3 weeks to the day after she'd left the American coast behind. Georgina had known right from that first night that she was going to be visiting England again, since James had discussed their course with Connie while she was still tucked to his hip. She didn't even have to wonder long why he wasn't returning to Jamaica to finish his business there. That was one of the forbidden subjects, so she didn't bother to ask him, but Connie could be questioned on impersonal matters, and he'd informed her that James had fortunately found an agent to dispose of his property in the islands while he was waiting for his crew to be rounded up. At least she didn't have that to be held against her. Too, though she had to wonder if she'd ever know what had really brought James Mallory to Connecticut in such a vengeful state of mind. Once again, Georgina had packed James's trunks for him in preparation for departure, this time including her few articles of borrowed clothing. But this time when she came on deck, she found Artie and Henry stationed on either side of the gangplank, both men making no pretense about keeping an eye on her. She found that amusing. Had she been able to speak of it, she could have told James that he'd never find a Skylark vessel in London Harbor. So, he could have been assured that she had nowhere to run off to if he didn't care to lose her just yet. But he knew that she had no money with her, so setting watchdogs on her was really absurd. She did have her jade ring back, given to her for a wedding ring since James happened to be wearing it on a chain around his neck at the time, but she wasn't going to consider parting with it again. The ring on her finger was now a reminder of what was so easily forgotten, that she was a married woman. Easily forgotten, too, was her pregnancy, since she was suffering not the least bit of discomfort or sickness with it, nor had she even begun to expand, except for a very slight enlargement in her breasts. Yet she was now 2.5 months along. But she'd never mentioned it again to James. Nor had he ever spoken of it even once. She wasn't even sure he'd heard her that day. She blurted it out in her anger as she slammed out of his cabin. Just now, Georgina pulled James's heavy Garrett coat closer about her to ward off the chill. The harbor was a bleak-looking place in the middle of November. Cold. Overcast. The day was as gloomy as her thoughts were becoming as she waited for James to join her.
What?
If anything, awaited her here? Georgina remembered Piccadilly. She almost mentioned it to James, that she and Mac had stayed in the Albany Hotel, which the rented carriage had just passed. But one look at her husband's expression changed her mind. He'd been like that since they left the ship, actually since they'd first sighted England. She didn't bother to ask what had turned his mood so dark. He'd just give her some careless remark that would tell her absolutely nothing, and that would only irritate her. And she was trying her best not to aggravate the situation by giving her own gloomy mood free rein. But she would have thought James would be glad to be home. She knew he had family here, even a son. Good Lord, how could she have forgotten that? He had a 17-year-old son, a boy only 5 years her junior. Was James worried about having to explain why he was coming home with a wife? Would he even bother to explain? Was he even bringing her home? For God's sake. This was utterly ridiculous. When a little communication would put her mind at ease. Or not. As the case might be. James. We're here. The carriage stopped just as he said it. And he was out the door before she'd even gotten a look out the window. Here. Where? His hands reached back in to lift her down to the curb. My brother's townhouse. Which brother? Anthony. You'll remember him. Dark as sin. I believe you called him once. Her brows drew together with a sudden suspicion that released all her pent-up anxiety in a burst of anger. You're dumping me here, aren't you? You haven't the guts to take me home with you, Sawyery, leaving me with your Raquel brother. Which is it you don't want to explain to your son, that I'm an American or that I'm your wife? I despise that word. Call yourself anything else you like. But kindly strike that word from your vocabulary. That he said it calmly only infuriated her more. All right. Will whore do? Preferably. You bastard. My dear girl. You really must curb this propensity you have for swearing. And, as usual, you've managed to air our dirty laundry for the delectation of the masses. The masses happened to be Dobson, Anthony's butler, who had diligently opened the door before it was required of him, having heard the carriage arriving. Georgina blushed profusely to have been caught shouting profanities. But to look at the stoic-faced Englishman, you'd have thought he hadn't heard a word. Welcome home. Lord Mallory, he said as he thrust the door open wider. At that point, Georgina almost had to be dragged inside. Despite her boy's clothes, which couldn't be helped, she had so wanted to make a good impression today of all days, what with the possibility of meeting James's family. But then he hadn't denied he was going to drop her off here with Anthony, and everything she'd ever heard him say about this brother, and what she'd seen for herself, had led her to believe he was as disreputable a fellow as James was. So what was the difference? She had no care to impress him. Still, servants gossiped, and this one likely knew the servants of the rest of the family. Devil take it, she could kick James for making her finally lose her temper. And James could have kicked himself for making things worse with her. But he couldn't seem to break the habit of a lifetime.
But she was so bloody thin-skinned.
She ought to know by now he didn't mean it. But he was damned annoyed with her. She'd had more than enough time to give him some clue about how she felt about him now. But not one bloody word had passed her lips on the subject. And he'd never felt more insecure in his entire life. The only thing he was sure about was that she desired him as much as he did her. But he'd known too many women not to know that that meant absolutely nothing where their true feelings were concerned. The truth was, she hadn't wanted to marry him. She'd told her brothers so. She'd told him so.
She was
going to have his baby, but still she'd flatly refused to marry him. She'd had to be forced right along with him, and everything she'd done since had led him to believe she was just biding her time, waiting for an opportunity to run from him again. And now she'd have all the opportunities she could want, which put him in a devil of a bad temper. But he hadn't meant to take it out on her. He ought to apologize. Damned if he would. "I don't suppose my brother is at home this time of day?" James inquired of Dobson. "Sir Anthony is at Knighton's Hall, I believe, for his customary exercise in the pugilist ring. I could do with a bit of that myself, just now." "And Lady Roslyn?" "Visiting the Countess of Sherfield." "Countess?"
Ah.
"That's right. Amherst wed Roslyn's friend not too long ago." His eyes locked with Georgina's before he added, "Poor man," and he was satisfied to note that her expression of embarrassment switched to one of anger. "And is my son at school?" "Dobson. He got sent home for the week." "My lord." "But Sir Anthony has already filed a complaint with the headmaster. And his lordship the Marquis is also looking into the matter. And the lad was likely totally to blame for whatever it was they say he did." "Damned scamp. I leave him alone for a few months." "Father." Georgina turned to see a young man practically flying down the stairs and then slamming into the brick wall that was her husband, and apparently his father, though it was not a foregone conclusion by any means. The boy didn't look all of 17 as she'd been told, but much closer to her own age. Was it just the height? He was as tall as James, though not nearly as broad of frame. He was more on the slim side, yet his shoulders promised to get wider. He was being crushed right now in a bear hug and laughing, and she realized with a start that he bore no resemblance to James at all, though no one could deny he was just as handsome. "But what's happened?"
Then
Jeremy was asking. "You're back so soon. Did you decide to keep the plantation?" "No," James said. "I just found an agent to dispose of it, is all. So you could hurry back?" "Missed me, did you? Get that grin off your face."
Puppy.
"I thought I'd warned you to stay out of trouble." The boy gave Dobson a look of reproach for spilling the news so soon. But he was grinning unrepentantly again when he looked back at his father. "Well, she was a prime piece. What was I to do?" "What did you do? Just had a bloody good time, is all." "But they weren't very understanding about finding the wench in my room. So I told him, she followed me back, that she refused to leave without making a fuss. And they believed that danker? The headmaster didn't." Jeremy grinned roguishly. "But Uncle Tony did." James laughed here. "Tony doesn't know you well enough yet." But he tamped down his humor when he noticed Georgina's look of disgust. "But you'll attend to your entertainments outside of the school grounds from now on, scamp. That's if they even allow you back, and you bloody well better hope they do, or I'll be kicking your arse around the block." Jeremy's grin didn't waver the least little bit, as if he'd heard such dire warnings 100 times before, and had never once taken them seriously. But he had followed his father's glance to Georgina, and he was now looking her over himself. Still wrapped up in James's Garra coat, and with her hair tucked under her cap, which she'd worn to limit her embarrassment in being dressed as she was, she found it understandable that the boy showed only the mildest interest in her. But Georgina was still simmering over her latest heated exchange with James, which was aggravated by what she'd just heard. The man was no more than amused that his son was following in his footsteps. Another reprehensible rake to be set loose on womankind.
That
coupled with her embarrassment over her shabby appearance, prompted her cutting remark. He doesn't look anything like you,
James.
In fact, he looks more like your brother. She paused to raise a brow tauntingly. Are you sure he's yours? I know you feel justified.
Love.
But don't take it out on the young gun. He said it in a way that guaranteed she'd feel ashamed of herself for behaving pettishly. And she did.
Extremely so.
But instead of cowing her, it only made her angrier. And James, unfortunately, didn't notice. Jeremy, he continued. Meet George. His wife. She cut in scathingly, taking a good deal of satisfaction in saying it, since she was sure James wouldn't have said it. And then she added innocently, but I forgot. I'm supposed to delete that word from my vocabulary. And that would make me George. She merely gave James an owl-eyed look, not at all impressed by his bellow. But Jeremy's interest was now piqued, and he stepped closer to her, though it was his father he addressed his questions to. Wife. She's a girl. Then,
Oh.
She's female all right, James said testily. Jeremy yanked off Georgina's cap before she could stop him.
Oh.
I say, came out with a good deal of male appreciation as her long dark hair tumbled down her shoulders. Do I get to kiss the bride? Not in the way you'd like to. Scamp.
James was scowling now.
But all Georgina wanted to know was, why isn't he surprised? Because he doesn't believe a word of it, James retorted. She'd anticipated a lot of reactions, but flat disbelief wasn't one of them. The boy thought they were ribbing him. At the moment, she wished they were. Well, that's just swell dandy fine, she said indignantly. I'm damned if I care what your family thinks, James Mallory, but you can certainly be sure that as long as they don't think I'm your wife, I'll be sleeping alone. And she turned to glare at the butler. You may show me to a room that is far removed from his. As you wish. My lady, the butler replied without the slightest crack in his bland expression. But Georgina, in high dudgeon, explained haughtily. I'm not your lady.
My good man.
I'm American. That didn't get a reaction out of him. Either. Not that she was trying for one. But as she followed the man up the stairs, her exasperation did increase when she heard Jeremy's remark. Hell's bells. You can't mean to install your mistress here. Aunt Roslyn won't stand for it. Your aunt will bloody well be delighted.
Lad.
You may depend upon it. George is a Mallory. After all. Sure. And I'm legitimate. Chapter 40. Show a leg.
George.
Your new in-laws will be returning home soon. Georgina cracked an eyelid to find James sitting on the side of the bed. Doing so had made her roll toward him in her sleep, so that her hips were pressed up against his thigh. But that didn't alarm her nearly as much as his hand resting on her buttocks. How'd you get in here? She demanded, wide awake. Walked in. Of course. It was wise of Dobson to put you in my room. Your room? I told him. Yes. And he took you literally. After all, he didn't hear me deny your status. And only Jeremy is doubting of it. Not the whole family. You mean he still is? You didn't bother to try and convince him? Didn't see much point in it. Georgina sat up and turned away from him so he couldn't see how that answer affected her. So now she knew. She wasn't going to be here long enough for it to matter whether his son believed he'd married or not. James probably planned to put her on the first ship he could find sailing for America. Well and good, the sooner the better. She didn't want to live in England anyway, and she certainly didn't want to live with a man who merely shared a mutual attraction with her. That was fine for temporary, but not for permanent. For permanent she needed much, much more. And she wouldn't cry, not this time. She'd done enough crying over this man. If he didn't care, she wouldn't either, and that's all he was going to know. If it killed her. James had no idea what conclusion she'd drawn from his remark, but then he was overlooking the fact that Georgina didn't know his son. In his doubt, Jeremy was merely being loyal to James, since he was well aware of James's sentiments towards marriage, and also that he had sworn never to marry. And James wasn't ready to explain why he'd changed those sentiments, since that was also going to be doubted. So what was the point in letting his hard-headed son frustrate him over the matter, when time would tell? You're absolutely right, James, Georgina said, coming off the bed. I am. His brow rose sharply. Dare I ask what you're agreeing with me about? That there's no point in convincing anyone about our connection. He frowned as he watched her cross to the chair where he'd dumped a pile of clothes for her. I was referring only to Jeremy, he explained. It won't be necessary to convince anyone else. But if it is, why bother? And I don't see much point in my meeting the rest of your family, either. You've let the lad give you cold feet, have you? Certainly not, she retorted, turning to glare at him for drawing that conclusion. Then what are you worried about? Unlike your family, mine will adore you. And you'll get along famously with Roslyn. She's only a few years older than you are, I believe. Your sister-in-law, Roslyn? The one who's going to object to my staying here? And which brother does she happen to be married to? Anthony. Of course. This is his house. You mean he's married? He put the shackle on just the day before I met you, as a matter of fact, and that's about as long as his wedded bliss lasted. He was still at odds with his little Scottish bride when I left here. It'll be interesting to see how the lad's getting on with her now. Though Jeremy assures me Tony's no longer in the doghouse. Sounds like a good place for you to be. Though, she said pointedly. You could have told me all of this before we got here. James. He shrugged carelessly. Didn't think you'd be interested in my family. I'm certainly not interested in yours. Now what's this? He asked when he saw her chin go up just before she gave him her back again. It's no insult to you. Love. That I can't tolerate those barbarians you call brothers. My brothers wouldn't have behaved like barbarians if you hadn't deliberately provoked them. I wonder how your family would react if I did the same thing. I guarantee they won't trounce you or cart you off to Tyburn Hill for hanging. Probably not. But they wouldn't like me. And they'd wonder if you hadn't lost your mind. Bringing me here. He chuckled as he came up behind her. On the contrary, you darling girl. Do or say anything you like. You'll find it won't make the least bit of difference to your welcome. Why? Because you've become a Mallory through me. Is that supposed to be significant? I'm sure you'll hear all about it soon enough. But you won't if you don't get dressed. Shall I help you? She slapped away the hand that reached around for the hem of her shirt. I think I can manage myself. Thank you. Whose clothes are these? Anyway? Roslyn's. That would have been more convenient. But no. She's a mite bigger than you just now. Or so her maid assured me. So I sent round to Reagan's, who happens to be just your size. Georgina turned in his arms and shoved him back. Reagan?
Ah,
Yes, the one who prefers to call you a connoisseur of women, rather than a reprehensible rake. Do you never forget anything? He said on a sigh, which she totally ignored. And here I thought at the time that Reagan was a male friend of yours. And then she surprised him by jabbing a finger in his chest and demanding with a good deal of heat. So, who is she? A mistress you left behind? If you've borrowed clothes from a mistress for me. James Mallory. So help me I'll. His laughter cut her off. I hate to interrupt such a splendid display of jealousy, George, but Reagan's my beloved niece. There was but a moment's blank expression before she cringed. Your niece? She'll be amused to hear you thought otherwise. Well, for God's sake. Don't tell her, she said,
aghast.
It was a perfectly natural mistake, considering you're a confessed reprobate. Now I resent that. Indeed I do, he replied in one of his drier tones. There's a world of difference between a rake and a reprobate, dear girl. And your perfectly natural mistake wasn't so natural, since I haven't kept a mistress for years. What did you call Jeremy's lie? A danker? Very amusing, George, but it happens to be true. I've always preferred variety. And mistresses can be quite tedious in their demands. I'd have made an exception for you, however. Should I be flattered? I'm not. You were my lover on the maiden and... Where's the bloody difference? And now I'm your wife. If you'll pardon that ghastly word. Where's the difference? She'd hoped to annoy him with the comparison. But instead he grinned at her. You're getting very good at this, George. At what? Suspiciously. Disagreeing with me. There aren't many who dare. You know. She gave an unladylike snort. If that's supposed to be more flattery, your score is 0. Well, if we're keeping score, how will this one rate? I want you. He drew her up against him as he said it, so she could feel with her body that he wasn't speaking in a general sense, but about the present moment. He was aroused, and whenever James was aroused, his whole body seduced, hips grinding against loins, chest tantalizing nipples to hard points, touch seeking only the sensitive, and mouth stealing any protest. What protest? Georgina was lost the moment she felt his need. In her surrender, she could tease, albeit a bit breathlessly. What about the in-laws I'm supposed to meet? Devil them, James said, his own breathing already labored. This is more important. His thigh thrust between hers, and his hands clasped her buttocks to drag her up the surface of it. She moaned at the friction, her arms wrapping about his neck, her legs about his waist, her head thrown back so his mouth could sear her throat. There was no more thought for teasing or anything beyond the moment and their burgeoning passion. And into this heated scene walked Anthony Mallory. Thought the young gun was only bamming me. But I see he wasn't. James's head came up, and his growl was indicative of a very frustrated annoyance. Blister it. Tony, your timing is bloody rotten. Georgina slid slowly back to the floor, though her footing was none too steady. It took her about that long to realize they'd been intruded upon by one of the in-laws. Fortunately, James's arms were still about her for support, but they couldn't prevent the mortified flush that was fast staining her cheeks. She remembered Anthony from that night in the tavern when he'd mistaken Mac for someone else. Remembered thinking he was the most handsome blue-eyed devil she'd ever seen, until she noticed James. But Anthony was still incredibly good-looking. And she hadn't been being only spiteful earlier. when she told James that his son looked more like Anthony. Jeremy was in fact a younger image of Anthony, even to the cobalt blue eyes and coal black hair. She had to wonder if James really was sure that Jeremy was his. And she had to wonder what Anthony must think of her in the brief glance he gave her. Put a patch over her eye, and she'd look like a pirate just now in James's flowing white shirt, which he'd managed to unlace exceedingly low, his wide belt, cut down to her size, which she was wearing over the shirt because it was so blasted big, and her own tight breeches. And she was barefooted and bare-calved. She'd done no more than take off her shoes and stockings before she'd dropped onto the bed earlier to seethe and had fallen asleep instead.
Oh.
She was mortified, all right to be found looking like this. And in such an intimate position. But at least this time it wasn't her fault. She had been behind closed doors, doing what she had every right to do. Anthony should be the one embarrassed for just walking in without warning. But he didn't look the least bit embarrassed. He looked merely annoyed. "It's good to see you."
"Too."
"Brother," he said in reply to James's heated statement. "But not your little wench there. You've got about 2 minutes to dispose of the chip before the wife comes up to welcome you home. George isn't going anywhere. But you can take yourself out of here. You're foxed. Is that it? Can't remember that this ain't a bachelor residence anymore? There's nothing wrong with my memory. Old boy. And there's no need to hide George." "She's. Now we're done for," Anthony interrupted in vexation as they heard someone coming down the hall. "Stick her under the bed or something."
"Well."
"Don't just stand there." And he reached for Georgina himself. "Touch her, lad," James warned softly. "And you'll end up stretched out on the floor yourself." "Well, I like that," Anthony replied huffily. But he backed off.
"Fine. Then you talk your way out of this."
"But if I end up having a row with Roslyn over it, I'll bloody well take it out of your hide. See if I don't." "Anthony," James said simply. "Shut up."
He did just that.
Leaning back against the wall, crossing his arms over his chest, he waited for the fireworks to start. He'd barely spared Georgina more than a cursory glance. Now he watched the open doorway, waiting for his wife to appear. By this time, Georgina was expecting a veritable dragon to enter the room. Anyone who could cause that tall, physically perfect man to worry that she might be upset with him had to be very formidable indeed. But Rosalind Mallory didn't look intimidating when she came through the door, offering James a blinding smile, which she passed on to Georgina. She was a stunningly beautiful woman, not much taller than Georgina, not much older, and, by the looks of it, not much more pregnant than Georgina was. "Jeremy just stopped me on the stairs to tell me you've gotten married."
"James."
"Is this true?" "Married?" Anthony's interest perked up. "I thought you said you hadn't convinced Jeremy," Georgina said to James. "I didn't. The dear boy is being tediously loyal where he thinks it will count." Notice he didn't tell Tony the same thing. "Because he still doesn't believe it himself." "Married," Anthony said again. "And got no more notice than before." Rosalind asked, "What doesn't Jeremy believe?" "That George here is my Viscountess." "Clever of you to find another name for it." "James," Georgina said. "But that one I object to. So find another. You won't be sticking any English titles on me." "Too late."
"Love."
The title came with the name. "Married," Anthony shouted this time, and finally got James's attention. "That's doing it up a bit much, isn't it? Just to get out of a scolding." And before James could comment one way or the other, Rosalind asked her husband, "Who in their right mind would try to scold him?" "You would, sweetheart." Rosalind chuckled. A deep, husky sound that had Georgina blinking in surprise to hear it. "I seriously doubt that, Anthony. But why don't you tell me why you think I would?" Anthony waved a hand in Georgina's general direction, not even deigning to look at her. "Because he's come home with his latest."
"Well."
"With her." And that was just a little bit too much for Georgina to tolerate without her temper rising. "I'm not a her. You pompous ass," she said quietly, but with a good deal of bristling animosity in her expression. "I'm an American. And, for the moment, a Mallory. Well, bully for you, sweetheart," Anthony came back sneeringly. "But then you'd say anything he told you to say, wouldn't you?"
At that,
Georgina turned on James and poked him in the ribs. "It won't be necessary to convince anyone else? Isn't that what you said?"
"Now,
"George," James said placatingly, "this is nothing to lose your temper over." "I don't have a temper," she yelled at him. "And I don't have a marriage either, as far as your family's concerned. So, I guess that means you'll be finding yourself another room, won't you?" It was the wrong thing to threaten him with, when his body had yet to completely cool down from what they'd been doing before they were so rudely interrupted. "Like bloody hell I will. You want him convinced? I'll show you just how easy my baby brother is to convince." And he started toward Anthony, with fists clenched. Alarmed at this sudden turn, Rosalind quickly stepped in front of James, who looked as if he might just tear her husband limb from limb if he reached him.
oh no.
"There'll be no fighting in my home. Why have you let him rile you, man? You ken how he is." And Anthony said, a bit more diplomatically, "You are pulling our collective leg here, aren't you, old man? If you'd use your head instead of your arse to think with, you'd know this is one subject I would never joke about," came James's scathing reply. Anthony straightened slowly, coming away from the wall. Georgina, watching him, could have said to the very second when he finally believed James, his expression turned so comical in his amazement. It still took about 5 more seconds before he burst out, "Good God, you actually did it, didn't you?" And he promptly started laughing, so hard he had to hold on to the wall for support. "Bloody hell," James swore under his breath. Rosalind sent Georgina an apologetic smile. But to James, who was staring at Anthony in disgust, she said, "You should have expected this. I've heard you ribbed him unmercifully when he married me. Not because he married you, my dear, but because he couldn't find his way over the wall you set down in the center of the marriage bed." Rosalind pinkened with the reminder of how long it had taken for her to forgive Anthony for his supposed infidelity. Anthony started to sober, for that was a subject he didn't find amusing now, any more than he had then. But into the pause following James's vexing remark, Georgina let them all know she was none too amused herself. In fact, she'd briefly contemplated putting on one of her shoes just so she could kick both Mallory men. Instead, she said,
"Now,
"There's a problem you just might be facing yourself, James Mallory." And that sent Anthony off with a new peal of laughter, and turned James's scowl on his wife. "Blister it, George. You can see he's convinced. What he is convulsed with hilarity. And I'd like to know just what is so funny about your having married me? Damnation. It's nothing to do with you. It's that I've married at all. Then why don't you tell him it wasn't your idea, That my brothers, George, forced you, having failed in his effort to stop her. James closed his eyes in anticipation of what that little gem was going to produce by way of reactions. It was too much to hope Anthony might not have heard her. Forced, Anthony said incredulously, pausing only long enough to wipe moisture from his eyes. Well, now, that makes more sense. Indeed it does. Should have said so right off, old boy. But he'd held back too long to say that much. Forced, he choked out once more before bursting into laughter again, even harder than before. Very quietly, James told Roslyn, "Either drag him out of here, or he's not going to be much use to you. For several months. Possibly a whole bloody year." Now, James, she tried to placate him and keep the grin off her own lips while doing it. "You have to admit it's rather far-fetched that you could be forced." His darker glower turned her attention to her husband instead. "Anthony, do stop. It's not that funny, devil."
It
ain't, he gasped out. "How many, James?" 3? 4? When James just scowled at him, he looked to Georgina for the answer. She was also scowling at him, but said, "If you're asking how many brothers I have, there were 5 at last count." "Thank God." Anthony gave a mock sigh between chuckles. "Thought you were slipping there for a moment, brother." "Now you've got my complete sympathy." "Like hell I do," James snarled, and started toward Anthony again. But Roslyn intervened once more, this time grabbing her husband's arm. "You just don't know when to quit, do you?" she admonished, pulling him toward the door. "I've hardly begun," he protested, but a glance back at James made him amend. "You're right, sweetheart, indeed you are. And didn't you tell Jason we'd pay him a visit while he's in town? By God, I don't think I've ever looked forward so to seeing the elders, or had such interesting news to tell him." Anthony was barely out the door before it was slammed behind him. But that only started his laughter again, particularly when he heard the muffled string of oaths from the other side. Roslyn gave him an exasperated look. "You really shouldn't have done that." "I know." Anthony grinned. "He might not forgive you." "I know." His grin widened measurably. She clicked her tongue. "You're not the least bit repentant, are you?" "Not one bloody bit." He chuckled. "But damn me, I forgot to congratulate him." She jerked him back sharply. "Don't you dare. I happen to like your head on your shoulders." In an abrupt change of interest, he cornered her up against the wall there in the hallway. "Do you, Anthony?" "Stop," she laughed, trying only half-heartedly to avoid his lips. "You're incorrigible." "I'm in love," he countered huskily. "And men in love usually are incorrigible." She gasped as he nipped her ear. "Well, when you put it that way. Our room is just down the hall." Chapter 41. "Good God," Anthony said when James and Georgina entered the dining room the next morning.
How
the devil did I fail to notice you've got yourself a prime article there, James?" "Because you were too busy ribbing me," James replied. "And don't start again,
lad.
Be grateful my night was more pleasant after your departure." Georgina blushed, wanting to kick him for saying something like that. Anthony was saved from the same wish, simply because she had no idea the prime article he referred to was herself. And since the night had been very pleasant for her as well, and she was now looking her best in a deep plum-colored gown of plush velvet that fit her perfectly, she was feeling mellow enough not to make a comment to either of them. But Anthony couldn't seem to take his eyes off her. and his wife finally did some kicking of her own under the table. He flinched, but was not the least bit put off, even when James started frowning at him. Finally he said, with some exasperation, "Where the deuce have I seen you before? George? You look damned familiar." "Damn me if you don't." "My name isn't George," she told him as she took her seat. "It's Georgina. Or Georgie to my friends and family." Only James can't seem to remember that. "Are we hinting that I'm senile again?" James asked, one brow crooking. She grinned sweetly at him. "If the shoe fits. If memory serves. I made you eat that shoe the last time you tried forcing it on my foot. And if memory serves," she countered. "I believe it was delicious." Anthony had watched this byplay with interest while he patiently waited to repeat his question. But the question was quite forgotten when he noted that James's eyes were suddenly smoldering with an inner heat that had nothing to do with anger. Passion flaring over a shoe? And she'd eaten the thing? "Is this a private joke?" he asked mildly. "Or do we get to hear the punchline?" "You get to hear how we met, Sir Anthony." "Aha," he said triumphantly. "I knew it. I'm deuced good at this sort of thing, don't you know." "So where was it?" "Vauxhall? Drury Lane. A smoky tavern, actually." And Anthony's eyes went from her to James, one brow slanting. An affectation that must run in the family, Georgina decided. "I should have known. After all, you had developed a taste for barmaids." But James wasn't in a mood to be riled just now. Grinning, he said, "You're thinking with your arse again."
"Dear boy."
"She didn't work there. Come to think of it, I never did find out what she was doing there." "The same thing you were, James," Georgina told him. "Looking for someone." "And who were you looking for?" Anthony asked his brother. "Not me. You. This was the day you dragged me over half of London searching for your wife's cousin. A day Anthony would never forget. So he was quick to point out, but your Margie was a blonde, and my George is a brunette, with a fondness for male togs." And Anthony's eyes came back to Georgina with perfect recall. Good God. The vixen who leaves bruises on shins. "I thought you'd had no luck finding her." "James. I didn't. She found me. Dropped right into my arms,
so to speak."
She signed. "James," Georgina cut in, appalled that he was going to confess all again. "It isn't necessary to get into particulars, is it? This is family. Love," he told her with unconcern. "Don't matter if they know." "Is that so?" she replied stiffly, her brows snapping together. "And is that the attitude you had when you told my family all about it?" James frowned, clearly displeased that she'd brought the subject around to something he didn't want discussed. And he didn't bother to answer. He moved to the sideboard where the breakfast fare was laid out, giving the table his back. Roslyn, aware that the atmosphere had drastically changed, said diplomatically, "May I fix you a plate, Georgie? We serve ourselves in the morning." "Thank you." But James cut in, his tone clearly grumbling. "I can bloody well do it." Georgina's lips pursed in annoyance. She supposed she shouldn't have introduced the one topic guaranteed to sour his mood, but devil take it, was she supposed to let him scandalize his own family and thoroughly embarrass her in the process? He might not care what he told to whom, or what waves it created, but she did. But her pique didn't last beyond getting the plate of food from her husband, which he dropped loudly in front of her. It was a small mountain of eggs, kippers, meat pies, and sausage, rounded with biscuits and great scoops of jellies, more food than 4 people could eat. Georgina stared at it wide-eyed, turned to see that James's plate was piled even higher. Both were so obviously prepared with a total absence of thought that her humor was pricked. "Why? Thank you, James," she said, resisting the smile that was tugging at her lips. "I am famished, actually, though I can't image why. It's not as if I've been very energetic this morning." The outright lie was designed to cajole him back to a more agreeable mood, since they had both exhibited an abundance of energy this morning before they even left their bed. But she should have known better than to attempt word games with James Mallory. "You should always be so lazy, George," he replied with one of his more devilish smiles. And there was absolutely nothing that could have stopped her cheeks from going up in flames. "I don't know why she's blushing," Anthony said into the ensuing silence. "It's not as if we should understand the implications there. Not that we don't. But we shouldn't. Had a hard time getting out of bed myself this morn." Rosalind's napkin hitting him in the mouth ended that round of teasing. "Leave the poor girl alone, you rogue. Hell's teeth. Being married to a Mallory is bliss," Anthony prompted. "Who says so?" she snorted. "You do, sweetheart. Most frequently. Moments of madness, surely," she sighed, gaining a chuckle from her husband. By this time Georgina's cheeks had cooled down, but she was still grateful to Rosalind, who managed to steer the conversation into subjects non-personal after that. Or, at least non-embarrassing. She learned that a seamstress would be visiting her that very afternoon to provide a complete new wardrobe, that there were several upcoming balls over the winter season that she must attend. Both Mallory men groaned at that point, as well as routs and soirees by the dozen, where she could be introduced properly to the ton. Taking into account that these things implied she had a future hearer, which wasn't an established fact by any means. She looked at James with an "Is all this necessary?" look, and had gotten back total inscrutability. Georgina also found out that there was to be a family gathering tonight, which was when Anthony admitted, "By the by, I didn't visit the elders last night after all. Got detained." Here he wiggled his brows and kissed the air toward his wife, while she looked for another napkin to throw at him. Chuckling, he added to James, "Besides, old boy, I realized they simply wouldn't believe the news unless they hear it from you, and you have such a unique way of telling it, without actually saying it, that I didn't want to deprive you of the opportunity to blunder through it again."
To that,
James replied, "If you're visiting Nighton's Hall today, I'll be delighted to join you." "Well, if I'm damned anyway, I might as well ask it," Anthony said.
"And asked it."
"What the devil did you tell her family that you can't tell your own?" asked George. James grunted. "She's the one who doesn't want it repeated." But when those cobalt blue eyes turned on her in inquiry, Georgina's lips closed stubbornly, prompting Anthony to say with a blinding smile, "Come on, sweetheart. You might as well fess up. I'll only bring up the matter at every opportunity, in whatever company. Until you do." "You wouldn't." "He bloody well would," James put in sourly. Thoroughly vexed, Georgina demanded of her husband, "Well,
Can't you do something about it?" "Oh,
I intend to," James said with distinct menace.
You may depend upon it.
But that ain't going to stop him. Course it wouldn't. Anthony grinned. No more than it would you, old man. Georgina sat back in a huff and said, I'm beginning to have the same sentiments toward your family as you have toward mine. James Mallory. I'd be surprised if you didn't. George. With no help for it. She gave Anthony a fulminating glare and snapped out. I was his cabin boy. That was what he told my brothers, that, and the fact that I'd shared his cabin. Now are you quite satisfied? You odious man? I don't suppose he knew they were your brothers? Anthony inquired mildly. He knew, she grouched. Perhaps he didn't know there were so many of them?
He knew that.
2. Anthony then turned a very knowing and maddening look on James. Sort of like pulling the trigger yourself. Ain't it? Old boy.
Oh.
Shut up. You ass, James snarled. To which Anthony threw his head back and laughed uproariously. When he slowed to chuckles, he said, Didn't think you'd go so far to fulfill my hopes. Old man. What hopes? You don't recall my remark that when you get one of your own, she be as sweet as the little viper who kicked you instead of thanking you for your help? Didn't mean for you to get the very one. James did recall the remark then, and the fact that it had been given when Anthony was in a black mood because he'd had no luck the previous night in wooing his angry wife back to his bed. Now that you mention it, I do recall your saying something to that effect. And why you said it, and that you were drowning your miseries in drink that day. Fox by 5 o'clock, and the wife wouldn't even put you to bed, would she? Bloody hell. Anthony's expression was now quite sour, while James was now smiling.
You were foxed yourself that day.
How the devil do you remember all that? You have to ask. When you were being so bloody entertaining. Wouldn't have missed a moment of it. Dear boy. I do believe they're about to go at it again, Rosalind told Georgina. Why don't we leave them to it? They might kill each other if we're not around to watch, and, with a pointed look at her husband, she added, which will save us the trouble. If you leave, he won't be nearly so annoyed by my digs, Anthony protested as both women left the table. That's the point, darling. Rosalind smiled at him, then said to his brother, By the by, James, I sent off word to Silverley last evening about your return, so you might want to keep yourself available today, since Reggie isn't likely to wait until this evening to show up, and you know how devastated she'll be if she misses you. Georgina paused upon hearing that to demand, And just who is Reggie? Reagan, James told her, grinning with the memory of her jealousy, and what looked to be a return of it. But Anthony added, with a baleful look passed on to James, It's a long-standing point of disagreement, what we call her, but she's our favorite niece. The 4 of us raised her. You know, after our sister died. Georgina could not by any means picture that. But as long as this Reagan Reggie was merely related to James, she lost interest in her. Still, even if Georgina wasn't going to be around long, she really ought to make a point of learning a bit more about this large family of his, if just to keep her dander from rising each time she heard a female name in connection with his. It would have been nice if he had bothered to sort it all out for her before they got here, but he had been very closed-mouthed about his family, possibly to make sure she was closed-mouthed about hers. Fair was fair, after all. Chapter 42. Men do get married, you know, Georgina said reasonably, if a bit sarcastically. They even do it on a regular basis, same as women do. So would someone mind telling me why the first, and so far unanimous reaction to James's getting married is shock, followed closely by disbelief? For God's sake, he's not a monk. You're absolutely right. No one could ever accuse him of being that, and the speaker went into a round of giggles. Reggie, or Reagan as the case were, turned out to actually be Regina Eden, Viscountess of Monteith. But she was a very young Viscountess, only 20 years old, and no bigger than Georgina. And no one could deny that she was a member of the Mallory clan, at least Anthony and Jeremy's side of it, for she had the same black hair and cobalt blue eyes that they'd been born with. But Georgina was to learn that they were the exceptions, along with Amy, one of Edward's daughters. All of the other Mallorys resembled James, being blonde and mostly green-eyed. Georgina also found, to her relief, that Regina Eden was immensely likable. In quick order she found her to be lively, charming, open, teasing, and quite outspoken. She'd been bubbling with good humor ever since she'd arrived earlier that afternoon, but especially after she'd asked James, "And which mistress did you lend my clothes to?" since she hadn't been home for the borrowing of them. And while James was mulling over the easiest way to break the news, Anthony simply couldn't resist answering. The one he married.
Puss.
Fortunately, the girl had been sitting down at the time. But Georgina had heard at least 9 times. "I don't believe it." She was counting, and there'd been a good 10 times.
"Oh.
This is famous, and that in the space of only a few hours." Georgina was upstairs now, having her hair artfully arranged by Rosalind's maid, Nettie MacDonald, a feisty Scot of middle years whose soft brogue and softer green eyes had Georgina thinking how Mac would really like this woman. Rosalind and Regina were also present, supposedly to make sure she was turned out just right to meet the elders, James's older brothers. But actually they were making sure she didn't get nervous by regaling her with amusing anecdotes about the family and answering all her questions. I suppose it does seem a bit strange to someone who isn't familiar with Uncle James's history. Regina had quieted down enough to answer Georgina's question. This is a man who swore he would never marry, and no one doubted he was absolutely serious. But to understand why, you have to realize he was he was a connoisseur of women? Georgina supplied helpfully.
Why?
That's a splendid way to put it. I've said the same myself. Georgina only smiled. Rosalind rolled her eyes. She'd heard her Anthony described the same way by this minx, but she preferred to call a rake a rake. But Uncle James wasn't just a connoisseur, Regina went on to explain. And if I may be blunt. By all means, Georgina replied. But Rosalind warned first. Now don't try to make her jealous. Reggie. Of past peccadillos? The girl snorted. I, for one, am eternally grateful for every one of my Nicholas's past mistresses. Without the experience, I think we get your drift. And dear, Rosalind cut in, and couldn't help grinning. And we might even agree, she added, seeing that Georgina was smiling.
Too.
Well, as I was saying, Uncle James was a bit more than just a connoisseur of women. For a while after he first embarked on what was to be a very jaded career, you might have called him a glutton. Morning, noon, and night, and never with the same woman.
Oh.
Bosh, Rosalind scoffed. Morning, noon, and night, and Georgina nearly choked, holding her breath, waiting to hear that ridiculous never with the same woman questioned.
Two.
But apparently that part wasn't in doubt. It's perfectly true, Regina insisted. Ask Tony if you don't believe me. Or Uncle Jason, whose misfortune it was to try and curb James's wildness while he was still living at home, unsuccessfully. I might add. Of course, half of what Uncle James ever did was just to rile Jason. but James was wild. From the youngest age, he always went his own way, always had to be different from his brothers. It's no wonder he had his first duel before he was even 20. Course he won that one. He's won them all, don't you know? Jason was a superb marksman after all, and he taught all his brothers. Anthony and James, though, developed a fondness for fisticuffs, too, and many of their challenges were seen to in the ring rather than the dueling field. At least that's not so lethal.
Oh.
He never actually killed anyone on the field of honor. At least not that I recall hearing about. It's the angry challenger who usually tries to kill his opponent. Anthony used to ask his opponents where they would like to receive their wounds, Rosalind put in. A question like that really undermines a chap's confidence. Regina giggled. But who do you think he picked that habit up from? James, the very one. Georgina was beginning to wish she hadn't started this. But you still haven't really answered my question. It's all part and parcel. Dear. By the time Uncle James moved to London, he was already a disreputable rakehell. But he no longer chased everything in skirts, because he didn't have to. By then, they were chasing him. And most of the women throwing themselves at him were married women. I think I'm beginning to understand, Georgina said. I thought you would. Most every challenge issued to him was quite legitimate, all from husbands. The irony is, James might have taken what was offered, but he never kissed and told. Those batty women were so impressed with him. Well, he was a devilish handsome man when he was younger. Too, that they did the bragging if he so much as looked at them. So it stands to reason that he wouldn't have much respect for the married state, seeing firsthand nothing but constant infidelities. Which he contributed to, Georgina said a bit testily. No one can deny that. Regina grinned. He was, after all, the most notorious rake in London. He even put Tony to shame. And Tony was quite scandalous himself in his day. I'll thank you to leave Anthony out of this, Rosalind said. He's a totally reformed rake. Well, so is my Nicholas. I'll have you know. But as for Uncle James, after so many years of seeing only the worst side of marriage, it was no wonder he despised the hypocrisy of it. And unfaithful wives in particular, with which the ton abounds. He swore he'd never have one of his own, and we all thought he meant it. I'm sure he did mean it. He didn't ask to marry me. After all, Regina didn't question that. She'd already been told that James had been forced to marry, and by James himself before Anthony could. But she did question the forced part. I have to wonder about that. Georgie, she said thoughtfully. You just don't know my Uncle James. But that's what you're doing.
Telling me about him.
It's rare that I get anything of a personal nature out of him. After all. Is there anything else you think I ought to know? Well, the fact that the family disowned him for a while might come up tonight. He was gone from England for about 10 years during that time. Course. He's reinstated now. I don't suppose he told you about any of that.
No.
Well, that's one subject that you'll have to ask him about. Since it's not my place to say. That he was the infamous Captain Hawke? Regina's eyes flared. So, he did tell you?
No.
He admitted it to my brothers, after they'd recognized him. I suppose you could say it was the worst luck that two of them happened to meet up with James on the high seas before he retired from pirating. Regina gasped. You mean your brothers all knew? Good Lord. It's lucky they didn't hang him.
Oh.
They wanted to. At least Warren did. Georgina said in disgust. But James was so full of confessions that night. He deserved hanging. And how is it he didn't hang? Regina asked carefully. He escaped. With your help. Well, I couldn't let Warren have his way.
Just because he was furious at James because of me.
He's a womanizer himself. That hypocrite. Well, all's well that ends well. As the saying goes, Rosalind said. And got a snort out of Regina. It doesn't sound like all's well to me. Not when Uncle James has her whole family against him. Come now. Reggie. You don't really think he's going to let a little thing like that bother him?
Do you?
Particularly when he's here, and they're a whole ocean away. When he's ready, I'm sure he'll make it up with them. For Georgie's sake. James? Rosalind's rich chuckle filled the room at Regina's exaggerated incredulity. Perhaps you're right. He's a man who doesn't go out of his way to forgive or forget. Your poor husband has learned that firsthand, hasn't he? Don't remind me. And I'm sure Nicholas is going to quite enjoy getting in a few digs tonight, especially if he hears that James married under the same circumstances as Nicholas married me. At Georgina's questioning look, she added, Your husband was not the only one who got shoved up to the altar. In Nicholas's case, it took a little blackmail, a little bribery, and of course Tony praying he'd refuse, so he could cut Nicholas into little pieces. And James?
Oh.
He wasn't part of that. We didn't even know he was back in England yet. But as it happens, my husband also clashed with Captain Hawke on the high seas at one time. So, if they appear to be mortal enemies tonight, think nothing of it. At that, Georgina burst into laughter. Chapter 43. Despite the fact that this was to be no more than a family gathering, Georgina discovered that such events were still quite formal affairs here when Regina produced a sparkling evening gown for her to wear. The rich brown material shimmered so, it looked like polished bronze, and with a bodice overlaid with sequin tulle, Georgina really did sparkle in the lovely creation. At any rate, she was delighted with it. Having been condemned to pastels for so long, she was eager for the darker, matronly colors it was now acceptable for her to wear. In fact, she had chosen nothing but bold, vibrant colors for the wardrobe she had ordered earlier. Coming downstairs later, they met the men of the household in the parlor, finding they had done themselves up just as grandly. Anthony was unfashionably all in black, except for the pristine whiteness of his carelessly tied cravat. James was sporting a satin coat for the occasion, but in an emerald green so dark it could not, in any way, be called dandyish. And what that color did for his eyes! They appeared like jewels with fire captured at their center, lighting them to a more vivid, brilliant green that fairly glowed. And Jeremy, that scamp, was a dandy personified in a glaringly cardinal red coat, with Godolphin chartreuse knee breeches. A combination that, Regina told Georgina in a side whisper, was being worn just to annoy his father. Conrad Sharp was also present. Not surprising since James and Jeremy both considered him family. Georgina had never seen him done up formally before, though, even to the point of having shaved off his sea beard. But likewise, this was the first time he was seeing her in anything other than her boy's togs. And it was too much to hope that he might overlook that fact. Well, good God, George, you haven't misplaced your breeches, have you? Very funny, she mumbled. While Connie and Anthony chuckled, and James just stared at her deeply scooped décolletage, Regina remarked, For shame,
Connie.
That's not the way you compliment a lady. So, you've already championed her. We'll squirt, he said, drawing her close for a hug. Well, sheathe your claws. George here don't need flattery any more than you do. Or protection. For that matter.
Besides,
It ain't safe to compliment her when her husband's around. James ignored that bit of foolery to tell his niece. Since I know that must be one of your ensembles.
sweet.
I have to say you're wearing your bodices too low these days. Nicholas doesn't mind. The girl grinned. That wastrel wouldn't.
Oh,
Famous. He's not even here yet. And you're already starting on him, and she moved off in a huff to greet Jeremy. But when James's eyes came back to Georgina, particularly to her bodice, she was so reminded of a similar scene that she said, if my brothers were here, they would make some ridiculous remark right about now, like I ought to change into something less revealing. You wouldn't by any chance be thinking the same thing and agree with them? God forbid. With a teasing grin, Connie said to Anthony, "Do you get the feeling he don't like her brothers?" "I can't imagine why," Anthony replied, straight-faced. "After what you told me about them. They sound like such enterprising chaps." Tony, James warned. But Anthony had held his laughter in too long. "Locked in a cellar," he hooted. "By God. I wish I could have seen it. Indeed, I do." If James hadn't heard enough, Georgina had. "My brothers, the lot of them, happen to be as big or bigger than yourself, Sir Anthony. You wouldn't have fared any better against them, I assure you," she said, and then marched off to join Regina across the room. Anthony, if not put in his place, was at least surprised. "Well, damn me. I do believe the chit just offended you, James." James merely smiled, but Roslyn, who'd listened to her husband with growing exasperation, said, "If you don't stop ribbing him in front of her, she's liable to do more than that. And if she doesn't, I might." And the last lady deserted them. Connie chuckled at Anthony's changed expression, which was chagrin now. He nudged James to have a look. "If he's not careful, he might be sleeping with the dogs again." "You may be right, old man," James replied. "So, let's not discourage him." Connie shrugged. "If you can bear it. It's no skin off my back. I can bloody well put up with anything for the desired results. I suppose you can. Even getting locked in cellars." "I heard that," Anthony interjected. "So I had the right of it. There was motive to your madness."
Oh,
"Shut up, Tony." It wasn't much longer before the elders arrived, as James and Anthony liked to refer to their older brothers. Jason Mallory, the third Marquis of Haverston and head of the family, was a surprise to Georgina. She'd been told he was 46, and indeed, he merely looked a slightly older version of James. But right there the similarities ended. While James had his droll charm, his abnormal sense of humor, and his devilishly sensual smiles, Jason was sobriety itself. And she had thought her brother Clinton was too serious-minded. Jason put him to shame, and worse, she'd been told all that grimness came with a hot temper that was more often than not directed at his younger brothers. Of course, she'd also been told, and had no reason to doubt it if James and Anthony were any indication, that the Mallory brothers were happiest when they were arguing among themselves. Edward Mallory, now, was unlike any of the other three. A year younger than Jason, he was stockier than Jason and James, though he had the same blonde hair and green eyes. Nothing seemed to be able to mar his joviality. He could banter with the rest of them, but good-humoredly. In fact, like her brother Thomas, he seemed totally lacking in temper. And when James dropped the news on them,
well,
At least their disbelief didn't last nearly as long as Anthony's. I had doubts that Tony would ever settle down. But James? Good God. He was a lost cause, Jason commented. I'm amazed. James, Edward said. But of course delighted. Absolutely delighted. Georgina couldn't doubt her welcome into the family. Both older brothers looked at her as if she were a miracle worker. Of course, they hadn't been told yet the rest of the circumstances of her marriage, and Anthony, for once, kept his mouth shut. But she couldn't help wondering why James was letting them all think that everything was swell dandy fine. It would be rather awkward for him to explain if he sent her home now, but she knew that wouldn't stop him if he was going to. So was he going to? If the question weren't so damned important, she'd put herself out of misery and ask it again, and pray that this time she'd get a straight answer. But if he didn't have plans to live with her permanently, she really didn't want to know it now, when she was starting to have hope again. Edward had arrived with his wife, Charlotte and Amy, the youngest of his 5 children. The others all had had previous commitments, but had promised to drop by during the week. Derek, Jason's only son, was supposedly out of town, likely committing deviltry. Word was he was fast following in his younger uncle's footsteps. At least no one had been able to locate him. And Jason's wife, Frances, never came to London, so her absence was not unexpected. Regina had, in fact, confided that Frances had only endured marriage to provide Derek and Regina with a mother figure, and now that they were grown, she preferred to live separately from her austere husband. Don't worry. You'll figure out who's who in no time, Rosalind had assured her. It's when dear Charlotte regales you with the ton's latest scandals that you'll get confused. So many. You know. And yet you're likely to meet everyone involved eventually. Meet the cream of England's aristocracy? She could do without that. Thank you. And yet, she nearly choked with wry humor when she realized that aside from Connie and Jeremy, every single person in the room was a titled aristocrat, herself now included. And irony of ironies, she didn't find them the least bit contemptible, snobbish, or unlikable. Well, with the possible exception of her youngest brother-in-law, Anthony, with his provoking taunts and innuendos, was not endearing himself to her at all. Quite the opposite. It wasn't much later, however, that Georgina had her first opportunity to see how Mallorys banded together. No sooner did Nicholas Eden, Viscount of Monteith, walk into the room than Anthony and James stopped going for each other's throats and went for his instead. You're late, Eden, Anthony greeted him with cool curtness. And here I was hoping you'd forgotten where I live. I've tried, old man. But the wife keeps reminding me, Nicholas replied, his tight smile anything but congenial. You don't think I like coming here?
Jew.
Well, you'd best pretend otherwise.
Puppy.
Your wife has noticed that you've arrived. And you know how annoyed she gets when she sees you provoking her dear uncles. Me provoking? The poor man nearly choked in strangled outrage. But when he glanced over to where Regina was embroiled in conversation with Amy and Charlotte, his whole countenance changed. She signaled she'd join him in a minute. He winked and smiled at her with unbelievable tenderness. Georgina was trying to be neutral, even though she'd heard the stories about why these 3 men were so at odds with one another and thought it ridiculous that it had gone on for more than a year. But after just watching that tender exchange, she favored Nicholas Eden's side. Until he turned back to the 3 of them and his eyes lit on James. Back so soon? And here I'd so been hoping you'd sink at sea or something. James actually chuckled. Sorry to disappoint you,
lad.
But I had precious cargo this trip, so was extra careful. And how have you been? Sleeping on the couch lately? Nicholas scowled. Not since you've been gone. You bloody sod. But I suppose that will change now. He grumbled. Depend upon it. Dear boy. James grinned devilishly. We do love to assist in a good cause. After all, you're all heart. Mallory. And then those amber eyes dropped to Georgina, standing between the brothers, but with James's arm draped over her shoulders. And who is this? As if I need to ask. The insinuation was clear, and Georgina bristled at being demoted back to mistress. But before she could think of a scathing enough reply, and before James could retaliate even more harshly, Anthony came to her defense, shocking not only her, but Nicholas.
Too.
Get that sneer out of your tone, Eden, he said, his anger all the more telling for its quietness. That's my sister-in-law you're dragging through the gutter of your thoughts. I beg your pardon, Nicholas said to Georgina, thoroughly embarrassed and contrite to have made such a horrid mistake. And yet his confusion quickly took over. To Anthony, he said, with a good deal of suspicion that he might have just had his leg pulled. I thought your wife was an only child. She is. Then how can she be? Those beautiful amber eyes jumped back to James, widened incredulously now. Oh, good God, you can't mean you've taken a wife. You must have had to sail to the ends of the earth to find a woman who wouldn't be scared off by your sordid reputation. He looked to Georgina again to add, Did you know you were getting a bloody pirate for a husband? That was mentioned before the wedding. I believe, she answered wryly. And did you know that he carries grudges to the ends of time? I'm beginning to see why, she countered, causing both Anthony and James to burst into laughter. Nicholas grudgingly smiled. Very good. And dear. But did you also know he is a philandering rogue? So jaded dash. James interrupted at that point with a soft growl. Keep it up, lad. And you'll force me to. Force you, Regina said as she came up beside her husband to slip her arm through his. You told him, Uncle James? Famous. I could have sworn that was one little tidbit you wouldn't have wanted Nicholas, of all people, to know about. After all, you do so hate to have anything in common with him, and that you were both forced to wed is having a lot in common, isn't it? Nicholas said nothing to that. He stared at his wife, probably trying to ascertain if she were serious or not. But he was going to laugh. Georgina could see it in his eyes. He held back only until he saw James's chagrined look. Surprisingly, Anthony didn't join Nicholas in his laughter. He'd either gotten it all out of his system the previous night, or, more likely, he just didn't want to share anything with the young Viscount, even something they both found vastly amusing. Reggie. Puss, he said with marked displeasure. I don't know whether to strangle you or send you to your room. I don't have a room here anymore. Tony. Then strangle her, James said, looking as if he actually meant it, until his eyes dropped to his niece with a mixture of fondness and exasperation. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Sweet. She didn't even try to deny it. Well, you two always stand solidly against him, which is hardly fair now, is it? 2-1? But don't be mad at me. I've just realized that I'm going to have to listen to his crowing about it a lot more than you will. I live with him. After all, that did not, by any means, make it better. When Nicholas Eden was standing there grinning from ear to ear. Perhaps I ought to come live with you myself. Reagan, James said. At least until the townhouse Eddie boy found for me is refurbished.
At that,
Nicholas was brought up short. Over my dead body. That,
dear boy,
can be arranged. And at that moment, Edward joined them. By the by, James, in all the excitement of your wonderful news, I forgot to mention that a chap stopped by the house this evening looking for you. Would have told him where you could be found except, well, dash it all, he was rather hostile in his inquiry. Figured if he were a friend, he'd have better manners. Did he leave a name? None at all. He was a big chap, though. Very tall. And an American by the sound of him. James turned slowly toward Georgina, his brows drawn together, storm clouds gathering in his eyes. Those barbarous louts you're related to wouldn't have followed us here.
Would they, dear?
Her chin rose a little in defiance of his reaction. But she still couldn't conceal the amusement that touched her eyes. My brothers happen to care about me, James. So perhaps if you'll recall Drew Sand Boyd's last sight of me on your ship, you'll have your answer. His frame of mind that memorable night of their wedding might have been a little off-center with volatile emotions. But he did recall that he'd brought her aboard his ship gagged, and that he'd kept her close to hand, under his arm. Actually. Now he said quietly, but with feeling, bloody everlasting hell. Chapter 44. Devil take it. You can't be serious, Georgina said furiously. I have to at least see them. They've come all this way. I don't give a bloody damn how far they've come, James shot back just as furiously. She hadn't had a chance to broach the subject of her brothers last night, since she had gone up to her room soon after the elders left, and though she'd waited and waited for James to join her, she'd fallen asleep before he did. Now, this morning, he'd flatly refused to take her to the harbor, flatly refused to arrange a carriage for her when she asked for that instead, and finally told her in words she couldn't possibly misunderstand, that she wouldn't be seeing her brothers at all, and that was that. She drew herself up now, and tried to inject some rationality into the discussion by asking calmly, would you mind telling me why you're taking this attitude? You must know they've only come here to assure themselves that I'm all right. Like bloody hell, he snarled, unwilling or unable to be rational, reasonable, or anything moderate just now. They've come to take you back. It was a question she could no longer put off. And isn't that what you intended all along? To send me back? She held her breath while he continued to scowl at her for several long moments. And then he snorted, as if she'd asked something utterly ridiculous. Where the deuce did you get that notion from? Have I ever said as much? You didn't have to. I was at our wedding, remember? You were not an eager groom by any means. What I remember, George, is that you ran off from me without a by your leave. She blinked in surprise at hearing that brought up at this late date, and not at all in connection with what she'd asked. Ran off. What I did was go home.
James.
That is what I was doing on your ship in the first place, going home. Without telling me. Now, that wasn't my fault. I would have told you. But the Triton had already sailed by the time Drew was done yelling at me for showing up in Jamaica, when he'd assumed I was at home. Was I supposed to jump overboard just to tell you goodbye? You weren't supposed to leave at all. Now that's ridiculous. We had no understanding. No spoken agreement that might have led me to believe you wanted to continue our relationship on a permanent basis, or any basis, for that matter. Was I supposed to read your mind? Did you have something permanent in mind? I was going to ask you to be my. He hesitated over the word when he saw the narrowing of her eyes. Well, You don't have to look insulted, he ended huffily. I'm not, she said tightly, which told him plainly that she was. My answer, by the way, would have been no. Then I'm bloody well glad I didn't ask, and he headed toward the door. Don't you dare leave yet, she shouted after him. You haven't answered my question. Haven't I? He turned with raised brow, which warned her immediately that he was done with showing her his temper, and was now going to be merely difficult, which was far worse as far as she was concerned. Suffice it to say that you're my wife, and as such, you aren't going anywhere. And that infuriated her no end.
Oh.
Are we admitting it now? That I'm your wife? Just because my brothers have come? Is this more revenge on your part? James Mallory, think what you like. But your damned brothers can rot in the harbor for all I care. They won't know where to find you. And you bloody well aren't going to them. End of discussion. Love. And he slammed out of the bedroom. And by the time Georgina had slammed the door 3 more times for good measure, none of which brought her exasperating husband back to finish the argument properly, she decided he was still a blasted brick wall. But brick walls could be climbed if they couldn't be toppled. Have you told her you love her yet? James slowly put his cards down on the table and picked up his drink instead. The question, unrelated to anything said previously, had his brow raising. He looked first at George Amherst to his left, who was studying his cards as if he'd never seen them before, then at Connie across from him, who was trying to keep a straight face, and finally at Anthony, who'd tossed out that loaded question. You weren't by any chance speaking to me, were you? Old boy. None other. Anthony grinned. You've been sitting there all evening wondering about it. Have you? No wonder you've been losing steadily. Anthony picked up his own drink and lazily swirled the amber liquid around in the glass, watching it rather than his brother. Actually, I wondered about it this morning when I heard all that noise going on upstairs. Then again this afternoon when you caught the dear girl surreptitiously sneaking out the front door and ordered her to her room. That was a bit much, don't you think? She stayed put, didn't she? Indeed. So much, so she wouldn't come down for dinner, which got my wife annoyed enough to go off visiting. So the little darling sulks, James said, shrugging with little concern. It's a rather amusing habit of hers that can be got around quite easily. I'm just not ready to get around it yet.
Oh.
Ho. Anthony chuckled. That's confidence a bit misplaced, I'd say. Particularly if you haven't told her you love her. James's brow shot up a bit higher. You're not proposing to give me advice, are you? Tony, as your wife puts it, if the shoe fits, but yours don't fit at all. Aren't you the lad who is so mired in the muck of misery that We aren't discussing me, Anthony said laconically, a frown settling between his brows. Very well, James allowed, only to add, but you'd still be floundering if I hadn't left Roslyn that note that exonerated you. I hate to break it to you, old man, Anthony gritted out. But I'd already mended that fence before she ever clapped eyes on your note. Gentlemen, the game is whist, George Amherst said pointedly. And I'm 200 pounds down, if you don't mind. And Connie finally burst out laughing. Give it up, puppy, he said to Anthony. He's going to remain mired in his own muck until it suits him to crawl out of the hole, and not a moment sooner. Besides, I do believe he's enjoying his muck. The challenge, is she don't know how he feels. Then it stands to reason she ain't going to tell him how she feels. Keeps him on his toes, don't it? Anthony turned to James for confirmation of this interesting idea. but all he got was a scoffing snort and a scowl. As the Mallory brothers were picking up their cards to continue the game, Georgina was slipping out the back door to stumble her way across backyards and alleys to Park Lane, where, after an anxious 15-minute wait, she was able to hail a passing hack to take her to the London docks. Unfortunately, she'd already been let off and the hack gone before she belatedly recalled something she'd learned on her first trip to England. London, reputedly the largest commercial and shipping center in the world, didn't have just one dock. There was the London Dock at Wapping, the East India at Blackwall, Hermitage Dock, Shadwell Dock, and those were just a few of them that spread for miles along the Thames and on both the south bank of the river and the north. How the devil was she supposed to find a ship or two? And it was doubtful that her brothers would have brought more than that to England, knowing the berthing difficulties, this late at night, when most of the docks were locked up behind their high, protective walls. The best she could hope to do was some questioning, and that would have to be done on the wharves where incoming sailors would be found. More specifically, in the waterfront taverns along the quay. She had to be crazy to even consider it. No. Just exceedingly angry. What other choice did she have when James was being so ridiculously unreasonable? He wouldn't even let her out of the blasted house. And although she would rather try and locate her brothers during the day, when the area she was now in could be considered safer, she knew she'd never make it out of the townhouse undetected in the day, when there were so many servants and family about. And she was not going to let her brothers go home thinking she'd been done away with by the dastardly ex-pirate they'd marry her to, simply because they'd been unable to find her. But as she neared the area of the wharves where people were having rousing good times in whatever entertainments could be found late at night, her anger lessened in proportion to her rising nervousness. She really shouldn't be here. She wasn't dressed appropriately for what she was considering, wearing one of Regina's lovely dresses with matching spencer, which did not keep out the cold at all. And she wasn't adept at questioning people, what she wouldn't give to have Mac with her just now. But he was an ocean away, and when she watched two drunks leave one tavern and get no more than 10 feet away before starting a fight with each other, she concluded that she was crazy to have come down here. She would just have to work on James some more to get him to change his mind. She had wiles. Didn't she? All women were supposed to have them. And what good were they if she didn't use them? Georgina turned to go back the way she'd come, which at the moment seemed the safer avenue, or at least the more quiet, when she spotted what looked like another hack at the other end of the street. But she'd have to pass two taverns competing in noise to get to it, one on either side of the street, so that she'd actually have to pass in front of one or the other to reach the hack. And the doors of both happened to be open to allow the escape of smoke and to let cold air in to cool the customers. She hesitated, weighing the long walk down deserted streets just to get to an area where she might be able to find transportation back to the West End against this dimly lit street, except directly in front of the taverns, where light blazed out. That was actually empty except for the two men now rolling on the ground in the middle of the street as they continued to pound on each other. A minute at a hurried pace, and she'd be out of there, with nothing left to worry about except how she was going to get back into the house on Piccadilly undetected. That settled it as far as she was concerned. And she set off at a brisk walk that picked up to a near run as she started to cross the front of the tavern on her right, since that one seemed to be a little less noisy. Keeping her head averted toward the street, she slammed right into a solid chest and would have sent both her and the owner of that solid chest falling except for someone else quickly steadying them. "I beg your pardon," she began quickly, only to feel arms come around her instead of setting her back as they should have done. "Not at all, love," she heard a husky voice say with a good deal of enthusiasm. "You can run me down any time. Indeed you can." She didn't know whether to be grateful or not that those tones were cultured, but she was going to assume that this was a gentleman, even if he hadn't let go of her yet. And a glance up at a well-dressed chest confirmed it. But when her eyes reached the top of him, she was given pause. Big, blonde, and handsome, The young man reminded her uncannily of her husband, except for the eyes, which were more hazel than green. "Perhaps she'd like to join us," came another voice, slightly slurred. Georgina glanced over to see the fellow who'd kept them from falling, doing a bit of swaying on his feet himself. A young gentleman.
2.
And she guessed uncomfortably that they were Raquel's out slumming. "A splendid idea, Percy." "Damn me if it ain't," the blonde one holding her agreed. And to her, "Would you like to join us? That is." "No," she said flatly and distinctly as she tried to push away from him. The chap wasn't letting go,
though.
"Now don't be hasty in deciding," he cajoled her. And then, "Gad, you're a pretty thing. Whoever's keeping you, sweetheart, I'll top his price and then some. And make sure you never have to walk these streets again." Georgina was too stunned by the proposition to reply immediately, giving someone else an opportunity to say behind her, "Good God, cousin, you're talking to a lady. Take a gander at them togs she's wearing if you doubt me." 3 of them, Georgina realized, not just 2. She was getting really uneasy now, particularly since the big one she was pushing against still wouldn't release her. "Don't be an ass, dear boy," he said dryly to their third companion. "Here? And alone." Then to her, with a smile that would probably have worked magic on any other woman, because the fellow really was exceedingly handsome. "You're not a lady, are you, love? Please say you aren't." She almost laughed at that point. He was honest to God hoping she wasn't. And she was no longer the innocent to be left wondering why. "Much as I hate to admit it, I do have a lady tacked on in front of my name now, thanks to my recent marriage. But regardless, mister, I believe you've detained me long enough. Kindly let go." She'd said it firmly enough, but all he did was grin down at her in a maddening way. She was thinking about kicking him and then making a run for it when she heard a sharp intake of breath right behind her, and an incredulous voice. "Hell's bells. Derek, I know that voice. Damn me if I don't. If I'm not mistaken, that's your newest aunt you're trying to seduce." "Very funny, Jeremy," Derek snorted. "Jeremy." Georgina twisted around. And sure enough, James's son was the one standing behind her. "And my stepmother," the lad added, just before he started to laugh. "You're bloody well lucky you didn't try snatching a kiss from her like you did the last wench that caught your eye.
Cousin.
My father would probably kill you, if your father didn't beat him to it." Georgina was released so fast, she stumbled. 3 sets of hands immediately came up to steady her, but dropped away just as quickly. For God's sake, if she was going to run into family down here on the docks, why couldn't it have been hers instead of James's? Derek Mallory, Jason's only son and heir, was scowling blackly now, and Jeremy had stopped laughing as he looked around for his father, didn't see him, and concluded correctly that she was there without him. "Does this mean the chit ain't going to be joining us?" Percy wanted to know. "Watch your mouth," Derek warned his friend in a growl. "The lady is James Mallory's wife." "You mean the chap who nearly killed my friend Nick?"
"Gad.
You are done for, ain't you, Mallory? Trespassing with his." "Shut up, Percy, you ass." The lad told you she's my aunt. Beg to differ, Percy replied indignantly. He told you. He did not tell me. Well, you know James is my uncle. He's not going to, oh. Devil it. Never mind. And then his scowl came back to Georgina. More and more. He was reminding her of James, 10 years younger. Which was probably about how old Derek was. I suppose I should apologize.
Aunt.
George. Ain't it? Georgie, she corrected, unable to fathom why he appeared so annoyed with her now. But his next words brought a little understanding. Can't say as I'm thrilled just now to welcome you to the family. She blinked. You're not.
No.
I'm not. Not when I'd much prefer we weren't related. And then he said to Jeremy, bloody hell. Where do my uncles find it? Well, my father found this one in a tavern. Jeremy was frowning at her now.
Two.
But she quickly realized his anger was merely on his father's behalf. So, I suppose it's not so strange. After all, seeing her down here. For God's sake. It's not what it looks like. Jeremy, she protested with a bit of her own annoyance surfacing. Your father was being totally unreasonable in not allowing me to see my brothers. So, you set out to find them for yourself?
Well.
Yes. Do you even know where to look for them?
Well.
No. To that he gave a disgusted snort. Then I think we'd better take you home. Don't you? She sighed. I suppose. But I was on my way home.
You know.
I meant to hire that hack. Which would have left you walking. Since that's Derek's carriage. And his driver would have just ignored you. Unless, of course, you'd have given him your name. Which you likely would not have thought to do. Hell's bells. You're bloody lucky we found you. George. Like father, like son. She thought, gritting her teeth, and realizing, at that point, that there wouldn't be much hope now of getting back into the townhouse without James finding out about her little adventure. Unless. I don't suppose you could refrain from mentioning this to your father? No, he said simply. Her teeth were really gnashing now. You're a rotten stepson. Jeremy Mallory. And that amused the young scamp enough to bring back his laughter. Chapter 45. By the time Derek's carriage stopped in front of the townhouse on Piccadilly, Georgina wasn't just annoyed anymore with her escort. She was quite angry. Jeremy's humor had gotten thoroughly on her nerves, and his dire predictions of what she could expect from an enraged husband didn't help. Derek was still chagrined that he'd tried to seduce his own aunt, albeit unknowingly, and so his continued scowls weren't helping either. And Percy, that half-wit, was simply too much to put up with at any time. But she wasn't kidding herself. She knew very well that her anger now was more defensive than anything else, because despite the fact that James's stubbornness had driven her to that impulsive trip to the river, she knew she shouldn't have gone, and he really did have every right to be furious with her. And James, really angry, was nothing pleasant to deal with. Hadn't he nearly killed Warren with his bare hands? But to hear Jeremy tell it, that was nothing compared to what she could expect. It was understandable then that she might be feeling a good deal of trepidation, and understandable that she might hide it under her own anger. At any rate, she fully intended to march into that house and keep right on going, right up to her room. Her rotten stepson could tattle on her to his heart's content, but she was going to be behind a barricaded door before her husband exploded with his reaction. So she thought, but Jeremy had other ideas, and letting him lift her down from the carriage was her mistake. When she tried to brush past him to enter the house first, He caught her hand and wouldn't let go. And she might be older than he was, but there was no doubt that he was bigger and stronger and determined to lay her and her misdeeds right before James so she'd get her just desserts. But they weren't in the house yet, though the door was already being opened by the ever-efficient Dobson. "Let go of me, Jeremy, before I clobber you," she whispered furiously at him while giving the butler a smile. "Now is that any way for mother to talk to her dash? You wretched boy. You're enjoying this, aren't you?" That question only got her a grin and a tug, which brought her into the hall. It was empty, of course, except for Dobson, so there was still a chance. The stairs were right there. But Jeremy didn't waste a blasted second before calling for his father, quite cheerfully at the top of his lungs. And so Georgina didn't waste another second before she kicked him. Unfortunately, that only made him yell louder, not let her go, and, much worse, the parlor door was thrown open while she was in the process of kicking him again. It was really too much, after a day fraught with so many disturbing emotions. James just had to be there, didn't he? He couldn't have discovered her missing and gone off to search for her, could he? No, he had to be there, right there, watching her trying to abuse his son. And were those brows of his drawing together in suspicion, as if he knew exactly why? And even with his father's presence, had Jeremy released her yet? No, he had not. It was too much. And just enough for Georgina's oft-denied temper to explode for real. "Tell this wretched child of yours to let go of me, James Mallory, or I'm going to kick him where it will really hurt."
Oh.
I say. Does she mean what I think she means? Shut up. Percy, someone said.
Derek probably.
Georgina barely heard. She marched over to James, dragging Jeremy with her, because the scamp still hadn't let go, and glared up at her husband, totally ignoring Anthony, Connie, and George Amherst, who crowded around him. "I don't give a fig what you say about it. So there," she told him. "Dare I ask? About what?" "About where I went. If you hadn't been an unnatural husband." "Unnatural?" "Yes. Unnatural. Denying me my own family." "What is that if not unnatural?" "Prudence."
Oh.
"Very well. Maintain your ridiculous stand. But if you hadn't been prudent, then I wouldn't have resorted to desperate measures. So before you get all hot under the collar, consider who's actually at fault here." All James did was turn to Jeremy and ask, "Where did you find her?" Georgina could have screamed at that point. She'd been trying to shake off Jeremy's hand while she'd had her say, but still couldn't. And heaping guilt on James's shoulders didn't appear to have worked
either.
And now the scamp would have his say. And she wouldn't be surprised if James throttled her right there in front of brother, nephew,
son,
and assorted friends, all of whom were on his side and not likely to lift a finger to her aid. But then she gasped, finding herself jerked behind Jeremy's broad back and hearing him say to his father, "It's not as bad as you might be thinking." She was on the waterfront, but she was well protected. She'd hired her own carriage and had these two huge, monstrously huge, drivers who weren't letting anyone get near. "What a danker," Percy interrupted, chuckling to himself. How'd she run smack into Derek's arms? Then, to almost get herself kissed. Derek, flushing from hot pink to hot red, reached over and grabbed Percy's cravat, twisting it around his hand until the poor man was almost choking. "Are you calling my cousin a liar?" he snarled, his eyes a true green now, foretelling just how upset he was. "Gad. No. Wouldn't dream of it," Percy quickly assured him. Yet his confusion was evident, and he was heard to protest. "But I was there, Derek. Ought to know what I seen." The cravat twisted tighter. Then again, "What do I know?" "Gentlemen, if you please." Anthony's dry tones entered the dispute. "My wife deplores bloodshed in her hall. Georgina, well shielded by Jeremy's tall form, was sorry for all the bad thoughts she'd had of the lad. She'd already realized he'd kept hold of her to protect her from his father's wrath, rather than to assure that she couldn't escape it as she'd thought. He'd even lied for her, which had just endeared him to her for all time. But thanks to that double-damned Percy, it was all for naught. She was afraid now to peek around his shoulder to see how James was taking all of this. He'd frowned when he first saw her, but other than that, he'd displayed his usual imperturbability, had just stood there and listened to her tell him what was what without showing the least bit of emotion. From where she stood, or cowered, as the case were, she could see Anthony to one side of James, Connie on the other. Connie was grinning at her, plainly enjoying the situation. Anthony appeared to be bored with it all, a reaction that was usually James's. But she didn't think James would be showing the same just now. And when she felt Jeremy tense in front of her, she guessed she was right. And when Jeremy turned around and whispered to her, "I think you better run now," she knew it for certain. James didn't move as he watched her race up the stairs, merely noting that she'd hiked her skirt up to accomplish her flight, leaving not only her ankles but her calves on display for everyone to see, and a glance about the hall told him everyone was indeed seeing and admiring, which brought more fire to his eyes than had already been there. Not until the door slammed upstairs did his eyes return to Jeremy, the only one who hadn't watched Georgina's exit, who'd been warily watching his father instead. "Switched loyalties, have you, lad?" James said very quietly. It was the softness of his tone that had Jeremy squirming and blurting out, "Well, I didn't want to see you going through what Uncle Tony did, just because you might get a little angry with the wench, and she might get a lot angry back at you. She's got a bloody temper, if you ain't noticed. You thought I'd have to find a new bed. Is that it?" Something like that. Hearing his past difficulties aired so nonchalantly, Anthony let his assumed boredom drop clean away with a choking sound and then a growl. "If your father don't blister your hide, young gun, I'm bloody well thinking of doing it." But Jeremy wasn't concerned with his uncle's chagrin just now. Real or not. "What are you going to do?" he asked his father. As if it were a foregone conclusion, James replied, "I'm going to go up and beat my wife." Of course. No matter how mildly he'd said it, 6 voices rose in immediate protest. James almost laughed. It was so absurd. They knew him better than that, or ought to, yet even Anthony was suggesting he think about it first. He hadn't said another word, or made a move to do as he'd said, but they were still arguing their points when Dobson opened the front door again, and Warren Anderson pushed past him. Anthony was the first to see this mountain of male fury heading straight for his brother, and, with a nudge to James's ribs, asked, "Friend of yours?" James followed his gaze and swore. "Bloody hell. Enemy is more like it." "One of your brothers-in-law by any chance?" Anthony guessed, as he wisely got out of the way. James was given no opportunity to answer since Warren had reached him by that time and immediately took a swing at him. James blocked the first punch easily, but Warren ducked his return swing and came up with a solid blow to James's middle. With the breath momentarily knocked out of him, he heard Warren sneer, "I learn from my mistakes, Mallory." One swift jab to daze him, and one hard right landed Warren on the floor at James's feet for James to reply. Not well enough. Apparently. As Warren was shaking his head to clear it, Anthony asked James, "Is this the one that wanted to hang you?" One and the same. Anthony offered Warren a hand up, but held on when Warren was standing and tried to get his hand back. And there was pure menace in his voice as he asked Warren, "How does it feel, having the tables turned?" Yank. Warren merely glared at Anthony. What's that supposed to mean? Look around you. It's not your family that surrounds you this time, but his. I'd bloody well keep my fists in my pockets, were I you. Go to hell, Warren said as he snatched his hand back. Anthony could well have taken exception to that, but instead he laughed and cast James a look that said clearly, "Well, I tried. It's your turn again." But James didn't want another turn. He just wanted Warren Anderson out of there, out of England, out of his life. If the man weren't so belligerent, obnoxious, and plainly hostile, he might try explaining things rationally to him. But Warren Anderson was not a rational man. Besides, James simply didn't like the fellow. Understandable, since this was the chap who'd wanted to see his neck stretched by a rope. Coldly, ominously, James warned him, "We can do this the hard way, and I can beat you to a bloody pulp, and don't doubt it."
Dear boy.
I won't need any help to do so, or you can just leave. I'm not leaving without my sister, Warren maintained staunchly. Now they're wrong. Yank. You gave her to me, and I'm keeping her. And I'm especially keeping her away from you and your bloody propensity toward violence. You didn't want her. Like hell I didn't, James growled. I wanted her enough to let you nearly hang me. You don't make sense. Man, Warren said, frowning now. Course he does, Anthony interjected at this point, laughing. Perfect sense. James ignored his brother to assure his brother-in-law. Even if I didn't want her, Anderson, you still wouldn't get her back now. Why the hell not? Because she's having my baby. And I haven't forgotten that you're the man who thinks beating her will solve everything. But didn't Mallory say he was going to? Shut up. Percy came from 3 different directions. Warren was too shaken up now to notice. My God. Mallory. I wouldn't hurt her even if she weren't. Hell. She's my sister. She's my wife. Which gives me all rights in the matter. One of which is my right to deny you access to her. You want to see her? You'll have to make your peace with me first. Warren's response to that wasn't surprising, considering James looked anything but peaceable at the moment. Like hell I will. And your rights be damned. If you think we'll leave her in the hands of a pirate, think again. They were impotent last words, but Warren knew he'd have no luck getting Georgina out of that house right then, since he had come alone, while Mallory was surrounded by family and friends. It enraged him beyond measure that he'd have to leave without her, but for the moment he had no choice. He left furious, and the only reason the door didn't slam behind him as he stormed out was that Dobson had snatched it open before he reached it. Anthony rocked back on his heels and gave a hoot of laughter. Don't know whether to congratulate you about the baby, old man, or because you got rid of its uncle. I need a bloody drink, was James's only response, and he headed back into the parlor to find one. Much as he would have liked it otherwise. The whole lot of them followed. By the time the rest of the congratulations had died down, James was on his way to being quite foxed. Little George wasn't too far off the mark when she described her brothers. Was she? Anthony remarked, still quite amused over the whole affair. Are they all as big as that one? Just about, James mumbled. He'll be back. You know, Anthony speculated. And likely with reinforcements. James disagreed. The others happened to be a bit more level-headed. Not by much. Mind you, but a bit. They'll go home now. What can they do? After all, she's my wife. They saw to it. Anthony chuckled, not believing a word of it. That ghastly word's coming easier to you. Is it? What word? Wife. Go to the devil. Chapter 46. Georgina couldn't believe it. He'd locked her in, and no matter how much she'd pounded on the door all through the night, finally giving up in exhaustion, no one had come to let her out. And they were still ignoring her this morning. How could Warren do this to her? And after she defied her husband's dictates just to relieve his mind about her welfare. She wished now that she'd never heard his voice last night, raised so loud as he shouted at her husband in the hall below. But she did. And of course it had drawn her out of her room with every intention of rushing right down to him. But before she'd reached the stairs, she'd heard James refuse to let Warren see her, and she knew she'd only get him angrier at her than he already was if she just went down to join them. So she thought she'd been real clever in deciding to sneak out the back way once again, so she could come around to wait for Warren to leave. And she didn't doubt that he'd be leaving. James's refusal had been more than adamant. So she'd waited out front and surprised Warren when he stormed out of the house. She'd wanted to assure him she was all right. She'd wanted to tell him not to worry about her anymore. She hadn't expected him to thrust her into his carriage and drive off with her. Devil take it. Why couldn't James have thought to lock her in instead? Then she wouldn't be here, on Warren's ship, panicking because he had every intention of taking her home, not to James, but to Connecticut. And he wouldn't listen to the fact that she didn't want to go. He hadn't listened to anything she'd had to say. She was afraid, too, that he wasn't even going to tell the rest of her brothers that he had her, in that she was wrong. As she found when the door opened and Thomas stepped into the cabin. Thank God, were her first words. Because it was her one brother who didn't let temper affect his judgments. My sentiments exactly. Sweetheart, he said as he held out his arms to her, and she quickly entered them. We'd about given up hope of finding you.
No.
I didn't mean. She leaned back to demand. Did you know Warren had locked me in? He did mention it last night when he returned to the hotel and told us what had happened. She pushed away from him. You mean you left me here all night? Calm down, sweetheart. There was no point in letting you out sooner. When you aren't going anywhere. The devil I'm not, she said furiously on her way to the door. I'm going home. I don't think so. Georgie. This from Drew, who appeared in the doorway right then to effectively cut off her exit. To Thomas. He said, well, she looks fit enough. Doesn't she? No bruises. Spitting mad. Georgina felt like spitting or screaming. Instead, she took a deep breath, took another, then asked in a perfectly calm voice, Warren didn't tell you, did he, that I wasn't in need of rescuing, right? He forgot to mention that I'm in love with my husband? Is that why neither of you bothered to let me out of here sooner? He didn't mention the love part. No, Thomas admitted. I seriously doubt he believes it. But he did say you demanded to be taken back to your husband. He thinks you're suffering under misplaced loyalty because you're going to have the man's baby. How are you feeling? By the way, How did you know? Mallory told Warren. Of course. He used that as one of the reasons he's keeping you. One of the reasons? It was probably the only reason. And why hadn't she thought of that before? Because she'd begun to think James really hadn't heard her when she'd told him about the baby, since he'd never once mentioned it to her. She moved over to the bed and sat down, trying to fight the depression that was sneaking up on her. She couldn't let the reasons matter. She just couldn't. She loved James Mallory enough for the both of them. And as long as he wanted to keep her, then she wanted to stay with him.
There. That settled that.
So, why didn't she feel any better? Thomas startled her when he sat down next to her. What did I say to upset you? Georgie. Nothing. Everything. She was grateful to have something to take her mind off the fact that James didn't love her. Her brothers were being too high-handed by half. Would you two mind telling me what I'm doing here? It's all part of the plan. Georgie. What plan? To drive me crazy.
No.
Thomas chuckled. To get your husband to be reasonable. I don't understand. Would he let Warren see you? Drew asked her. Well, no. Would he have changed his mind about it? Do you think?
Thomas asked.
Well,
no.
But he's got to be made to see that he can't keep you from us. Georgie. Her eyes flared. You intend to take me all the way home just to teach him a lesson? She cried. Thomas grinned at her chagrin. I doubt it will be necessary to go that far. But if he thinks we will. Drew didn't feel it necessary to elaborate. And it wasn't. Georgina sighed. You don't know my husband. All this is going to do is get him mad. Maybe. But I guarantee it will also work. She doubted it, but wasn't going to argue about it. So, why couldn't Warren have told me all this last night? Drew snorted before answering. Because our dear Warren never agreed to the plan. He has every intention of taking you home with us. What? Now don't worry about Warren. Sweetheart, Thomas told her. We won't be leaving for at least a week. And your husband is sure to show up long before then to settle this thing. A week? You came all this way. Won't you stay longer than that? We'll be back. Thomas chuckled. And quite regularly. It seems. Since Clinton has decided that as long as we're here anyway, we might as well make this rescue profitable. He's off right now arranging for future cargoes. Georgina might have laughed at that if she weren't so upset by all of this. I'm delighted to hear it. But I didn't need rescuing. We didn't know that. Sweetheart. We've been worried sick about you. Especially since, according to Boyd and Drew, you didn't go willingly with Mallory. But you know now that I did, so why won't Warren give it up? Warren is hard to understand at the best of times. But in this case, Georgie, don't you know that you're the only woman that he has any kind of feelings at all for? Are you trying to tell me he's given up women? She snorted. I don't mean those kind of feelings, but the tender kind. I think it actually upsets him that he has any feelings at all. He wants to be completely hard-hearted. But there you are, making him care. He's right. Georgie, Drew added. Boyd said that he'd never in his life seen Warren so upset as when he came home and found you gone off to England. And then Mallory arrived. And he saw it as his inability to protect you. But that's absurd, she protested. Actually, it's not. Warren takes your welfare very personally, perhaps more personally than any of the rest of us do, because you are the only woman he cares about. If you take that into consideration, then it's not so surprising, this hostility he feels for your husband, particularly after everything the man said and did when he showed up in Bridgeport. Why did he set out to ruin your reputation that night? Georgie, Drew asked her curiously. She made a face of disgust. He felt slighted because I sailed off with you without saying goodbye to him. You must be joking, Thomas said. He didn't strike me as a man who would go to such extremes for petty revenge. I'm just telling you what he told me. Then why don't you ask him again? You'll probably hear a completely different reason. I'd rather not. You don't know how infuriated that night still makes him. After all, you men throttled him, married him off, confiscated his ship, and locked him in a cellar to await hanging. I don't dare mention your names to him. Saying all that made her realize how hopeless their plan really was. Devil take it, he's not going to change his mind, you know. What he'll probably do is bring his whole family down here and tear this ship apart. Well, let's hope it doesn't come to that. We are reasonable men. After all, Warren isn't. Drew grinned. James isn't. Either. Georgina frowned. But I'd like to think the rest of us are, Thomas said. We will settle this thing. Georgie, I promise you. Even if your James has to be reminded that he provoked our hostilities in the first place. Well, that's sure to make him amiable. Is she being sarcastic? Drew asked Thomas. She's being difficult, Thomas replied. I'm allowed, Georgina retorted, scowling darkly at them both. It's not every day that I get abducted by my own brothers. Chapter 47. Thomas and Drew had managed to convince Georgina, somehow, to remain in the cabin so they wouldn't have to lock her in again. But an hour had passed since they'd left her, and she was beginning to wonder why she was going along with their crazy scheme when she knew very well it wasn't going to work on someone of James's unpredictable temperament. You just didn't force him to do something against his will and expect him to blithely go along with it. He was more likely to dig in his heels and never change his mind about allowing her to see her family. That was assuming he got her back, which wasn't a guaranteed outcome just now. After all, her brothers could be stubborn, too. Why was she just sitting here, waiting for circumstances to determine her future, when all she had to do was sneak off the Nereus and make her own way home to James? After all, it would be easy to find a hack on the dock, and she was still wearing the same clothes she'd made her escape in yesterday. So her pockets were still lined with the money that both Regina and Roslyn had forced on her when they'd learned that James was deliberately keeping her without funds. And for all she knew, James might have already had a change of heart after she'd proven to him yesterday how serious she was about seeing her family again. She'd never gotten a chance to argue that out with him last night. Warren's high-handed abduction of her just might have ruined whatever headway her risk-taking had gained her. Annoyed now that she'd backslided into letting her brothers make her decisions for her again, she was on her way to the door when it opened. And Drew announced grimly, "You'd better come up. He's arrived. James, the one and only." And Warren's furious that Mallory actually managed to get on board when he had his crew watching for him just so he could prevent it. Drew grinned then, despite the seriousness of the situation. I think our brother expected James to bring an army with him, and that's what everyone was watching for. But your Englishman is either fearless or foolhardy, because he's come alone. Where's Thomas? Sorry, sweetheart. But our mediator left to meet Clinton. She didn't waste any more time after hearing that. God, they'd probably killed each other already, without Thomas there to help control Warren's temper. But when she rushed on deck, it was merely to hear Warren ordering James to get off his ship. But that didn't mean violence wouldn't follow. Warren was up on the quarterdeck, gripping the rail, his body stiff with malice. James had gotten no more than a few feet on deck before a solid line of sailors had appeared to block him from going any farther. Georgina started straight for James, but Drew yanked her back and pushed her toward the quarterdeck instead. Give the plan a chance, Georgie. What harm can it do? Besides, they won't let you get to him, any more than they're going to let him through. They've got their orders, which only Warren can rescind, so if you want to talk to your husband, you know whose permission you'll have to get first. Unless, of course, you're up to shouting back and forth at him. Drew was grinning after that. He was finding this amusing. The rogue. She wasn't. And neither was anyone else. In particular, James. Finally able to see him clearly from the quarterdeck. She thought he looked like hell warmed over. He felt like it, too, though she didn't know that. Waking up with a head-pounding hangover, discovering he'd passed out in the parlor along with all 6 of last night's drinking companions, then girding himself for the confrontation with his wife only to find her gone again, this had not put him in a very good mood. The only thing that he could look on with favor this morning was that he'd already discovered where the 3 Skylark ships were berthed, and the first one he'd boarded happened to be the one his wife was hiding on. And that she was hiding wasn't the worst of his conclusions. He had little doubt that she'd decided to leave him to go home with her brothers. Why else would she be here? Georgina had no idea what conclusions James had drawn. But actually, it wouldn't have mattered if she did. She still had to defuse the situation before it got out of hand, no matter who he was furious with. Warren. Please, she began as she came up beside him. But he didn't even glance down at her. Stay out of this, Georgie, was all he said. I can't. He's my husband. That can and will be rectified. She gritted her teeth over such hard-nosed stubbornness. Didn't you hear a single thing I said to you last night? But by then James had noticed her appearance and was heard to bellow, George, you are not leaving. Oh, God, did he have to sound so arbitrary? How could she reason with Warren when James was standing down there making belligerent demands? And Drew was right. She would have to shout to him if she wanted to talk to him, and how could she say anything personal that way? And if Thomas was to be believed, and looking at Warren, she didn't doubt it, even if she could get James to concede, Warren still wouldn't let her go back to him. Without the rest of her brothers there to back her up, nothing could be settled one way or the other. Drew might be there, but he'd never been able to sway Warren to anything, so he'd be no help. She'd waited too long to answer James. He'd begun taking matters into his own hands. Or fists, rather. He'd already flattened 2 of Warren's crew when Warren shouted, Throw him, oh! Georgina's elbow meeting her brother's ribs cut him off temporarily. The glowing fury that had leaped into her eyes kept him quiet a bit longer. And she was furious now. Not just with him, but James, too. Double-damned idiots. How dare they totally ignore her wishes? As if it weren't her future that was at issue here? James Mallory. Stop it right now, she shouted down to the deck just as another sailor went flying. Then get down here, George. I can't, she said, and meant to add not yet, but he didn't give her a chance to finish. What you can't do is leave me. He was thrown back. There were still 6 crewmen standing against him. That wasn't deterring him in the least. However, which only infuriated her the more. The fool man was going to get tossed in the river yet. She might do it herself. She was, after all, fed up with being told what she could or couldn't do. And why can't I leave you? Because I love you. He hadn't even paused in throwing another punch to shout that. Georgina, however, went very still and breathless, and nearly sat down on the deck. Her knees had gone so weak with the incredible emotion that welled up inside her. Did you hear that? She whispered to Warren. The whole blasted harbor heard it, he grouched. But it doesn't make the least bit of difference. Her eyes rounded in disbelief. You must be joking. It makes all the difference in the world. Because I love him. 2. You wanted Cameron.
2.
You don't know what you want. I'm not her. Warren. He looked away at the mention of the woman who had played him so false. The one who was responsible for the cold way he treated women now. But Georgina caught his face between her hands, forcing him to look into her eyes. I love you. I know you're trying to do right by me, but you have to trust me on this. Warren. Malcolm was a child's fancy. James is my life. He's all that I want. All that I'll ever want. Don't try and keep me from him any longer. Please. Are we supposed to just stand back and let him keep you from us? That's what he means to do.
You know.
We'll never see you again, if he has his way. She smiled now, knowing she'd swayed him. That he was merely objecting now to what she knew they all feared. Warren.
He loves me.
You heard him. I'll see it's set right. But let me do it. You only managed to bring out the worst in him. With total ill grace. Oh. For God's sake. Go on then. She gave a glad cry and hugged him. But wasted not another second in swinging round and slamming right into a brick wall. So you love me,
do you?
She didn't wonder how he'd gotten up there. A few loud groans from the lower deck told that story. She didn't care, either, that he'd obviously heard what she'd told her brother. She just took advantage of the fact that she was already pressed tightly to him and slipped her arms around him to keep it that way. You're not going to yell at me in front of my brothers, are you? I wouldn't dream of it. Brat. But he wasn't smiling. And he wasn't staying there. She gasped as he swung her up into his arms and turned to leave. It would go over much better if it didn't look like you were taking me away, she told him. I am taking you away. Dear girl.
Well.
All right. She hadn't really thought the rest was going to be easy. At least invite them to dinner. Like hell I will. James. There was a low growl deep in his chest. But he stopped and turned back. Only it was Drew he looked at. Not Warren. You're bloody well invited to dinner. For God's sake, she said as he continued on his way. That was the most graceless.
Ill.
Shut up.
George.
You haven't seen it set right yet. She winced, wishing he hadn't heard that bit of confidence on her part. Yet she was confident. He'd already made the first concession. With ill grace. True. But it was a definite start. James, you're going to enjoy my efforts to make you give in. One golden brow crooked as he glanced down at her. I am.
Am I?
She ran a finger slowly over his lower lip. You are. He stopped right there on the dock. A long way yet from his carriage. And started kissing her. Georgina wasn't sure how they got home. Chapter 48. James. Shouldn't we go down? The carriages have been arriving for the last hour. That's my family showing up for this momentous occasion. With luck. Yours won't find the house. She twisted a lock of his golden hair about her finger and gently tugged. You aren't still going to be difficult. Are you? I'm never difficult.
Love.
You just haven't convinced me yet to forgive your brothers. Her eyes flared. Then flared some more when he rolled over on the bed, putting her beneath him again. Her temper wanted to flare.
2.
But when James rested between her thighs, anger was the farthest thing from her mind. Still, she reminded him, "You invited them here. I invited them. But it's Tony's house. He can bloody well kick them out." James, so convince me. The horrid man was grinning at her, and she couldn't help grinning back. "You're impossible. I never should have said that you'd enjoy this. But you did. And I am." She giggled as his lips trailed along her neck, then down to capture the peak of one already pebbled nipple. But then she gasped as her desire ignited fully, pulled from her with the suction of his mouth. Her hands moved down over his back, loving the feel of him. All of him. Everywhere.
James.
James. Tell me again. I love you. My darling girl. When what? When did you know? His mouth came back to hers for a long, deeply stirring kiss before he replied. "I've always known him, dear." "Why do you think I married you?" Carefully, hating to mention it at a moment like this, she reminded him, "You were forced to marry me." One kiss. One grin. And he said, "I forced your family to force me."
George.
There is a difference. You did what?
Now.
Love. James Mallory. Well, what the bloody hell else could I do? He asked indignantly. I'd sworn I'd never get leg shackled. The whole bloody world knew it. So I couldn't forswear myself and actually ask you, now could I? But I remembered how that bounder my darling niece calls husband got himself wed, and I figured what's good enough for him would do me as well. I don't believe I'm hearing this. All deliberate? They beat you senseless. Had you counted on that? The price one pays to get what he wants. Hearing that, the heat went right out of her. The angry heat. That is. The other kind was coming back. But she shook her head at him. You amaze me. I always suspected you were a madman. Just a determined man.
Love.
But I was bloody well amazed myself. I don't know how you did it, but you crawled into my heart and wouldn't get out. I'm learning to accept your presence there. However.
Oh. You're.
Are you? It's not too crowded. There's room for a few offspring to join you there. He grinned at her. And that got him a kiss. Until she recalled. So, why did you have to confess to being the hawk? They were already determined that you would marry me. Are you forgetting they'd recognized me? I could have convinced them they were mistaken if you'd kept your mouth shut, she huffed. He shrugged. It seemed only reasonable to get it out of the way. George, rather than let it cause unpleasantness later. After we'd settled into married bliss. Is that what you call this? She asked softly. Married bliss. Well, I'm bloody well feeling blissful at the moment. She gasped when he suddenly entered her. There was a deep chuckle before he added. What about you? You may depend upon it. When they entered the parlor a while later, it was to find Mallory squared off against Anderson's, each on opposite sides of the room, and her poor brothers were most definitely outnumbered, for the entire Mallory clan had shown up this time. And it wasn't hard to guess that James's family was united in their loyalty to him. There wouldn't be any overtures made until he let them know the feud was ended, and all he'd told Anthony earlier, when he'd carried her up to their room, was to expect unpleasant company for dinner, which of course that rogue understood perfectly to mean her brothers were coming. But her husband's frowning countenance as he stared at the 5 Anderson men didn't bode well for getting this group together. Georgina was having none of that. She used the same trick that had worked on Warren that morning to get him to listen to her and jabbed her elbow into her husband's ribs. "Love me. Love my family," she warned him.
Sweetly.
"Of course." He smiled down at her as he tucked her arm more firmly under his, so she couldn't do any more jabbing. "Beg to differ."
George.
"Love you. Tolerate your family." But then he sighed.
"Oh.
Bloody hell," and began making introductions. "They're all eligible, you say?" Regina asked her shortly thereafter. "We'll have to do something about that." Georgina grinned, deciding she wouldn't warn her brothers that there was a matchmaker in the room. But she did point out, "They're not going to be here that long." Reagan. Bloody hell.
Would you listen to that?
Anthony remarked in passing to Jason. "She's picked up his bad habits." "What bad habits?" Georgina demanded of James's brothers, ready to defend her husband. But they hadn't stopped. And Regina, with a giggle, told her, "My name. They'll never agree on what to call me. But it's not nearly so bad anymore. They used to almost come to blows over it." Georgina rolled her eyes and caught James's long-suffering expression across the room where Thomas and Boyd were speaking to him. She smiled. Not one derogatory word had he said to 4 of her brothers. Warren, however, he wasn't getting anywhere near. Nor was Warren being very sociable with anyone. The others had surprised her, though, particularly Clinton, by how well they were getting along with the hated English. And Mac would be stopping by later, she'd been told. She'd have to remember to introduce him to Nettie MacDonald. Regina wasn't the only one who could play matchmaker. Still later, Anthony and James stood alone, each watching their respective wives as they spoke. "Shall we betroth them?" James choked on the sip of brandy he'd just taken, since the subject they'd been discussing was their upcoming fatherhood. "They're not even born yet. You ass." So they could end up the same gender. A degree of visible disappointment accompanied a sigh from Anthony. "I suppose. Besides, they'd be first cousins. So, again, that's not at all the thing these days." "Well, how the bloody hell should I know?" "I agree," Nicholas said, coming up behind them. "You don't know much." And to James, "Nice family you've acquired there." "You would think so." Nicholas smiled. "That chap Warren don't like you very much. He's been looking daggers at you all evening." James said to Anthony, "Would you like the honors? Or do I get the pleasure?" Nicholas sobered, understanding perfectly that they were talking about trouncing him. "You wouldn't dare. You'd have both your brothers on your heads. Not to mention my wife. I do believe."
"Dear boy."
"It would be worth it," James told him, then smiled as Nicholas wisely took himself off again. Anthony was chuckling. "The lad does like to press his luck, don't he?" "I'm learning to tolerate him," James conceded.
Then,
"Bloody hell. I'm learning to tolerate a lot." Anthony laughed at that, following James's glance to Warren Anderson. Old Nick was right. That chap really don't like you at all. The feeling is entirely mutual.
Il doit sur you.
Think you'll have trouble with him? Not at all. We'll have a whole bloody ocean between us very shortly. Thank God. The fellow was just protecting his sister. Old boy, Anthony pointed out. Same as you, or I would have done for Melissa. Are you trying to deny me the pleasure of hating him? When he's so very hateable? Wouldn't dream of it, Anthony said. Then waited until James took another sip of his drink before adding, by the by, James, did I ever tell you I love you? Brandy spewed across the carpet. God. A few drinks and you get maudlin. Well, did I? Don't believe so. Then considerate said. After a long pause. He grumbled. Then considerate returned. Anthony grinned. Love the elders.
2.
But I don't dare tell him. The shock. You know. James quirked a brow. But it's all right for me to keel over? Course it is. Old man. What is? Georgina asked.
Joining them.
Nothing.
Love.
My dear brother is just being a pain in the arse. As usual. No more than mine is. I imagine. James stiffened upon hearing that. Has he said anything to you? Of course not, she assured him. It's that he's not saying anything to anyone. And then she sighed. It might help. James. If you made the first. Bite your tongue. George, he said in mock horror. Which wasn't all that feigned. I'm in the same room with him. That's more than enough. James, she started cajolingly. George, he said warningly. Please. Anthony started laughing. He knew a doomed man when he saw one. His amusement earned him one of James's darker looks. Even as James was allowing his wife to drag him across the room to her most obnoxious brother. It still took another jab in the ribs to get him to open his mouth. And then it was only a curt Anderson. Mallory came back at him just as curtly. At that point James started to laugh. Confounding both Anderson siblings. I suppose I'll have to give over, James said. Still chuckling. Since you obviously haven't learned how to dislike a fellow in a civilized fashion. What's that supposed to mean? Warren demanded. You're supposed to enjoy the discord. Dear boy. I'd rather. Warren, Georgina snapped.
Oh.
For God's sake. He glowered at her a moment. Then with a look of disgust he stuck out his hand to James, who accepted that begrudged peace offering. Still grinning. I know how that pained you, old chap. But be assured you're leaving your sister in the hands of a man who loves the breath out of her. The breath. Georgina frowned. James's golden brow crooked at her. An affectation she now found more endearing than she could say. Well, weren't you gasping for breath in our bed just a little while ago? He asked in all innocence. James, she gasped now, her cheeks flaming that he'd say that in front of Warren. Of all people. But Warren said, his lips finally lifting just the slightest bit. All right, Mallory, you've made your point. Just see that you continue to make her happy. And I won't have to come back over here to kill you. Much better. Dear boy, James replied, chuckling. And to his wife. He's learning. George. Damned if he ain't. We are pleased to announce the publication of Johanna Lindsey's Say You Love Me available now from Avon Books. It wasn't such a bad place, this place that was going to witness her sale to the highest bidder. It was clean. Its decor was quite elegant. The parlor she had first been shown to could have belonged in the home of any one of her family's friends. It was an expensive house in one of the better sections of London. It was politely referred to as a house of Eros. It was a place of sin. Kelsey Langton still couldn't believe that she was there. Ever since she had walked in the door, she had been sick to her stomach with fear and dread. Yet she had come here willingly. No one had carried her inside kicking and screaming. What was so incredible was she hadn't been forced to come here. She had agreed to. At least she had agreed that it was the only option available. Her family needed money, and a lot of it, to keep them from being thrown into the streets. If only there had been more time to make plans. Even marriage to someone she didn't know would have been preferable. But her Uncle Elliot was likely right. He had pointed out that no gentleman with the wherewithal to help would consider marriage in a matter of days, even if a special license could be obtained. Marriage was simply too permanent to be jumped into without careful consideration.
But this.
Well, gentlemen did frequently acquire new mistresses on the spur of the moment, knowing full well that those mistresses would be every bit as costly as a wife, if not more so. The great difference was that a mistress, though easy to acquire, could also be easily disposed of, without the lengthy legalities and subsequent scandal. She was to be someone's mistress, not a wife. Not that Kelsey knew any gentleman personally she could have married, at least none who could afford to settle Uncle Elliot's debts. She had had several young beaux courting her in Kettering, where she had grown up before the tragedy, but the only one with a large income had married some distant cousin. Everything had happened so swiftly. Last night, she came down to the kitchen as she did each night before retiring, to heat a bit of milk to help her sleep. Sleep was something she'd had difficulty with ever since she and her sister Jean had come to live with their Aunt Elizabeth. Her insomnia had nothing to do with living in a new house in town, nor with Aunt Elizabeth. Her aunt was a dear woman, Mayor Mother's only sister, and she loved both her nieces as if they were her own daughters, had welcomed them with open arms and all the sympathy they had desperately needed after the tragedy. No, it was the nightmares that disturbed Kelsey's sleep, and the vivid recollections, and the ever-occurring thought that she could have prevented the tragedy. Aunt Elizabeth had suggested the warm milk all those months ago when she had finally noticed the dark smudges beneath Kelsey's gray eyes and had gently prodded her for the reason. And the milk did help most nights. It had become a nightly ritual, and she usually disturbed no one, the kitchen being empty that time of night. Except last night. Last night. Uncle Elliot had been there, sitting at one of the work tables, not with a late repast before him, but a single, rather large bottle of strong spirits. Kelsey had never seen him drink more than the one glass of wine Aunt Elizabeth allowed with dinner. Elizabeth frowned on drinking, and so naturally didn't keep strong spirits in her house. But wherever Elliot had obtained that bottle, he was more than halfway finished. And the effect it had had on him was quite appalling. He was crying. Quiet, silent sobs, with his head in his raised hands, tears dripping down onto the table, and his shoulders shaking pitifully. Kelsey had thought it was no wonder Elizabeth didn't want strong drink in her house. But it wasn't the drink that was causing Elliot such distress, as she was to discover. No. He'd been sitting there, with his back to the door, assuming he wouldn't be disturbed while he contemplated killing himself. Kelsey had wondered several times since if he would have had the courage to actually go through with it if she had quietly left. He'd never struck her as being an overly brave man, just a gregarious, usually jovial one. And it was her presence, after all, that had presented him with a solution to his troubles, one that he might not have considered otherwise, one that she certainly would never have thought of. And all she'd done was ask him, "Uncle Elliot, what's wrong?" He'd swung around to see her standing behind him in her high-necked nightgown and robe, carrying the lamp she always brought downstairs with her. For a moment he'd appeared shocked. But then his head dropped back into his hands, and he'd mumbled something she couldn't quite make out, so she'd had to ask him to repeat himself. He'd raised his head enough to say, "Go away. Kelsey, you shouldn't see me like this." "It's all right. Really," she'd told him gently. "But perhaps I should fetch Aunt Elizabeth?" "No," had come out with enough force to make her start. Then more calmly, if still quite agitated, he added, "She doesn't approve of my drinking.
And
She doesn't know." "Doesn't know that you drink?" He didn't answer immediately, but she had already assumed that was what he meant. The family had always known that he would go to extremes to keep Elizabeth from unpleasantness, apparently even that of his own making. Elliot was a large man with blunt features and hair that had gone mostly gray now that he was approaching 50. He'd never been very handsome, even when he was younger, but Elizabeth, the prettier of the two sisters, and still beautiful today at 42, had married him anyway. As far as Kelsey knew, she loved him still. They'd never had any children of their own in the 24 years of their marriage, and that was possibly why Elizabeth loved her nieces so dearly. Mama had mentioned once to Father that it was through no fault of their not trying, that it simply was not meant to be. Of course, Kelsey shouldn't have heard that. Mama hadn't realized that she had been within earshot at the time. And Kelsey had overheard other things over the years, of how confounded Mama was as to why Elizabeth had married Elliot, who was frankly homely and had had no money to speak of, when she'd had so many other handsome, wealthy suitors to choose from instead. And besides, Elliot was in trade. But that was Elizabeth's business, and the fact that she'd always been a champion of the less fortunate might have had a great deal to do with her choice, or not. Mama had also been known to say that there was no accounting for love and its strange workings, that it wasn't, nor ever would be, governed by logic or even one's own will. "Doesn't know that we're ruined." Kelsey blinked. So much time had passed since she had asked her question, and that wasn't the answer she'd anticipated. In fact, she could barely give it credit. His drinking could hardly be cause for social ruin when so many gentlemen and ladies, for that matter, drank to excess at the many gatherings they frequented. So she decided to humor him. "So you've created a bit of a scandal, have you?" Kelsey had chided. "A scandal?" He'd seemed confused then.
"Oh,
"Yes.
it will be."
Indeed it will. And Elizabeth will never forgive me when they take this house away." Kelsey had gasped. But once again, she'd drawn the wrong conclusion. "You've gambled it away?"
"Now."
"Why would I do a fool thing like that? Think I want to end up like your father? Or perhaps I should have. At least then there would have been a slim chance for salvation. When now there is none." She'd been utterly confused herself by that point, not to mention thoroughly embarrassed. Her father's past sins, with the accompanying reminder of what those sins had wrought, shamed her. So, with high color in her cheeks that he probably didn't notice, she'd said, "I don't understand. Uncle Elliot."
"Who, then,
"Is going to take this house away? And why?" He dropped his head back onto his hands again, unable to face her in his shame, and mumbled out the story. She'd had to lean close to catch most of what he was saying, suffering the fumes of sour whiskey to do so. And by the time he'd finished, she'd been shocked into silence. It was much worse than she'd thought, and it really was so reminiscent of her own parents' tragedy, though they'd handled the situation quite differently. But in Elliot's case, he hadn't had the strength of character to accept a failure, buckle up, and go on from there. When Kelsey and Jean had come to live with Aunt Elizabeth 8 months before, Kelsey had been too much in mourning over the deaths of her parents to notice anything amiss. She hadn't even thought to wonder why Uncle Elliot was home more often than not. She supposed it wasn't something they thought it necessary to tell their nieces, that Elliot had lost his job of 22 years and was so distraught that he hadn't been able to hold another position for very long since. And yet they had continued to live as if nothing had changed. They'd even taken in 2 more mouths to feed when they could hardly afford to feed themselves. Kelsey wondered if Aunt Elizabeth even knew the extent of their debt. Elliot had been living on credit, which was a standard practice for the gentry, but it was also standard to pay those creditors before they took matters to the courts. But with no money coming in, Elliot had already borrowed all he could from his friends to keep the creditors at bay. He had no one left to turn to, and the situation was out of control. He was going to lose Aunt Elizabeth's house. The house that had been in Kelsey's family for generations. Aunt Elizabeth had inherited it, being the older sister, and the creditors were threatening to take it away in 3 days' time. And that was why Elliot was drinking himself sick, hoping to find some courage in that bottle to end his own life. Because he didn't have the courage to face what was going to happen in the next few days. It was his duty to provide for them, for his wife. Anyway, and he'd failed miserably. Of course, killing himself wasn't an option. She'd pointed out how much worse it would be for Elizabeth if she had to face eviction and a funeral as well. For Kelsey and Jean, well, they'd already faced 1 eviction. Yet they'd had somewhere to go that time. This time, Kelsey simply couldn't let it happen. Her sister was her responsibility now. It was up to her to see to it that Jean was raised properly, with a proper roof over her head. And if that meant that she had to, she wasn't quite sure how it had come up, the selling of her. Elliot had first mentioned that he'd already thought of marrying her to the best offer, but he'd put off broaching the subject with her for so long that now it was too late for that, and he'd explained why it was too late. The need for serious deliberation for something that important that couldn't be done in just a few days. Perhaps it was the drink that had loosened his tongue. But he'd gone on to relate how the same thing had happened to a friend of his many years ago. How he'd lost everything. But his daughter had saved the family by selling herself to an old reprobate who prized virginity and had been willing to pay extremely well for it. Then, in almost the same breath, he told of approaching one gentleman he knew fairly well to find out if he'd be interested in a young wife. The reply had been, "Won't marry the gel, but I'm in need of a new mistress. Pay you a few pounds if she'd be willing." Which was how the talk of mistresses in relation to wives had arisen, how some rich lords would pay very handsomely for a fresh young mistress they could show off to their friends, especially a girl who hadn't already made the rounds of those friends. And pay even more if she happened to be an innocent in the bargain. He'd planted the seeds well, showing her the solution without actually asking her to sacrifice herself. She'd already been shocked by the talk of mistresses and heartsick over the situation and how it would affect them all. But mostly she'd been desperately worried about Jean, and how this could ruin her chances for a decent marriage one day. Kelsey could find a job, possibly, but hardly one that would keep them much above the level of poverty, especially if she took on the responsibility of supporting them all. She couldn't imagine Aunt Elizabeth working, and Elliot, well, he'd already proven pathetically that he couldn't be depended on to hold a job anymore, not for very long. It was visions of her young sister resorting to begging on the streets to help out that had prompted Kelsey to ask, albeit in a mortified whisper, "Do you know of some man who would be willing to pay enough if I agreed to become his mistress?" Elliot had looked so hopeful, and so damn relieved, even as he'd replied, "No. I don't know a single one. But I know of a place in London that the rich lords frequent. A place where you can be presented to receive an excellent offer." She'd stood there, silent for a long while, still so hesitant about such a monumental decision, and so sick to her stomach that this did, in fact, seem to be their only option. Elliot actually broke out in a sweat before she finally nodded her consent. And then he tried to console her, as if anything could just then. It won't be so bad, Kelsey. Really, it won't. A woman can make a great deal of money for herself this way if she's smart enough to become independent, even marry later, if she chooses. That wasn't a bit true, and they both knew it. Her own chances for a good marriage would be gone forever. The stigma that would be hers when she went through with this would follow her for the rest of her days. She'd never be welcomed in polite society again. But that was her cross to bear. At least her sister would still have the future she deserved. Still in a state of shock over what she'd agreed to, she'd suggested, "I will leave it to you to tell Aunt Elizabeth of this."
No. No.
She mustn't know. She'd never permit it. But I'm sure you will think of something reasonable to tell her to excuse your absence. She had to do this, too, when it was doubtful that she'd be able to think of anything other than the appalling truth of what she'd agreed to. She'd been ready to finish off that bottle of spirits herself by the time she left him. But she had come up with a weak excuse to tell the others. She'd told Aunt Elizabeth that, and one of her friends from Kettering had written that she was seriously ill, the doctors not offering much hope. Kelsey had to visit, of course, and give what comfort she could, and Uncle Elliot had offered to escort her. Elizabeth hadn't noticed anything amiss. Kelsey's pallor could be credited to worry over her friend. And Jean, bless her, didn't badger her with her usual hundreds of questions simply because she didn't recognize the name of this particular friend. But then, Jean had matured a great deal during the past year. A tragedy in the family had a way of interrupting childhood, sometimes permanently. Kelsey would almost have preferred the hundreds of questions from her 12-year-old sister that used to test her patience. But Jean was still mourning. And when Kelsey didn't return home from the visit to Kettering, well, she would have to worry about that later. Would she ever even see her sister or Aunt Elizabeth again? Did she dare, when they might discover the truth? She didn't know. Right then, she only knew that nothing would ever be the same for her again.